Hey, good morning, Wendy. A lot better than yesterday, I'll tell you that. A lot better. Um, I don't see. Where the hell is my chat at, man? Hmm. I don't know why I can't see my chats on this iPad. I had to. I took my laptop to the IT guy to see if he can clean it up for me. I don't know, guys, why I can't see my chat on here, but anyway, it is what it is. My bad, guys. Like I say, I'm all fucked up right now, guys. I can't do shit on this goddamn iPad. So I have an iPad in my hand right now. When I'm on, there's an iPad there. Here's another bigger iPad Pro, and I can't fucking I can't see my chat in the fucking YouTube. It won't let me sign into my Suno account. This is pissing me off so bad, guys. Okay, I'm gonna just stop trying this shit right here. This doesn't make any sense to me. Alright, what I gotta do today, I'm actually still at work, believe it or not. I'm just working from home. I got an art project I need to do for my job. Oh, it's called a French easel. A compact travel easel is all it is. Foldable, collapsible, easy to carry. The French easel is a must-have in any artist's arsenal. It's a French easel or a travel easel, same thing. They've been around for fucking hundreds of years. So the project I'm doing today for my job is it's pretty cool. Hold on guys, I'm coming. You know I'm trying to set my little smoke up real quick. Feel like smoke. I really shouldn't be smoking at all. My throat feeling sore like this. But there's this thing I do for employees at my company. I've been doing it for a couple years now, like 4 years. So ow, ow, ow. My throat is so sore. God damn. But I forgot who asked me to do the first one. I think it was our last director. Asked me to do a painting project for a staff member. Fuck. They asked me to do a small project for a staff member who was reaching their 25th year at the organization. And I was like, yeah, sure. That's an awesome milestone, 25 years, you know? And so I did a really quick little painting that just said happy 25th anniversary. It had some flowers on it. And they loved it. The board, we handed out at our Christmas party, and the board of directors saw it, and it was like, oh, that's amazing. That's such a cool thing to do for people who, who've been at the organization for so long. So the first year I did one, because there was only one person reaching that 25-year mark. The next year it was 2 people I did it for 25 years. And then we skipped a year because nobody was making that mark. And then last year we had one person make 25 years, so I did a painting for them. And now this year we have one other person who's making 25 years, so I'm going to do one for her too. So it's just like my little thing, because our organization, it's a nonprofit, and we really do help the community and give back to the community. Yeah, like we're the real deal. Like our organization is the real deal. We help people. That's all we do. We try to help people wherever they need help. And so for individuals who can say they've been doing this for 25 years, I think that's pretty badass to dedicate your time and your service to the community for year after year after year after year. That's fucking awesome. So I don't mind doing these little pieces for them. Of course, I'm not, this isn't very complicated or complex or anything like that. Just a little painting, but they enjoy them, and I get, basically I get paid work hours to do this. So I'm on the clock right now. I am working from home, but a part of my working from home is actually making art today. So I get to paint and get paid for it as a part of my job, which I think is pretty flippin' bad ass. So normally what I do is these are very, very, very simple paintings. I'll put a color on it. I don't know what color I'm gonna choose yet, but just a solid color, and then a bouquet of flowers or some flowers somewhere in one of the corners. Oh, that's big. Damn. And then I'll just write happy 25th anniversary. Very, very, very simple project. These aren't complex at all. I even brought some acrylic paint from work because I don't have tons of this myself. I just got to figure out like which color I think the background should be. I was thinking about like a light magenta, something like this maybe. It's too pinkish. We do like a coral ocean green. There's like a simple beige. All right, I think I'm gonna just do this green, because actually the picture that I decided on for the flowers, it has this as a background. It's basically the same color. This is a little more green than this, but yeah, I'm gonna just do that. Dumb it down. It's not gonna be anywhere near as detailed as that. But that's the flower selection I chose. So like I said, we're just gonna get one coat of this on there. I need to get some brushes, acrylic brushes, and some water. Do we have water? Water is empty. And I may lay this flat to paint this surface. Let me grab. Where's my water cup? Okay, I got a water cup with no. Let me grab some water. Alright, got water. Grab a couple brushes. I mean, I could probably do that, but I don't want to waste so much paint with this big brush. But at the same time, who gives a damn? Because whatever paint I use, oh well. So I can do this for that. And then I did have one acrylic brush over here. Where's that one? Come here, brush. Where is it? No, okay. Here's one good acrylic brush. Then I can probably use some of these, or these maybe. Alright, I can use these. Alright, that one. That one. Like that. Alright, so we got some brushes to work with. We got a big brush. I just had that bottle of water. Alright, got some water. I said, I'm just gonna paint this that solid green color. Let's get this a little saturated. We're going to use this. It's a little teeny tube. I hope I can do 2 coats. Yeah, this little teeny tube might not even be enough to cover this background. I may have to blend another color to do a second coat because I don't think that's enough paint in there. Oh well. I feel like I should have pulled out a roller for this. All right, we'll let that dry, and we'll come back and paint it again. I'll just set this in the water. That should be fine, like that, for a few minutes. Yeah, this is definitely not going to be enough to do 2 coats. I don't know how. Can I stretch this out, or, well, I mean, that's a good solid first coat, so even if I just squeeze every last little bit out of here, I don't think, like I say, these are really quick, cheap paintings. So even if the background isn't super, super solid, I don't think it'd be too bad. And then on top of that, I can probably mix, I don't know, this looks like, if I get desperate, I can probably mix some of this blue and yellow and some of this white and get this right here if I need to. I don't think I'll do that though. We'll see. We'll see how desperate we are. Oh yeah, for 25 years? Hell yeah. Like I said, we got fucking four or five staff members, 25 years plus now. Like I say, the ones who Mickey and Elaine, they were 25 years 2-3 years ago. You know? I think Mickey, she like at, like 28 years, 27, 28 years now. The one guy from last year, Jason, now he's at 26, this is 26 year. Yeah, a lot of people make this their last job. This is a lot of people's last job. Most people retire from here. Like our last director, she retired from the organization. Like that was her last job. My boss, she was at my last boss, she was at 23 years, and she recently had to leave. But she was if her personal issues didn't get in the way, she would have still been there. She would have been 25. This would have been her 23rd year. So in 2 years she would have hit 25. That lets you know something about the culture of the organization when people do stay so long. Nobody don't want to leave. We had one lady, she was there for like 10 years, and then she left, and then came back. I think she said like 2 years later or 3 years later, and then she was there for another. She's been there for another 8, 9 years now, but they reset her shit. She's like, well, technically it says I've been here for 9 years, but I'm at 19 years because I was here for 10 years before. I'm like, well, technically you're not now. And even though I was feeling really, really shitty yesterday, as you can see, I came back up here and finished that underpainting. I didn't stream because I really couldn't talk yesterday. I really couldn't talk. But the whole thing is blocked in. Everything, all the sections of it are now blocked in. And that's ready for some details now. Well, that background is going to need a lot more work. Yeah, she shouldn't have fucking left the first time. And then she left again. Now she's gone again. Yeah, she left like a couple of weeks ago. The organization is changing, and I see, like, I don't know. I hope it's for the better. I mean, we've grown really fast in the last 2.5, 3 years since our new director has been there. And there's been a lot of changes, and I don't know. Some people are leaving the organization. The person I'm doing this for, like, this is her last year. She let everybody know, like, she'll be leaving next year. But she's retiring, like, 25 years, and she's not young. She's probably in her early, mid-60s now. And she's like, yeah, I'm good. I can retire. This will be my last year. So that's why I really wanted to make sure she had a nice anniversary painting. Like I said, I do not mind where I work. If I didn't have to do it, I wouldn't. Like I said, I'll sit here and paint and draw and rap and make music all day. If somebody could pay me for that, I would rather do that. But if I have to go to work, like, my job is one of the best places that I've ever had employment at. And just like today, I did go to work this morning, and as soon as I got there, my coworker's like, you don't sound so good. I was like, my fucking thirst has been fucking killing me for like a couple of days. They're like, then why are you here? Why did you just stay home? I said, well, I just took a whole fucking week off work. I don't know what to do from home today. I was trying to think of something, but I was like, and then when I got to work, I forgot that I had to do this. I was like, oh, I need to work on that paint today, because our Christmas party is this Friday. So I gotta have this shit done by Friday. I can do this. I'm gonna do this today, regardless. It's gonna get finished today, but. And then my coworker suggested that shit. Not even me. She was like, I started setting up in like in the little classroom in our office, and I said, yo, I don't got no appointments for the day, but I'm gonna be in here working on this paint. And I said, this is my goal for the day, is to get this done. And I had grabbed my headphones and everything, and my coworker was like, yo, if you're just gonna do that paint today and you don't feel good, why don't you just go home and do it? You can paint that shit at your house. I was like, you know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I can just go home and paint this and stay on the clock. So I was like, yo, I'll see y'all tomorrow. But and plus I had to get all my stuff for prison too, because I got prison in the morning. So I couldn't have, if I didn't go to the office and grab my stuff for prison tomorrow, I would have had to stop by the office in the morning, which I normally don't like doing anyway. I'd just rather leave here and go straight to the prison. So I did pick up supplies. I got paint that I can use, and I got this canvas from work. and I got my prison materials for tomorrow. So I actually did need to go to the office today. And plus, my mechanic is over on that side, and I was having that issue with my tire. So I had to go over there anyway because I just got brand new tires. Literally, just got new tires, and one of them kept going flat. So I told my mechanic, y'all gotta do that. It was like, bring it in Monday. So I had to, there were several reasons I had to go over there anyway. But still got to leave the office and come home. And now I'm chilling. And I can smoke and chill with you guys and still get paid. This is why I can't do this at work. Why I can't live stream and smoke in the office. I mean, I know why, but I know why, but I still get the same amount of shit done. Like, hey, I'm still working. I'm being productive. You know?
Señor, ¿no me da poquito de eso? Deme poquito. Deme poquito de eso. Ándale, señor. ¿Para qué adelgaza usted? Ándale. Deme. Eso. Señor. Señor. I think I like when it rains. You told me to go to the light. And what it's like to feel your pain. Now I'm okay if you're alright. I start to wonder why I came. I dreamed of things you said to me. Yes, there's a bet.
Alright, my bad. Reels, these shits get me stuck so easy. I hate how susceptible I am to this internet shit. No lie. You're really just waiting for this paint to dry a little bit. Waiting for the paint to dry. Waiting for the paint to dry. Waiting. Oh yeah. That man got a felony gun charge for buying a gun while being an active addiction. You can't be a crackhead and going to fucking Drug Addicts Anonymous and all this shit and still buy guns. You can't do that. You're not supposed to own a gun if you're not stable. And he said, I'm not going to pardon my son. If my son is convicted of criminal charges, I'm not going to pardon him. Man, fuck that shit. Biden did the right thing in my eyes. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn what nobody say. I'm letting my kid off the hook too. If I been the president and that been my son, fuck all y'all motherfuckers. You got like all y'all kids fucking saints and angels. Y'all kids fucked up too. Everybody got a crackhead in their family. It's all good. Ain't nothing to be ashamed about. Everybody got addiction in their family. Ain't nothing to be ashamed about. And I can imagine if you had the power and ability to do something to help your family, you would too, especially if it was your own child. He ain't killed nobody, did he? He ain't murdered nobody? Let that boy go. He'll be alright. He learned this lesson. Mr. President, man, what? I thought you said you weren't gonna pardon your son. Bitch, I changed my mind. I'm about to leave the White House anyway. What you gonna do? Call me a liar? I don't give a damn. I'm about to leave the White House and I ain't never coming back. I'm about to do whatever. I'm giving Ukraine all the money. I'm starting wars, and I'm letting my son off the hook. And what y'all gonna do about it? Nothing. Yo, Biden going out gangster as hell. I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, I do the same thing. Fuck it. It's my last hurrah. But you said, fuck what I said. What I'm saying now is, I changed my mind. I think different about what I had said. My son don't need to go to jail. Yeah, I'd be pissed too though if I was Trump. But the whole world know like this shit is the whole thing a fucking sham. We all can see it now. Everybody see this shit, man. It's a fucking shit show. I'm actually getting hungry. This is normally the time I would have eaten lunch at work. 29 degrees, people. It's cold as a bitch outside today. It's cold as a bitch. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
My 3-year-old daughter learned to ride a bike in just one day with Guardian. We love this bike, and our daughter doesn't want.
It's just different.
Look, the president, I can speak for the president, and he said he would not pardon his son. It's still a no. It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no.
Many months later.
President Biden is expected to issue a pardon for his son Hunter.
Shocking!
The President of the United States, Joe Biden, just pardoned his son, Hunter Biden, proving once again it's good to be the king's son when the castle is rigged. Watch.
President Biden has made a decision to pardon his son Hunter ahead of the transfer of power to President-elect Donald Trump, according to a senior White House official with direct knowledge of the decision. He's expected to announce it later on tonight. And this comes months after Hunter Biden was convicted on gun charges back in June. That marked the first time a sitting president's child was convicted of a crime. Hunter Biden also pleaded guilty to
what's the next masterpiece? All right, so yeah, we're gonna take that off the easel and put up one more. We're gonna do one more underpainting, and then after I finish another underpainting, this right here is gonna be my next painting that I do. So I did this underpainting like months ago already. So it's been sitting nice and dry, and it's ready to start being detailed. I'm gonna really love working on the flowers on this part, even though the toes, it's a part of my foot series, my foot fetish series. So the toes are the main thing, but these flowers are really cute. So this will be the next piece that I actually paint. Like I said, we're gonna do another underpainting first though, before we get to that. And so that way, like I said, all my underpaintings are nice and dry, and I don't have to worry about waiting on different sections of it. So what I might do is, I might do another underpainting, and by that time, maybe this last piece right here should be dry enough. I don't know, we'll check it. I might let that sit for a couple more weeks. But I have two paintings that I need to varnish and wire. So the last one, the previous one from the Whisper series, that needs to be varnished and get wired on it. And then the painting I did of the planet getting hit by meteors, that still needs to get varnished as well. So we got a bunch of work. There's always work to do. There's always something to do. So this is going to be the next piece that I put an underpainting on. So we can go ahead and get that ready. Then we can go ahead and get that ready. I'm setting this close to the heater to see if I get it to dry a little faster. Speed up the process. I'll leave it right there while I eat. And it should be dry enough to put that second coat. And like I said, we may have to blend a little bit to try to, if it really isn't enough, I can just try to make something that matches or gets close to that. So what I took for lunch today was a bowl of chili and rice. Like I say, now I normally eat lunch around 11:30, so perfect timing. Man, I heat this shit up really hot too. Damn. Man, it's good. 24 degrees outside, ain't nothing like a good bowl of chili.
federal tax charges in September. White House officials and President Biden himself have said repeatedly that he would not, in fact, pardon Hunter before leaving office. But tonight we learned of the president's decision. Again, a reversal for him and what the White House has said President Biden would do.
Okay, so question number one. Am I surprised? No. Question number two. Is this the wrong thing to do? Well, it just depends. Because if this was your son, would you do the same thing? More than likely you would.
And this is a guy, I've only been listening to him recently since the Harris campaign. I just came across his channel. He's been giving like pretty decent logical breakdowns of different situations and scenarios, and you know, post-election commentary and stuff like that. So I listen to him a lot because, once again, he seems pretty level-headed, non-biased, and logical. Young black guy. And he just said himself, would you do that if that was your kid? Yeah, you probably would. If you think about it, you really think about it, man, you probably do the same thing. Just like I said, yeah. And everybody know that shit. I'm not gonna pardon my son. Fuck that, bitch. That's my child. And he ain't murder nobody. Y'all let him off, bro. Fuck that. So what? He got a gun while he was fucking on drugs. Once again, did he hurt anybody, harm anybody, do anything violent, or cause damage, death, or destruction? Then, nah, my son good. I'm gonna take his gun and put his ass in rehab. And we're gonna pardon his fucking felony. He's not gonna be no felon. Simple as that. And if you don't see that logic, then you're probably not the best parent. Well, I would let my child be. Yeah, because you don't have the authority and the power to do anything about it. But if you did, if you really had the authority and power to get your kid off the hook for some dumb shit, you would probably do it. Am I mad at Biden for that? Hell no. I can't even be mad at that. Fuck it.
June, that marked the first time a sitting president's child was convicted of a crime. Hunter Biden also pleaded guilty to federal tax charges in September. White House officials and President Biden himself have said repeatedly that he would not, in fact, pardon Hunter before leaving office. But tonight we learned of the president's decision. Again, a reversal for him and what the White House has said President Biden would do.
Okay, so question number one. Am I surprised? No. Question number two. Is this the wrong thing to do? Well, it just depends. Because if this was your son, would you do the same thing? More than likely you would. However, when you're representing the party who's all about the democracy, right, and the rule of law and justice, this is obviously not good whatsoever. It just contributes to the whole narrative of the Biden crime family.
I like you threw that however in there. You would probably do it, but however, you're supposed to be representing this and that. Once again, if I was in Biden's shoes, like I say, bitch, I'm not coming back to this office. I'm half dead. I don't give a fuck what none of y'all say about me. Or tarnish my legacy or whatever y'all want to say. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Say whatever you want to say. The tabloids, the news, whatever. Oh, you're supposed to be representing. I don't give a fuck. Man, I'm done. I'm after this. I'm done. I'm gonna sit back and chill. So I don't give a fuck what none of y'all say about me. I don't give a fuck if I'm not holding up to the presidential ideals of democracy and loyalty to the law of the land and all this other bullshit. Screw all that.
And we're going to get into some details here that really cements that, right? And then three, what does this mean for people who participated in January 6th? Will it be correct for Trump to pardon them? Now, my answer on that is definitely a yes. Now, for the people who physically assaulted or physically broke into the Capitol and actually damaged property, those people should be in prison. But for the individuals who weren't even physically there, or the people who were physically there and didn't do anything and were peacefully protesting, yeah, they should receive a pardon too. Okay, now before I get into more of this and share some interesting details with you guys, let's rewind a little bit and hear every single time they said, and when I say they, President Biden and his White House press secretary stating clearly that he would never do this. Watch.
Look, the president, I can speak for the president, and he said he would not pardon his son. It's still a no. It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no, and I don't have anything else to add. Will he pardon his son? No.
Is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No. I just said no. I just answered. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Second one, will the president pardon or commute his son if he's convicted?
So I've answered this question before, and I was very clear, and I said no.
Will you accept?
As a gun owner, the best decision I've ever made was getting a USCCA membership. I got their concealed carry map.
The jury's outcome, their verdict, no matter what it is.
Yes,
And have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
yes.
You have.
Now that you've seen that, it points to the big lesson that I hope you have learned about politics, especially during this year. That politicians on both sides, everyone, will say one thing, but do another. And the left needs to wake up about this. They keep thinking that everything that the media says, and the Biden family says, and the Democrats say, is all factually true. But then, time and time again, results keep showing that it's not. Wake up and stop listening to these people. But the bottom line here is, we gotta stop believing everything they say. Clearly, they lie, and they don't have a problem doing it. Now, let's actually read the legal document where the president is granting his son a pardon. And I want to bring you guys to some details that are very important here. Robert Hunter Biden, right here, a full and unconditional pardon for those offenses against the United States, which he has committed or may have committed or taken part in during the period from January 1st of 2014 all the way through December 1st of 2024, including but not limited to all offenses charged or prosecuted, including any that have resulted in convictions by Special Counsel David C. Wise.
The Biden Justice Department has been politicized. That's the message this morning from not just Donald Trump, but from President Joe Biden himself. The president issuing a full and unconditional pardon to his son Hunter after repeatedly insisting in public that he wouldn't do it. And to defend his decision, the president adopted an argument that could have come straight out of Donald Trump's playbook. Blame your political opponents and claim unfair persecution. President Biden said this, quote, "The charges in his cases came about only after several of my political opponents in Congress instigated them to attack me and oppose my election." The president adding, quote, "No reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's cases can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son. And that is wrong," end quote.
No, because Hunter is on camera smoking crack with a prostitute. And he has a gun that he shouldn't fucking own. And is he gonna get more attention because he's your son? You goddamn right. He's the president's son. So that means you need to tighten his ass the fuck up. Our whole family is underneath the microscope right now, bro. The whole family. Anything you do is gonna get scrutinized. If you cough and then you shake somebody's hand, that shit gonna make fucking headline news all around the world. The president's son coughs and spread dangerous germs. What the fuck you expect? My son was singled out. This someone is singled out. Motherfucker careless and stupid. Don't record the crack or the hookers. I mean, they got R. Kelly for the recordings. I mean, what y'all don't see about this shit? Don't record everything you do, dog. And then leave it on the laptop. In some random ass repair shop somewhere. Motherfucker's weird. Not saying that I do, but if I were to do some scandalous ass shit, I'm not gonna record myself doing scandalous ass shit. Especially if my father is the vice president or the fucking president of the United States. Do your scandalous ass, devious ass, motherfucking carnal ass, whatever you're into, because everybody's into something. Hey, I smoke weed. And I smoke a lot of weed every day. That's my vice. Everybody got a vice. I can't hold nobody for that shit, yo. Some people like cocaine. Some people like alcohol. Some people gamble. Some people have porn addictions. Like, I don't know what your vice is. Everybody got a vice. I'll never hold anybody vice against them. The world is crazy. You smoke a little bit of crack? Hey, that's you. That ain't me. Can you maintain? Did you shower? Did you brush your teeth? Is your hygiene good? Is your weight healthy? You're not skinny? Then you good. You just gotta have it. That's just your twist, or that's your thing, and that's fine. And that shit whatever it is, when it start controlling your life. Now you got an addiction issue, and you need to talk about this shit. You need some help if you can't maintain. And if you can't maintain, the first thing you should never do is put this shit on camera. President's son. What the fuck? And I'm gonna pardon my son, but I'm gonna call this motherfucker every goddamn name in the book except the child of Christ. I'm gonna talk to him like a goddamn stranger. You dumb son of a bitch. That shit was dumb, bro. Dumb. What the fuck you doing with the gun? What the fuck you doing recording yourself smoking crack? I don't give a fuck you smoke crack. Don't record this shit, bro. Dumbass motherfucker. Now look at this shit. The whole country on my back because I'm giving you a break. Son of a bitch. Yeah, they said that cocaine, that bag of powder that they found at the White House, that shit probably belonged to Miss Harris, actually. Hey, this stream is for entertainment purposes only. I am not a professional, and I do not give out any advice of any kind, whether it be political, financial, religious, medical, scientific, or otherwise. Never, ever, ever believe anything I say. If you think anything I say is true, I always advise you to do your own research and figure things out for yourself, because I am wrong most of the time, because I am doing this for fun. I do not want you to take anything I say literally or seriously. I'm just talking and running my mouth, and this stream is for entertainment purposes only. It's only for entertainment. But they said that cocaine was Kamala Harris cocaine. It's just rumors. It's just rumors. I'm just gonna mix this paint now. Because it's not gonna be enough. Let me see if I can try to get a color close. Should I even scrape that off? I might get away with it. Okay, like I said, so to me, I think I can get close to this color. We'll see if I can blend this in.
Biden pardoning his son not just for the gun crimes for which he was convicted and not just for the tax crimes for which he pled guilty. Instead, Biden gave his son an extraordinarily sweeping pardon for any and all crimes he committed, may have committed, or even merely been involved in at any point in the last 10 years. That broad language, unlike any in recent history and reminiscent only of President Gerald Ford's pardon of Richard Nixon for, quote, all offenses against the United States, end quote, that the former president had or may have committed during his entire presidency. Trying to explain his decision to Americans, President Biden made a personal appeal. He said this, quote, I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision, he said last night. Understand? Americans might, though they'll have to be forgiven for thinking that all of this was off the table.
Any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No. I just said no. I just answered.
When would the president pardon or commute his son if he's convicted?
So I've answered this question before. It was asked of me not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago.
So this is a little darker than that. I'm gonna add a little bit more white, a little bit more yellow, and see if you can get it closer.
It's great. But anyway, the Maxford one is unique.
And then I'm gonna just add the rest of this paint into it as well.
Experienced golfer like me, and I would guess you too. The Maxford one has a shorter shaft for one thing, so we don't need a longer shaft. We lose control. It has what is called a perimeter payload. Basically, the way that the club head is designed is that it allows for more of a straighter shot. Actually, the shaft goes more toward the center of the head, if you can see that here. They call it shaft shift. Basically, it just means they move it to the center of the head here. And it promotes a draw, which we all like.
You said before that the president would not pardon his son. Is that still the case? Nothing has changed. That is still the case.
And have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes. I said I abide by the jury decision, and I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
I can speak for the president, and he said he would not pardon his son.
Does the president have any intention of pardoning him?
We've been asked that question multiple times. Our answer stands, which is no.
Well, it stood until last night. Joining us now, Soleil Amos, Mohsin, senior Washington correspondent for Bloomberg, Isaac Dever, CNN senior reporter, Megan Hayes, former director of message planning for the Biden White House, and Brad Todd, Republican strategist and CNN political
That's not
commentator.
too bad.
Welcome
That's
to all of
pretty
you.
close.
Megan Hayes, look, many of our viewers
So
have gotten
take
to know
that.
you, but you really do know this family. You worked inside
Then
this
I'm
White
gonna
House for a
take
very long
the rest
time.
of this.
Can you help us understand how they got to this decision? Because I have to say, I've talked to some people who thought the president wouldn't get there because he was concerned about his legacy. Obviously, something really changed.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I didn't actually think he'd get there till much later, in the last couple months of his term. But I do think with some of the nominations that Trump has put up, I think it probably caused a little bit of worry for him. But also, I think people have to remember the president has lost 2 children already, and he does not need to lose another one to more political, witch hunts that the president is calling them. He worries about Hunter going to jail. There's a lot of things wrapped up in this. So I think at the end of the day, the president made a decision as a father to keep his son out of jail and out of harm's way moving forward.
Just to pick up on something you said at the top of your answer, you think the selection, for example, of Kash Patel played into this decision?
I think that some of these nominations that Trump has been putting forward and leaving this in the hands of other folks, I think is worrisome to the president. I mean, President Trump and Kash Patel have said they're going to go after their political enemies. They're going after retribution. I think that Hunter Biden has been seen as the person that they've gone after many times, and I don't think the president's going to leave that to chance when he leaves office. He, again, does not want to lose another son. He's lost 2 children already, and he does not want this to go on any further once he leaves office.
Isaac Dever, what's your reporting kind of behind the scenes on how this came to be, but also, we have seen some Democratic reaction already criticizing the president for this. We saw a tweet from the Colorado governor, a Democrat, Jared Polis, saying it's bad precedent that could be abused by later presidents. Congressman Greg Stanton said, I respect President Biden, but I think he got this one wrong. And then Joe Walsh, who is a former congressman, Republican congressman who's become a Trump critic, he was on MSNBC. He put it this way. Let's play it because it's kind of a succinct way to look at it. Take a look.
So the next time any of us complain about anything Trump does, this pardon is just deflating. Nobody's above the law, we've been screaming. Well, Joe Biden just made clear his son Hunter is above the law. Donald Trump lies every time he opens his mouth, we've been screaming. Joe Biden repeatedly lied about this. The politicization of the justice system. Donald Trump and his people have been screaming. That's exactly what Biden said here.
Point, and what are you hearing from other Democrats?
This is the kind of thing that does breed cynicism in people, and it's that cynicism that in part Donald Trump plays off of in making the moves that he does when he says, look, it's all rigged against everybody. The Justice Department is politicized, right? And now Joe Biden has said that. His Justice Department under his administration was what was pursuing these cases, was what had gotten the guilty verdict in the gun case, and was waiting for the sentencing in this tax case. That's an issue for Joe Biden to face now, when he has put himself forward not just as an opposition to Trump, but as someone who is standing on principle and on norms and on keeping in that way. I do think, though, it's important we can hold multiple thoughts in our heads at the same time, right? That Donald Trump will perhaps use this, certainly allies will use this as justification or something to point to when he does things, whether it's pardoning people who were involved in the January 6th riot or other things. But it's not like Donald Trump wasn't going to do some of those things anyway. Right, and so, but it does muddy all the waters and of people who wanted to see Biden, if nothing else, as somebody who was standing up for all of these ideals that he was talking about for the last bunch of years.
Yeah, fair. Although we should also acknowledge, Saleha, that this is not the first president to pardon someone who he is related to in some way, including, with Donald Trump, it was an in-law, but someone in his family nonetheless.
An in-law, Charles Kushner, Jared's father, who he is just nominated to be his ambassador to France. I would have to agree that there is a little bit of a precedent being set that now when Democrats are sort of trying to figure out where do they go from here after having lost so badly in the presidential elections and down ballot races, they're trying to rebuild the party and they're left with an aged president leaving, former head of the Democratic Party after being president, and now he's done this. It's going to be really hard in the next 2 years as Democrats are trying to position themselves heading into midterms to also serve as bulwarks against some of Trump's plans, especially now that we've heard about his FBI nomination.
Brad Todd, you and I have we saw each other on Sunday. We were talking about kind of the ways in which, Republicans obviously feel like the Department of Justice has been weaponized against them in political ways. Do you buy? I mean, Joe Biden is basically saying, look, he would never have been prosecuted if he wasn't my son, and that this is political as well. Do you buy that?
There's no question. A lot of Justice Department prosecutions are a result of the fact that the DOJ decides they can get press out of them. They are sensitive to media pressure. They're sensitive to political pressure. Joe Biden and Donald Trump are now saying the same thing. And I think that makes the case for why the DOJ has to be cleaned up. The new ethos of operation has to happen there. But I think one thing about this pardon that's striking to me is that it's not for the gun and the tax charge. This is for everything he did in the last 11 years. Coincidentally, that's when he went on the board of Burisma, the Ukrainian gas company. I think that there's going to be a lot more investigation into what Hunter Biden's dealings were with Burisma, and now that he's been pardoned, he doesn't need the Fifth Amendment. He can tell us everything. He can tell us everything about his co-conspirators. He can tell us everything about other people who did business with him. A lot more is now on the table. And so I think Joe Biden, in overreaching here with an 11-year pardon, he may have opened more fodder for investigation from the House.
But that's the point, right? In the mind of the president, it seems that there was this fear that there would be vindictive retribution prosecutions of Hunter Biden under a Trump-run Justice Department. And look, it is definitely the case that some of the attention to Hunter Biden is because of Joe Biden. I remember still being in South Carolina the day after the South Carolina primary that Joe Biden won in 2020 when he turned his campaign around, and all of a sudden, Senator Ron Johnson was asking for information about Burisma. So, but that's the way it goes. It's also the case that Hunter Biden clearly, over the course of his career, benefited from being Joe Biden's son.
Just watch. More people will be pardoned by this administration who dealt with Hunter Biden.
Chewy, save up to 60% and get exclusive deals through Cyber Monday, like their favorite treats, toys, and food. The best presents at the best prices for the best pets. For low prices, for holidays with pets, there's Chewy.
Sentiment. You want your place to smell expensive without having to be expensive? Well, say hello to your new best friend. Sentiment. Smells just like those fancy 5-star hotels.
Smells exactly like the one hotel in Miami.
I better just fuck my favorite brush up. Oh, damn. I keep noticing the bristles keep coming out. Oh well, that shit is a wrap. Damn it. I gotta buy another one of those because that's really good for I normally use that to tone my canvases because it's so big and wide. Who in the hell is texting me?
Get the Guardian bike.
It is so much better.
900%. 900%, y'all. And that's why I missed yesterday too. And I definitely apologize for that. Missing yesterday's drink plate. If y'all follow me on this, I was putting different things around. Best to at least get out wanted to. That has been. That's not true.
To be president was.
Let's check this video out.
You know, listen, that was always the plan. I firmly believe that the reason that he was running again to be president was partially because he wants to sort of milk money out of the government, which is what he did the first time.
That's not true. That's not true. Honestly, nobody, and I'm gonna say this, out of everybody that has been the president, I'm confused on why she would mention Trump. Me personally, don't make this to where, by all means, that I'm glazing or nothing. But Trump doesn't need it. Trump is literally a billionaire that don't need it. So when Sonny is making things out to be and giving out these, false accusations and false information and this, that, and the other and giving out fake news, it's crazy. I'm telling you, that's not true. So for the people that don't really know anything about, and that's why I do these videos, that's not true at all. So
He was running to stay out of jail. That's what he was doing. If we're being honest, okay? But let me say, the other thing I want to say is, a lot of people are blaming Merrick Garland and saying, why did he take so long? And they're blaming the Department of Justice. Why did they take so long? As an alum of the Department of Justice, I want to make it clear that these cases generally take between 2 and 4 years to prosecute. I know that sounds crazy, but think about how many witnesses, including yourself, who testified in front of that House committee, 1,000. Yeah. When you are a prosecutor like Jack Smith and receive that case, you now have to re-interview those witnesses. You're not going to just take the paperwork and say, okay, Alyssa said this, so that's fine. You've got to do the work yourself. So between the House committee report being released, that was in 2022, they were gearing up against all of this pressure from the other side, appeals, motions.
So what can Jack Smith do now?
Well, now what he has done is...
I'm sorry, y'all. My dad keeps on calling. He's talking about his Christmas gift.
Well, now what he has done is he's withdrawn the cases. The judge has said they are withdrawn without prejudice. What that means is you can bring them again. But the problem is, because he's the sitting president, you can't continue the prosecution, and the statute of limitations will likely run out when he's done. So he did what he wanted to do, but the last final point I'll make, I know that most people are saying, well, this was a kitchen table issue. This was about the cost of eggs. Donald Trump never talked about the cost of eggs. He tried to commit a sex act on a microphone. He talked about, pets being eaten.
Yeah. Yes, he did say, that man, bro, And this is exactly why I say that I'm actually surprised that The View is still on. My thing is, Trump was literally in a whole grocery store, bro. In a whole grocery store. I put this on. I seen it with my own 2 eyes, bro. Trump was in a grocery store handing out money. He done handed out money. And it wasn't no $20 bill, no 40. I'm pretty sure it was like 100, 200. It was some bread. I don't care what nobody say. $100 is a lot of money. $100 is a lot of money. And he did that, and people still had something to say with him doing it. Can you believe that? You literally looking out for somebody, and doing something that's right. It don't matter what. Like I done said it before. It don't matter what Trump does. He's still gonna get hate for it. He can do the most greatest thing in the world. He's still gonna get hate for it. So for her to push out fake news that said he didn't care about the price of eggs, he didn't care about the groceries and this, that, and the other, he literally talked about that at his rallies. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, bro, hold on, bro. She lying now. I got a picture, y'all. I'll tell y'all, bro, I come with all types of receipts all the time, bro. So you mean to tell me, bro, this right here, if y'all can see this right here, this is not Trump with groceries, talking about groceries and talking about the price of things? And he didn't care about that? That is insane, bro. I'm telling you, this show don't put out nothing.
As a gun owner, the best decision I've ever made was getting a USCCA membership. I've got their concealed carry map. It is so easy to
lies.
The sex act on a microphone. He talked about, pets being eaten. Yeah. But when the exit polls.
And my thing is, why wouldn't you talk about them pets being eaten and stuff like that when that stuff is going down? Sunny is one of those people that she know what the principle is about that. It wasn't about, obviously it was about pets being eaten because it's disgusting, it's sad, and people, it's people's pets. But at the same time, it's the principle. It wasn't just, American, they wake up, you got to go outside and eat. It's literally immigrants. That it can't, bro, I can't stand it. And for a person to just get on this show and watch this show knowing nothing about politics, and they would hear her say that, then they would be actually wondering dang, this woman is actually right. Knowing that, she's absolutely wrong about this whole situation, but how she's making it seem for a person that don't know nothing about politics, know nothing about Trump, know nothing about, nothing. They're just listening, soaking all of that BS in that she's giving out. That's sad.
Taken. The 92% of black women that voted for the vice president said that the #1 issue for them was January 6th and the fall of democracy. Yeah. So there were some voters that felt that was very, very important.
And if I can respond, because I do think that's a valid point. Donald Trump was never on message this election. We talked about it constantly. But he still won because he had ads that were on message, that were being blasted all over TV. So people were still hearing it. Here's how he's going to bring down the cost of living. Here's what he's going to do for you. So we're all...
I'm just confused. Was the stuff that I've been covering this whole time, y'all please help me out. The stuff that I've been covering this whole time, this whole year, the whole last year, because I've only been covering this stuff since last year. He wasn't talking about this. All the videos that I've been put out, I'm confused about what these women are talking about. That is crazy to me.
He's talking about cats and dogs and crazy stuff. But a lot of voters who aren't tuning into the day-to-day news are seeing these targeted ads that are reaching them where they are.
Mongering ads about trans people.
But some were a lot of the majority of his were about
a lot of scapegoating, and every autocrat throughout history has found a scapegoat, and that's what he did.
Yeah, there's no way around that. That is true.
They have nothing to talk about, bro. Do y'all hear how quiet it is right now? Check it out.
Scapegoat, and that's what he did.
Look how quiet it is.
There's no way around that. That is true.
They don't even know where they at right now. Because everything that they give out, it's scripted. Everything's scripted. Sunny, I'm not even gonna lie. Sunny knows what she's doing. She knows the truth, all of that. Alyssa, I'm actually surprised at Alyssa today. For the simple fact
things from
that she has her doing it and saying that about that all he's been talking about is eating the people eating pets and this, that, and the other.
Bro, y'all know what his message was and what he. Matter of fact, if y'all want to even take go further, Kamala was copying off of the stuff that Donald Trump was saying at his rallies. If y'all want to get technical with stuff. So my thing is everything that this man does, like that's sad. All because he won, they're ready to do this.
I don't have anything to say about it.
I bet you don't.
Because I'm not gonna go back and say, oh, we should've, they should've, we should've, woulda, coulda. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
What I'm waiting for now is I want to see all this heat around, oh, you want to talk about the police who are policing it. Because y'all never talked about that before. You didn't mention that. You kept saying, oh, this person marched here or this person did this. There was a lot of hazarai about a lot of stuff that really didn't have anything to do with what I was interested in. I voted for everyone else because I thought we were all wanted peace for our brothers and sisters
and a democracy
in this joint. So
That make everything about race, bro. That is sad, bro. That's exactly why she lost, right there. That's all I gotta say. Make sure I hit the like button, hit that subscribe button. Catch you on the next one.
In my previous videos, I discussed the missionaries who religious organizations sent to spread the gospel to people considered strangers. Their goal was for their followers to preach their version of religious beliefs, emphasizing that it represents the truth, contrary to what people had already learned about their
NNN, Nigga News Network. Yo, he call this shit NNN.
Welcome to another installment of NNN, where we give it to you straight and no chase. Let's get right into it. Kamala Harris finally breaks her silence after losing big to the Don. Let's check it out.
I just have to remind you, ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power before November 5th. You have the same purpose that you did. You have the same ability to engage and inspire.
Yeah, she's obviously in the hotel room. They propped their flag up next to the curtain in that hotel room. Because she definitely ain't in the White House. Joe Biden been done kicked her ass out of there. Now, yeah, she seems to be inebriated, I guess is the word I'm looking for, because
he said
the internet is undefeated, y'all. Let's check out what the internet has to say about that little speech of hers. Here we go.
You have the same power that you did before November 5th. And you have the same purpose that you did.
Of course you do. And you got the same power and the same purpose. See, because the power is in the purpose, and don't let nobody ever take your power away from you. And where's my American flag? The American flag's supposed to be over here somewhere. Where's the flag? They're not gonna believe I'm in the White House. Where's the flag? Ah, she's no longer black. She went right back to being an Indian. Where's all you that was crying on the internet talking about she loves you? That went right back to Indian. As soon as she dropped you like a bad habit. Well, I'm so glad we ain't gotta hear that voice for the next 4 years. That's an annoying. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Drake is suing Universal Music Group because he said that they did some payola about hiring bots to blow up. They not like us song. You know, I thought battle rapping was supposed to be done on the mic, not in the courts. You know what I mean? I'm sure, how many bots have you used in your history? Because, you know, this can go two ways. Because we can dig up all the bots that you done had too, motherfucker. What is Sue rhyme with? Yes, put it in the comments. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Be sure to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Yeah. And check out Radiant right here in front of Bruce Lee. Yeah. Continuing with sports, She Ming is a registered doctor and her parents have no idea that she's an MMA fighter. Check it out.
Because when she ties up top with an over-under, the height difference is just too much to get any throw. She's got to lower her level and attack the hip. With an over-under, the height difference is just too much to get any throw. She's got to lower her level and attack the hip.
That damn. Ooh. She Ming needed to change into her lab coat because she needed a doctor after she just kicked her motherfucking ass to next week. She kicked it so hard they just had a drive-through talking about I want 3 Big Macs, a large oven fried, and a hot apple pie. God damn! Hell, Shane, you a doctor? You did it. You know what to do.
Yeah, they had to take that girl out on the stretcher.
In internet sports, check it out.
Eddie! What's that? What, Eddie? What's that? Yeah! Yeah! What, Eddie? What's that? What? Terrible, that? Somebody jump on sides, damn!
I think they gave James Winston the wrong script. Because, like they said that the NFL is scripted, and I'm tending to believe it because this mother kept saying, 180, 180, 180, and nobody jumped. And he said, y'all didn't get the script. So he fell in the line. Somebody jumped off sides. Damn. We'll be right back. Welcome back to NNN. Check it out, man. Some company has created this automatic human washing machine. Check it out.
Company is now creating a human washing machine that will clean you in a 15-minute wash and dry cycle like a dishwasher. So the company is still working on this pod and perfecting it, but they're actually going to be testing it hopefully soon and allowing people to actually use it before it goes for sale, I guess.
So, what's wrong with you young, lazy motherfuckers? You can't even get a rag to wash your own ass. You know what I mean? You can't stand in a goddamn shower and scrub your own balls. I mean, what the I mean, does it wash your ass? Does it get in the crack? Does it get in the crack and get the shit out? What? Does it have a hand to work the shaft with some bubbles, get some soap and shit? Does it? You lazy motherfuckers, Generation Nexo.
I know I'm always putting you on to amazing products that I use in my home and that I use personally, and this one is a game changer. This is a smell diffuser, and it's called Scent.
Whatever they call you sons of bitches, you're weakening the species. Stand up, scrub your own goddamn ass, motherfuckers. And does it suck? But how much money gonna cost? It better be able to suck a goddamn.
Yo, Nigga News Network, yo, this motherfucker going crazy.
This week on NNN. Reason number one, why they came after Bill Cosby.
You tell me to me that black people are violent and that they're going to take over, and I can open up the New York Daily News and show you white people who are killing their daughters, their husbands, their wives, their children, killing each other off. Well, if we put that in the paper and make it black and white, which is where the whole thing happens. It's in the paper. If a black man does something, it says, John Jones blacklist said black, 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 and did the black, black. Now, if a white man does it, it isn't white man Jones. It's just a man. Nondescript, just a regular old raggedy man went out, killed his 2 daughters and his wife, and shot himself. Now, if he does that, then everybody seems to just either sympathize with it or let it go out the window. But if a black man does it, then any white bigot can point his finger and say, see that? There they go again. Well, that isn't right.
No, it isn't right, Bill. And we'll be right back. Welcome back to NNN. Florida inmates conceive a daughter by passing semen through an air conditioning vent.
What? How?
And they say she's a miracle baby. She's a blessing. She's... What the fuck? How the fuck you pass? What kind of he got? Is thin and passing it all the way through the vent? What the fuck? You know you was fucking through that damn fence on the female side, penitentiary, the male side. Yeah, y'all was getting it on the fence, goddammit. Trying to sensationalize story, passing semen through an air conditioning vent. How'd you do it? Spit? You had to swallow your own shit and spit it, then spit it up, swallow it, and put it in a... I mean, what is this shit? And the miracle baby, the baby gonna be born in the penitentiary. What kind of miracle is that? That motherfucker been in jail, ain't even in the goddamn world yet. He doing 9 months in jail, this mother. Until next time, I'm out.
My 3-year-old daughter learned to ride a bike in just 1 day with Guardian. We love this bike and our daughter doesn't want to stop riding. We got her a bike from Guardian Bikes because they're lightweight, super safe, and have a brilliant braking system called SureStop that stops both wheels at the same time. This bike can be ridden using the balance bike method, and then you can transition it into a pedal bike. Guardian Bikes are assembled in the USA and only take 5 minutes to put together. I couldn't believe that my daughter learned to ride a bike in 1 day. Happy we chose Guardian.
Want to stop hair loss in its tracks? Through Hims.com, you can explore a range of options that work best for you, so you can grow visibly thicker and fuller hair. Get back your robust head of hair in just 3 to 6 months with doctor-trusted ingredients like finasteride, minoxidil, and a blend of supplements that support healthy hair. 3 in 4 Hims customers say they wish they started using hair treatment earlier. Stop hair loss and regrow hair. Get started today at Hims.com.
a dude named King Rico, my very first battle. And during the battle, was a dude with him that's heckling. We deep throw us, a lot of us at the battle. So I'm thinking like, yo, maybe they put this dude here or something. Like, I'm thinking it's like, it must be like some jokers. Like, no way that this dude is talking while rapping and doing this. But then after the battle is over, I swear to God, he comes up and says it after the battle now, like, yeah, man, that shit y'all rapping was ass, man, and good. He's still on it, you know what I'm saying? He's still on it. I'm just like, yo, so we just mourn this dude. I'm talking about, like, beat the shit about this nigga, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about he left there, leaking, sleep, fucked up, over. But afterwards, it's like, for what? You to do that to somebody, and these motherfuckers be hard and that shit for years of pain on them, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? Some nigga out here to get over just getting their ass whooped on camera in front of the world. You might have smacked everybody up in that, but your one man who wasn't even paying attention, I got stabbed in that battle to do it.
La France salue avec respect et gravité les morts des autres nations que jadis elle a combattues.
Choose to assign value to Black Americans depending on what you felt like. You could say, oh, I am against slavery because I know these people are human beings that have value and no one has the right to own another human person.
It's really laughable that it's only white people equating slavery to owning an abortion. Not once have I heard one Black or woman of color.
Fake, do you want to come up here? Because apparently color matters.
I would like to hear from a woman of color why
sure,
that
Faith,
is racist.
come on up here. Why are you...
Harbor Freight, we do business differently from the other guys. We design and test.
But you heard that I didn't want to win, and I was miserable that I wouldn't. No, that's a false story. That's their own misinformation. A term I use a lot, and now they use it all over. I always say misinformation, disinformation, and now everybody says that, so I don't use it anymore. But what happens is I end up being the nominee, and then I watch the other side, Bernie Sanders and Crooked Hillary go at it, and it's Crooked Hillary. And all of a sudden I'm fighting against Crooked Hillary Clinton, who's a smart woman, much smarter than Kamala, but doesn't lie as much. Hillary was a liar, a horrible scoundrel, but this one lies so much. And she's a low IQ individual. She doesn't even know she's lying, I'm telling you. This is not what you want for your president. That has nothing to do with me. This is not what you want. She's a very low IQ individual. She's dumb as a rock, and you can't have that. You can't have that.
I know you say that.
We love our country too much. You can't have it. We just went through 4 years of it. You can't have it anymore. A country can only take so much. And then I won, and so the point is that I never did it before, right? I'm president of the United States, and I was never even a politician before. And I picked some great people, Lighthizer and Trade, and we had a lot of great people. But
what's interesting
it's
is
all about the people. You got to have the right people.
when you ran in 2016, the leaders and heroes of the Republican Party were the Bush and Cheney families. And is it weird for you to see Liz Cheney, that'd be Dick Cheney's repulsive little daughter, running against you with Kamala Harris?
Well, I think it hurts Kamala a lot, actually. Look, she's a deranged person. The reason she doesn't like me is that she wanted to stay in Iraq. She wanted to stay. She wants to, tough person. People get killed all over. She's real tough, right? They're not the tough people. Don't forget, I went against her.
Discrimination and segregation in schools and other public places. In reaction to this Civil Rights Act bill, and with the loss to the Democrat Party preventing a new Democratic desegregated party from being accepted by the Democratic National.
Let me tell you something. Is it me? I mean, like, or does this brother Kendrick stand out creatively?
Superman.
When it comes to these newer rappers that are out, it's not just me, right? He stands out.
This one guy put it best. He's a retired journalist, and he broke it down too. So all that stuff is broken down because you know this the way he gives like all this props to people and everything like that, or just even in general his videos. He doesn't even have to say anything. Like the lyrics.
Your booty looked long on that one too. I'm sorry, they did match it up good.
Yeah. What's the? I don't know if y'all should be playing that Kendrick. Y'all want to get a lawsuit up there?
Hey man, your man's Drizzy is going back to back with the lawsuits. After filing yesterday's initial lawsuit on UMG, Drake said, nah, that's not enough. Let's spin the block again with a second lawsuit. Now, yesterday's lawsuit on UMG was about UMG using bots, payola, and pretty much different methods to boost up the numbers for Kendrick's Not Like Us. Now,
I still don't believe it. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, ladies and gentlemen. Today, an unprecedented thing has happened in hip hop. I don't even, y'all know me, bro. I was the one who said I gained respect for Drake after this battle for stepping in that ring. I said that J. Cole apology, that Drake didn't do nothing like that, so he's still up in my book. Drake is suing over Not Like Us. This can't be real.
It's Not Like Us. Now, some people yesterday made the joke saying, yo, this is what Drake is mad about. He's not even mad about being called a quote-unquote on the record. Well, today, Drake heard you guys' criticisms and jokes, and he says, hey, you know what? Let me slap him with a defamation lawsuit. You guys are right. Thanks for reminding me about that one. Now, today, Drake launched a second lawsuit on UMG, accusing UMG of defamation and claiming they could have easily halted the release of a song that's falsely accusing him of being a sex offender. Now,
so, well, speaking of lawsuits, I have to say this, Drake filed a lawsuit against Kendrick. Or against Universal Music Group for giving Kendrick the Not Like Us look. And they say that's the ultimate no-no. You don't, in a rap beef, you don't start bringing in lawyers and suing for saying or doing stuff.
Man, that's a yelling. He can't do that. He been yelling.
I forgot.
You know, weak ass yelling and crying. But he always had this fool behind him. How he claiming it's unfair. He always had this behind him. I just enjoy the money, man. Let the little short Kendrick have it. Come on, all that money you got.
So the last 48 hours have been absolute.
As a gun owner, the best decision I've ever made was getting a USCCA membership. I've got their concealed carry map. It is so easy to see where I can concealed carry. Life-saving guides, ebooks, and checklists. Online courses with self-defense and firearm training. And in addition to all of that education and training, I also get self-defense liability insurance. I'm part of the USCCA if I'm ever involved in a self-defense incident. Go start your membership today at uscca.com.
Insane. Obviously, Drake filed his first lawsuit against Spotify and UMG, and now he has filed a petition, which is kind of like the starting place of a lawsuit against UMG and iHeartRadio. Basically, Drake is asking a judge if he can do an audit of their partnership because he wants to see if any suspect activity was going on when it came to Not Like Us being played relentlessly on the radio and pretty much everywhere else all summer long.
I do wonder, what is that about? Like, you just pride and ego, don't take the loss.
Man, that's the yellow. Man, that's the yellow kid that really can't play with his cousin. Yeah, that's the yellow with the white mama trying to come hang out in the Memphis Project with his cousin and gotta stay on the porch. Cause they know you can't go out there and play with them kids.
Hold on a second, I thought this was hip hop.
I thought we were gonna stand shoulder to shoulder, man to man. Could you imagine if Eazy-E would have tried to sue Ice Cube for no Vaseline? Absolutely ridiculousness. Man, this is the softest thing that I've ever seen happen in the culture. But again, everybody was screaming, they not like us for a damn reason. And even some of his greatest fans have to admit, this is straight up and down.
This is nasty work, man.
It's like dude over here with his back arched smiling for the camera.
Stephen A. Smith calls out Drake for trying to sue over Kendrick Lamar diss. So you got Stephen A. Smith speaking on this situation with Drake, trying to sue his own label for pushing Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us diss, right? We have never seen anything like this in hip-hop with all the hip-hop battles that have taken place. You never seen a rapper basically try to take legal action over a diss track, right? The Not Like Us song blew up, was the biggest song. I believe people enjoyed the song, people banged with the song. You let Drake tell it, you know, it was just being pushed and the people wasn't really feeling it. Woo, woo, this is what I'm getting from it. Because
that was a miscalculation. I think he thought suing Universal, nobody would give him. But the way they tried it out and played out, it looked like he's suing Kendrick.
But not his peers. I mean,
I think the peers for him because
the peers
you benefited from this. So it looks just optic wise like, hey man, I was all right when that was working for me.
Them kids? Say, get back over here, Drake. Yeah. What is Aubrey? Whatever that nigga came in. That nigga said, you say we Aubrey can't play with the Kendrick? Kendrick said, yeah, Kendrick been getting hit up. You heard the story, didn't it? Yeah, get your ass back on the porch, Aubrey. What's wrong with you? Them kids will eat you alive.
Greetings, you polite savages. It's been months since the epic battle between Kendrick Lamar and Aubrey, aka Drake, October's very own, and Kung Fu Kenny. As we all know, the Compton native just wiped the floor with him. A lot of folks are trying to say, you know, the OVO malls and the academics that it was close, but really when it came down to it, there was no competition. And for the very first time in Drake's career, he took an L, an epic L, not an L that you could bounce back from like Pusha T, but an L that everybody knew there was no debating. So what does Drake do? Does he go regroup, come back better? No. He files an inquiry for a lawsuit against UMG for defamation and payola. So if you want to break down what this is, he's saying that UMG manipulated through their partner Spotify and other streaming services the amount of streams that Kendrick actually got. Now what's really funny is this is what everybody has always accused Drake of doing. In the defamation part, when he's saying that Kenny calling him a pedophile, UMG should have stopped that because they could have easily stopped the record. But it's funny because he didn't care nothing about saying that Kenny was actually raising someone else's child, accusing him of being a domestic abuser. Then you heard the child was his manager and his business partner and one of his closest friends. Listen, this is just a simple case of throwing rocks and hiding your hands. You're not innocent in this, my guy. You throw mud, he threw a mud boulder back, and it just stuck a little more because, quite honestly, you were looking very sus. It's on that lady's neck when she was 17 and saying, oh my goodness, but she felt so good after you found out her age. It was just creepy, my guy, that's it. But back to the business at hand. It's nasty work filing a lawsuit after you lost a battle. And all the stands out there are going to say, well, what is he supposed to do? You just can't call him a pedophile. Shut up, stupid. This is hip-hop. Man, people talk about people's moms, people's dads, their dead cats, their relatives. Hell, in the 90s, people were blasting at each other. Drill rap, they're talking about people after they died and after they did the crime. What are you talking about? You guys are absolutely ridiculous. You fans are the worst ones. Here's the bottom line. You can't come outside saying you want to smoke, and then when the smoke comes, you over here looking for Smokey the Bear. Calling the fire department, calling the law. Like Charleston White said, my guy, you ain't built to run off the porch with the big dogs. Stay up there with your grandma.
Drake filed a lawsuit against Kendrick, or against Universal Music Group for giving Kendrick the Not Like Us look.
Aubrey can't play with the Kendrick? Kendrick said, yeah, Kendrick been getting hit up. You heard that story, didn't it? Bruh. Yeah, get your ass back on the porch, Aubrey.
wrong with them kids will eat you alive.
And remember what DMX said about Drake years ago? He was trying to warn us Darkman X had.
It's a Guardian bike.
It is so much better than his previous bike.
It's a lighter weight bike. It has a lower center of gravity, so it's easier for them to balance.
And features a single lever handbrake which stops both wheels.
And so you don't have to worry about it now. Don't pull the wrong brake and then fly over the handle.
A nose for weak cats. A nose for fakeness. A nose for soft.
What about Drake? You like Drake?
No.
My man. That's my guy right there.
No.
That's why X is necessary in the game right there.
And then why don't you like Drake? I don't like anything about Drake. I don't like his voice. I don't like nothing he talks about. I don't.
See, I be trying to tell these face. I don't like it.
I don't like when he walks like nothing. I don't like haircut. I might just let me shut up.
He's a talented boy.
Drake he has talent.
Yeah.
It's kind of redundant. You know, it's kind of the same all the time, and it kind of sounds the same. It's an annoying sound. It's a little voice like annoying, like the washing machine. No, like it's real, son. Like you can't just walk around doing.
You can still do that if it's going up on World Cup.
Yeah.
You can.
Right, you can. Yeah.
You are not going to catch Drake in no elevator by himself anyway.
He ain't got to be by himself. Like that's not a problem. Like you know.
You're talking
But is this what hip hop has really come to? Has it come to like we're actually filing lawsuits? It's fallen so far that we're gonna file or attempt to file a lawsuit when it doesn't go our way. We just don't go away and come back and stronger or whatever you're supposed to do. It's absolutely ridiculous. And let's just take a look at this guy's career. Drake has a career of people just not liking him. He just stepped on DMX's toes. For some reason, X didn't like him. Jay-Z didn't like him. A lot of folks just ain't really messing with him. And of course, all the dudes he thought were friends, well, he just hopped in and hopped out of the ladies' DMs, according to a lot of inside sources. So basically, Drake is just out here being an ultimate scumbag and filing a lawsuit after losing a battle, or attempting to file a lawsuit after you lose a battle is an ultimate scumbag move. Is this the end of Drake? Absolutely not. Drake will still have his fans out there. I mean, he'll release a Spanish album. He'll be singing mariachi. He'll be doing all types of stuff. Anything to put this battle behind him. But the bottom line is this, dude. You went up against Little Kung Fu Kenny. Dude is like 5'5", 5'6", size 8 shoes, from Compton, California. And he just politely and directly put his foot all the way in that.
Drake is suing Kendrick Lamar's label over Not Like Us.
Why?
Drake's claiming Kendrick's distribution label bought over 30 million bots to make Not Like Us look bigger than it was.
Is that it?
He just mad he lost the battle! He also claimed they paid radio stations and influencers to promote the song.
It's illegal to promote your own music?
Drake claimed they engaged in deceptive business tactics and violated RICO. And false advertising on Apple.
Taking on Apple?
He claimed that when you asked Siri to play Certified Lover Boy, it played Not Like Us instead. He officially lost it!
Okay, let's play devil's advocate.
What?
Let's say they go to court.
Okay.
Say Drake actually wins. Then what?
Then Drake is just a sore loser because he couldn't beat Kendrick in an actual death battle!
Okay, let's reverse
Hit
it.
it!
Selfish, lying, manipulative sack of who has made enemies for 15 years, and now we're here at the fucking boiling point. True.
Why did Jay-Z take this shot at Drake?
Hip-hop finally looked at all Drake's actions, jumping out of different genres and roles and like accent.
I don't need evidence for this. Is the Atlanta thing. When he's just like, you just use these Atlanta rappers to get your currency up. You're a colonizer. That was the one where you were like, oh, he's providing evidence on all
In
this.
2014, Rolling Stone released an interview they did with Drake. In this interview, Drake was quoted saying a couple of things that Drake himself was not happy about. And one of those things was his critique of Jay-Z's recent raps being heavily focused on art. In the interview, he says, it's like Hov can't drop bars these days without at least 4 art.
You've been behind the scenes, being the biggest sack of you can possibly be. I'm not here to fucking play games with you. But know what it is out there. That's it. And he's fucking white. And he's Jewish. And he had too much dip on his chip. You've been behind the scenes, hitting his baby moms, sending money to baby. Yo, dog, you've been back and sending messages to this wife, talking about and hey, but this mom died. Hey, all that's cool, but where my beat at? I don't give a that your mom died. Dog.
Thank you for watching the Tip Network. Follow us on all social media outlets and ask yourself one burning question. Can you handle the tip? Boom. We're out.
We found true happiness.
How does it work? You're probably wondering, how does it work? First, you give your project a name. I'm gonna call mine Randy. Then you measure your space and upload a drawing of your measurements. How's this? Keep it simple, Picasso. You don't need to be an artist. Too much glue. Then choose the height, the mounting type, the color, and the material. No weak, bulky posts here. You can choose between zinc and steel.
And you're not wrong, yo. I think God's plan was like,
Marine grade stainless steel.
I don't know. They pushed that video so hard and they pushed that song so hard when it came out. I actually saw that video myself. And I was like, okay, he's just going around giving people money. And like, people really couldn't believe it. So I was like, well, that's pretty cool, Drake. You know, if you got millions and millions, then it's a tax write-off too. So it's not, you're not losing out on anything really. You give you probably make $250,000 off a tour or a couple $1 million off a tour. You give, you know, $30,000 to charity as a tax write-off. You'll get it back in the end anyway. A contribution donation to a non-profit or a cause. So that's the one thing when people, when really rich people give money like that, you know, it's not hurting their pockets. Sometimes it actually benefits them to give away money so that they have less taxes to pay at the end of the year. Well, yeah, I brought in X amount of dollars, but I also gave away, you know, this amount, so you can't tax me for that. Because I'm charitable. I really don't like acrylic paints for some reason. I just don't like painting with these. Only thing is they dry so fast. You can just keep going and keep going. Oh my god, I just fucked up. God damn it. How did I do that? Shit. Just dip my damn acrylic paintbrush and paint in it. And I got the water sitting right in front of me. I'm so used to going to the side over there and dipping the clean. Damn it. It smells like thinner now. I don't know if that's not like that for me. Ooh, I did not mean to do that.
Your dad is still alive, I would not give up on this opportunity. This book is called Dad, I Want to Hear Your Story, and it gives him an opportunity to write down all of his life experiences and all of his memories and stories for you to keep and cherish forever. It has a section about parents and grandparents. It has a section where it talks about becoming and being a dad. It even has a section for dad trivia. My dad actually passed away 8 years ago, so this is actually a book that I'm going to fill out for my kids, and hopefully they cherish it forever and pass it down to their kids and their kids and their kids. Keep my legacy alive. If you guys want to get one for yourself, I'll put a link down there below. Keep the legacy of your dad alive.
It's the crews, cattle, and accolades that keep you striving for the best that's ever been. It's more than a banner or a great calf crop. It's everything you deserve. And for that, we're here with them.
Okay, first of all,
No chance. Just to think that you almost lost America on January 6th. Like, I just don't buy that you're that soft.
Yeah, I do. And just to educate you a little on this, I was saying this for 5 years when everyone was laughing at me for saying this, that Trump would never concede the election and he would never go away.
In this video, Candace Owens and Bill Maher dive into a heated yet thought-provoking debate covering a range of contentious topics such as Trump's role in the January 6 Capitol riots, media bias, the Me Too movement, climate change, and the rise of political correctness. Owens adeptly challenges Maher's viewpoints, defending conservative stances while highlighting what she perceives as hypocrisy and manipulation by the media and cultural elites. Despite their differences, they ultimately find common ground in critiquing modern political correctness and its effects on free speech and public discourse.
Yeah, like my colleague Matt Walsh, she's got 6 kids. I feel I'm naturally competitive.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Well,
It's bad. I'm very, very competitive, so I feel like now I might just have 6 kids, just 7, just to beat them. It's really bad.
definitely bad for the planet.
I know.
Let's not get into that right away. I mean,
Kids are bad for the planet.
well, what
They're
everything.
pretty eco-friendly, actually. Adults are bad for the planet.
Well, they're not eco-friendly in the sense that they're going to have kids, and you know, that you're just making more people who are using resources. You know, people who argue about planet and you know, Elon Musk. I don't understand his whole thing about like we should have more people. It's like there's room. Of course, there's room. It's not about room. It's about resources. We don't have the resources. We have the room. We just don't have. I read this the other day where the what do they call the groundwater? We've already like sucked out all the groundwater that we can possibly use. There's just not enough rain falling for like all your kids. It's all about you, Candace.
Thank you. It's interesting because I've just kind of read this whole book debunking all of that, which
I feel like in 2 years you're gonna have a totally different perspective on all that because
Wow.
I've seen your growth and where you were a few years ago to where you are now.
No.
And you know, Elon Musk I think is probably pretty educated about the planet resources. Do you think?
No.
No.
Not necessarily. Not if not either of you. If you think that we can somehow keep putting people on the planet which has a finite amount of resources. It's a shame to have to cut into that, but you do.
Yeah, you do.
You gotta.
Yeah.
But don't you not believe like in the moon landing? So I'm supposed to believe you about climate.
I think it's so funny how people take. Well, first off, I know what I'm talking about with the climate stuff, so I'm just going to go ahead and promote.
Well, you're not the only one.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you should probably realize, like, that there is, in the same way that there are narratives, I think you're now more awake to. The climate hoax is one that funds trillions of dollars, and we are not running out of space. You could fit the entire world if you stacked it like New York City and Dallas. So
fit. I just said it's
you
not
said
about.
fit, but the point is that hurricanes are down. The whole idea that every time it rains, it's because
Well, I will
something
agree.
bad is happening is like it's okay.
What I will agree with you on is this.
When you just look at the waste in America, well, there's not enough resources. There's plenty of resources. There's plenty of resources. We've been programmed to be consumers. We are, especially here in our country, we are a consumer nation. And we have a consumer mindset. And in consuming so much, we produce excessive amounts of waste. Excessive amounts of waste. Especially food waste. Like America produces so much food waste, it's ridiculous. There's enough room, there's just not enough resources. That's a lie. That's a lie. There's so many resources we throw them away. So many resources. I can just throw this shit away. You know, so plentiful.
The environmentalists do often lie because they have this idea, this issue is so important, and by the way, it is so important, that it's okay if we shade the truth to get people on our side, and I don't agree with that. I'm always...
You lied every time.
Well, not every time.
What was your climate disaster growing up? Mine was global warming. They don't even say it anymore.
They don't say global warming
No,
anymore?
they don't. No, they say climate change. They went from global
Maybe
cooling.
not in your
they
bubble,
went
but
from,
in the world they
no,
do.
they don't. They went from global cooling to global warming.
They never were in global. No one was ever talking about. It was one. That's such a stupid talking.
The debate began with Owens challenging Maher's view of an impending climate crisis, labeling climate change a financially motivated hope. She argued that people are being manipulated into lifestyle choices, like having fewer children out of fear. Maher, however, defended his concern for environmental issues, emphasizing the need to address these challenges. Despite his stance, Owens dismissed his views as part of a broader media-driven fear-mongering campaign aimed at controlling public behavior and opinion. Let's dive in and see how it unfolds.
Nobody was talking about global cooling. Yes, we understand that the planet is always changing. That's a different
No,
story.
there was a whole climate alarmism via the IPCC for global cooling.
No, there wasn't.
Okay. There was.
But do you believe people landed on the moon?
Well, let's just back
Because
that
if
up
you don't,
because you're
then
going.
I think that's.
No.
I think that
You
really
are
sets a
taking-
standard for this discussion.
You are taking something that was a Twitter
You can't answer it?
joke. I'm going to answer your question,
Okay.
but I'm just trying because I think you should add context because what you're doing now is you're jumping away from an actual meaningful discussion about climate change and the hoax that's surrounding it and making people fearful to have children. And you're like, well, didn't you once tweet when I said, literally I said in the tweet, let's have some fun today. What is one conspiracy theory that almost got you and that you think like could possibly be real? And I said the one that always gets me every time is the moon landing. How come we haven't gone back? Of
This
all
is-
the things I
this
talk
is the
about and I'm known for, like there wasn't even an article written about this about me.
I wasn't planning to talk about
Yeah,
it.
so
but
it's like, how did you get here?
Because
You saw it on Twitter?
I got here, but somehow I knew it.
But how?
Because it's out there.
But it's
because
not.
I've
It's not
read
even in my Wikipedia. Like it's so obscure. It's so niche that I'm just like curious how.
I don't think that's the case because I think I read it in the Vanity Fair article about you.
No.
No?
Nope.
Well, I
That's
read
what I
it
mean.
somewhere.
It's not even relevant for like I've never ever had a
Well,
single
then- well,
person
then I've
sit
done-
down and ask me this question.
Well,
so
then
I'm
I've
just
done
like,
America a service because
Okay.
we find the baseline of your thinking. I'm sorry, but that is relevant. That you don't think men landed on the moon.
no,
It's
I
a-
just
it's a-
said I would like first off what I specifically said was
You don't know?
I want to know why. And I think even Elon Musk said this in his timepiece.
Ask him about it.
Yeah,
Ask him
I
about
think
the moon.
he did address it in his timepiece.
I think he probably
and there-
believes it
But I'm
happened.
just not interested in this topic like at all. So it's just
Okay.
like you just came in so fiery about something that I am not known for. That was like an
Okay.
obscure
I
tweet
don't want-
of like
I
it
don't
started
want-
with "Let's have some fun," and it was in a joking manner. And suddenly you're
Sorry.
like,
Okay.
"How could you not believe the moon landing?" And I'm
Well, I
like,
do
the
believe that.
energy is
Okay,
like a little.
My apologies. I don't want this to be adversarial.
No, it was just
If we hadn't
surprising.
gone on to global warming, I
Well,
wouldn't
that's
have,
something that I actually
wouldn't have
believe, so
thought
I'm
the
okay
moon.
to have this topic.
But I connected it to that because it was like, okay, if,
But I'm in the public sphere talking about that. I've had experts on my show talking about, like Gregory Whitestone talked about his book about the climate change hoax. I care deeply about that because of the implications and how the climate change hoax and the trillions of dollars that are basically disappearing for things like Paris Accord Agreement. Like I'm very much on record.
Now, on to the next segment, where Candace delivers an unexpected and powerful rebuttal to Bill. She challenges his stance on January 6th, calling it weak and accusing him of pandering to a flawed and misleading narrative. Watch closely as Bill responds, while Candace stands her
The best decision I've ever made was getting a USCCA membership. I've got their concealed carry map. It is so easy to see where I can concealed carry. Life-saving guides, ebooks, and checklists. Online courses with self-defense and firearm training. And in addition to all of that education and training, I also get self-defense liability insurance. I'm part of the USCCA if I'm ever involved in a self-defense incident. Go start your membership today at uscca.com.
I'm always putting you up to amazing products that I use in my home and that I use personally, and this one is a game changer.
ground in this intense and thought-provoking exchange. This is definitely an intriguing moment to watch unfold.
but they raised their hand, except for Christie, when they said, would you support him as the nominee? I mean, that's pretty amazing for a guy who's, you know, probably going to be convicted for what he should be convicted for, and I'm sure we agree on this, Candace.
Definitely sure we agree on this.
About, you know, trying to overthrow the government of the United States.
You're just not like, you're not a weak enough person to really like. I don't buy this. I think you dance this way because you think you have to placate.
Okay, first of all,
No chance. You
just
think
to
that
educate
you
you.
almost lost America on January 6th. Like, I just don't buy that you're that soft.
Yeah, I do. And just to educate you a little on this, I was saying this for 5 years when everyone was laughing at me for saying this, that Trump would never concede the election and he would never go away. I was all alone on a raft.
But I mean, you saw BLM riots, right?
Yeah.
The summer leading up to this, right? Where like I lived in DC at this time, where you couldn't go outside, cars were flipped, things were burned, people were boarding up their windows. But you thought the end of democracy, you can say this meaningful place, happened when people above the age of like 65 stormed the Capitol. Like, you thought that was the worst thing you've ever seen in American politics.
Well, I mean, what was the worst thing? That was a small part of a bigger picture. The worst thing was that finally we had a president, after all this history that we've had, nobody ever did this, not Al Gore and not Nixon, who probably didn't actually lose their elections. They allowed this peaceful transfer of power to happen. We finally had a guy who decided, of course, because he's insane, decided that no matter what happens, I won this election. There's only two things that could possibly happen. I win the election, or if I don't win the election, there must have been some cheating. It was looked at by his own people around him, including the Homeland Security Department, including the Director of National Intelligence, including every court, federal and state, including his own lawyers, his daughter, Bill Barr. Everybody told him, you lost this election. They looked at this over and over again. Even the Republican vote counters, like the one he called who said, find me 11,000 more votes. Even those people told him. So plainly, he did not accept losing the election, and then he tried to put in a bun. This is why he's on trial. It's not for lying.
Believe that day, as the media presenter, talking about media hoaxes.
I give you my answer. It's not just that day, although that was part of the scheme. I mean, it's not like coincidence that they showed up on the very day that they were certifying the vote at the very place they were doing it to stop that from happening.
And
That's
did
not a
you have
coincidence.
any questions about why the FBI hasn't been able to find, since we started with media hoaxes, do you think it's strange that they haven't been able to find who dropped off the pipe bombs the night before? Because I think that's the strangest piece.
What pipe bombs? Oh, this is some red herring bullshit.
Not red herring. This is in the news. You can watch the CNN and MSNBC. You know, remember the night before on January 5th, there were pipe bombs that were set outside of the RNC and the DNC headquarters, right? And this was a part of the whole thing. Bombs were about to go off, but they were able to, get the bombs out. This is why, AOC said shit fly for all this stuff. And so I'm asking you, do you have more pressing questions about why they have not been able to find the person that dropped off those
I will have to look into that the way you'll have to look into the moon thing.
Okay.
Because
I think that's a very big piece for a lot of people of just understanding what actually happened on that day.
As I said before, I don't trust the media on anything because they never give you the full story. So I will allow that there could be this element to the story that is part of the story. I don't think it will probably change my mind that Donald Trump would not concede an election.
Hillary Clinton took a very long time. I don't think she's
Hillary Clinton was there before the night was over in her purple suit conceding the election.
She slept in. You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
John Podesta came to the podium and said,
it was before dawn of the next day.
Okay, my point is that saying that there was
your point.
No, I didn't lose my point. My point is that
you're saying that Hillary, you were. Hillary conceded as soon as it was obvious that she lost.
The thing that I'm trying to get you to say though, we know that you hate Trump. That has been abundantly obvious.
Yes,
I actually think that Trump out of office
for good reason.
Well, was a good thing for your show because it allowed you to.
It's not about my show, Candace.
No.
That's insulting.
No.
It's insulting.
I'm saying because people that weren't watching your show that you didn't let me finish. You can't tell me I didn't finish.
No, but you keep
I was going to say that people that did not watch your show because there was so much dedication to talking about Trump during those years, then were switched onto your show because you moved on and you started talking about other topics that were crucial and I think brought in more of a conservative base.
Yeah, it is. Can we just have this professional courtesy that I concede and I believe you believe everything you said.
Yeah.
give me the same courtesy.
I said I believe you hate Trump, and
well,
I
you're
said
saying I'm doing things for ratings or to bring in a
that
different
I didn't
audience.
bring up
I
ratings.
never
I
do
said I
any.
actually believe that literally amongst my audiences, more conservatives started watching you post-Trump,
Yes.
myself included.
But that's big.
That's not bad.
But that's not.
I'm sorry I said you got a bigger audience now.
But-
Like, oh
yeah,
my
but-
gosh, you
no,
guys
but
gonna
you-
call
but you-
yourself this
no,
big group
that's
people
not,
like me.
no. You ascribed a reason to it that's not true. I do have a bigger conservative audience and a less woke audience, probably.
Yeah.
More people who are common sense centrist. Good, fine. I didn't do it for that reason.
I never said you did it for that
You
reason. I
kind
said
of
I
implied
did
that.
not imply that.
Okay, fine.
I didn't. I
Right
genuinely
then,
meant what I
right
said.
then, okay.
Yeah.
I just say
think
what
that
I really
when Trump
think.
got out of office, you started focusing on different topics other than Trump. Everything was about Trump.
I agree.
Right? And it wasn't that. It's never been that way for any other president. Never, and not everything was about
These
Obama.
other presidents weren't enough like that.
We have definitely, I think, I believe that there, and we can disagree on this, I think that from the second he announced that he was coming down, there was a media obsession with taking him down, like I've never seen. It actually woke me up. I was on the liberal side, and it turned me into a conservative. It was vicious, it was nasty, it was calling him things that he wasn't.
There was,
you
but
didn't
that's
participate in that, but
But there
saying
was.
that Trump was like a avowed racist that was trying to bring back the Klansman was
Okay.
a little bit like dramatic, you know?
But that happens with every president and everybody who gets that high up in the tree. You know, when I don't know how far back it goes, probably to George Washington, when a person is the one who's going to be in power, the people who want to prevent that, who think oppositely of how he thinks or she thinks, yes, that's what they do. They try
It
to
has
destroy.
never been
They didn't try
more-
to destroy Obama.
Not in the way that they come on Trump. You had the Lisa Bloom
please.
period where you
Oh,
had
Candace.
85 million women that came out of the woodwork with allegations. And where were you guys? He's been in the public sphere for the last 30 years. He's had shows. Where were you guys with your allegations of Roy Nelson running president? I mean, it was so obviously a ratchet job. And these things matter to you because it doesn't
Well,
matter.
one of them's on
It doesn't
tape.
matter. It doesn't
One of
matter.
them's right from the horse's mouth
One of
saying,
them-
I grabbed pussy.
He didn't say I grabbed pussy.
He did!
He said he was talking about groupies. He said they will literally let you do anything, including grab them by the
He wasn't talking
P-word.
about groupies.
Maher contends that January 6th was a pivotal moment that brought American democracy to the brink, fueled by Trump's refusal to accept the 2020 election result. He criticizes Trump's influence over his supporters and his persistent claims of election fraud, which he argues contributed directly to the Capitol riots. Owens counters by drawing parallels to the unrest during Black Lives Matter protests, arguing that these events were equally significant but did not receive the same level of alarm. She questions the media's narrative surrounding January 6th, alleging bias and pointing to unresolved issues, such as the pipe bombs planted the night before, which she believes were downplayed or overlooked.
I'm very against the Me Too movement. I'm very against all of this like rabid feminism. I don't like the idea of.
Well,
I actually think it does really bad for relations between men and women to pretend like some things are not abundantly true. That we don't have a culture of groupies and hoes and thoughts and music videos. And
Yes, we do.
and it's fine. And not every woman is like this. And I wouldn't love to hear my husband say it, but I also would be like,
Right.
our girls don't let you do anything to them.
Right. It's funny that we can admit about men that they're dogs because most of them are.
But we can't admit that girls are sluts.
But we can.
That feels not fair.
Well, I feel fewer women are sluts than males are dogs. Almost.
And I just learned that you are not on OnlyFans, which is lovely.
That I'm on?
That you're clearly not on OnlyFans. Where they're literally selling their bodies for a certain price.
Oh God, no.
Owens critiques the Me Too movement, expressing her disdain for what she sees as rabid feminism that promotes a victim mentality among women. She argues that the celebrity and entertainment industries are filled with individuals who actively pursue relationships with powerful men, and she claims the media exploits these dynamics to unfairly vilify men, especially high-profile figures like Trump. Owens goes on to criticize modern feminism for driving a wedge between men and women, asserting that it has damaged relationship and fostered a toxic environment of mistrust rather than genuine empowerment.
Kind of the first politically inclined person in my in my family, and it was interesting to kind of see how everyone reacted to it. And my grandfather, I cared very deeply about what my grandfather thought about me. Very deeply. I care very deeply about what my grandfather thinks about me. And
My 3-year-old daughter learned to ride a bike in just one day with Guardian. We love this bike and our daughter doesn't want to stop riding. We got her a bike from Guardian Bikes because they're lightweight, super safe, and have a brilliant braking system called Sure Stop that stops both wheels at the same time.
called me up one day, and I happened to have been invited to speak about the rise of white supremacy in front of Congress. And I've ever seen that clip of me. My granddad My granddad was sitting behind me. And when I did my opening statement, I said that part of the reason that I'm so compelled to dispel this narrative is because my grandmother grew up with real racism. My grandfather had the real Klansmen shooting inside of his home in Fayetteville, North Carolina, as he was a boy. And how insulting for me to harness what he lived through. I haven't lived through a day of that in my life.
Right.
Because I want clicks and views and for people to feel bad for me. That should make people sick when they do that, when they pretend.
And that's all I'm ever asking.
And my granddad was so crazy about it. I read about this in my book, and why I'm the way I am today is that when my grandfather would go into these stories about the Klansmen who hated his dad, and I think it was because his dad was, the kind of person that might whistle at a white girl, you know what I mean? But anyways, when they hated his father, he'd go back in the story and he'd say, we'd run in the back of the house, me and the kid, my grandpa was 1 of 12, and we'd run under the bed.
1 of 12.
1 of 12, yeah. And then
And you're carrying on the tradition then.
Exactly. My granddad would say, and then my daddy would grab the shotgun, speak back at them, and shoot back at them boys. Like, so powerful. Not this, like, oh my God, look at these colleges not accept. It's like, we're just, black people got weak. And it saddens me because we were funny, the concept for me of comedians, Black people being able to turn pain into humor, funnier than everybody else, always from this position of strength. And I had so much pride in that growing up. I had pride in my grandfather, pride in Black America, and to see it all suddenly dissipate for me with the rise of the BLM narrative, this idea that, like, no matter what, whenever Bill Maher's thinking, he just sees me as, like, that's a horrible, toxic. I want to be able to make fun of you for your race. I want you to make fun of me. I want us to be able to talk stereotypes because they're real and they're funny.
And I've seen you, like, take people apart, like about Black dorms.
Yeah.
Black-only dorms. I saw you with the guy, I forget who it was. But, I mean, when you chop someone up, you do it like nobody's business. And again, when I'm agreeing with you, it's just such a pleasure to watch that. And that's all I'm ever asking and I've been, there are lots of idiot, like, commentators, like Bill Maher's I'm not a racist. I just want the truth.
Yeah.
Just don't lie to me.
But don't you miss being able to make fun of each other in, like, a feel-good way? Go watch the old stand-up comedians. They would walk in, they'd be on stage, and they would just literally, you could not survive. You're Chinese, you're getting a joke. You're Black, you're getting a joke about and everyone is being offended, and everyone's laughing. And when they walk out, they're closer. Closer, because you need to have it.
Right, you do.
You're not
now, when you're walking on eggshells.
Yeah.
See, I can't make a joke because if it's taken the wrong way.
You gotta issue an apology.
And that way we don't get close.
Yeah, we never get closer. Get closer. The self-hating white person is like, as observing this as a Black person, right? This is something Black people could never get behind, right? You're not going to get Black people to, like, just lash themselves in public, and you know what I mean? They're going to be like, we look at this and we're a little bit like, you guys are a little weird. Like, at least we're, like, saying we're amazing and you guys are awful. Like, you guys are.
And if I can, I'll pop my collar and I'll shine.
The self-flagellation.
I've done
it
two.
Makes me uncomfortable, and it's a lot here in LA.
It is weird.
It's just weird. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't want to watch people.
It is uncomfortable.
Hurt themselves.
And also, it puts an imposition on Black people. They're asking Black people to forgive them or to signal that I know you're an ally.
Yeah,
I know you're one of the good.
I'm like, oh my God,
I hate it every
time. Yeah, like every time they do it, it makes my skin crawl.
It's cringe.
Because I know you don't mean this.
Of course not.
And I don't know why. It makes me feel like you're like watching it.
Black Panther was very meaningful to me.
And I wanted you to know that I see your experience and I hate myself, for being born this way.
We were going to call my show Keeping It Real, but, of course, that would have not aged well. But at the time, and I remember the network was like, too Black.
Too Black?
Too Black, that thing. But, like, what they don't understand is that that's what, in my experience, I'll just say this, in my experience, what Black folks love is not, I'm your ally. They love keeping it real.
Yeah. Well,
Keep it real.
My dad loves you.
Owens and Maher delve into the rise of political correctness and its effects on free speech and humor, reflecting on how past comedic norms allowed for open, honest discussions about race, gender, and culture, bringing people closer through shared laughter. They criticize today's culture of hypersensitivity, arguing that it has made it increasingly difficult to joke about certain topics without causing offense. Owens, in particular, emphasizes how this shift has, in her view, weakened American society by making people more fragile and less willing to confront difficult truths, as the fear of offending others has stifled meaningful discourse. And with that, we will end today's clip. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. Don't forget to support me with a like, share, and subscribe. Your support is the biggest motivation for me to continue creating more quality content. See you in the next videos.
I'm gonna take another bathroom break real quick, guys.
This is the book I got, and look at the design. Oh my god, and it's huge, you understand, yeah? And it's so nice to touch. I love it. The design is just, oh my god. And you know, let's check inside. It has literally everything. Oh my god, look how amazing this one is. So it has everything you would like to know, like about anything. So this is about plants. This is about some biology stuff. Penicillin. Do you know how to make penicillin? If anything happens in the world, do you? I don't, but I will do after I read this. All the electricity, flywheel, I don't know, anything. Bicycles. And maybe you can construct your own bicycle, whatever. Yeah, this is just amazing. I don't know, look at these illustrations. Anything you'd like to know. Like, you can find everything here. I think it's amazing. I think it's absolutely... Oh, this is about art, I guess. Yeah... I don't know. I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah. The book.
Cat that climbs? With Chewy, save up to 60% and get exclusive deals through Cyber Monday. Toys your cat will love at ground level, delivered fast at prices you love. For low prices, for holidays with pets, there's Chewy.
This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifa Tunde Oguntade, and I just want to give a special shout out to my haters, my enemies, and my frenemies. I just want to thank you for a job well done, because without my haters, without my detractors, my saboteurs, without my slanderers, without my YouTubian struggle streamers, without my frenemies, I could have never became the phenom that I am in the Black conscious movement. I could have never became the great Pan-Africanist that I am. I could have never became the great school psychologist that I am. So I have to thank all of my haters. I want to thank you for all you've ever done to try to stop me, to destroy me, to overthrow me, to slander me, to besmirch me. I just want to say thank you. Because as a bird cannot fly without the resistance of gravity, the plane cannot soar without the opposition of the turbulence, nor could the Prince of Pan-Africanism have ever became what I am without the opposition of my enemies. So again, thank you. I thank my ancestors for the opposition that you have provided for me, because only against your opposition was I able to grow and to climb and to achieve the things that I have. So I just want to say to all my enemies on YouTube, all my enemies in social media, in the Black community, the conscious community, the Black bourgeoisie, the untalented 10th, the Negropeans, the Coon Illuminati, thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of your opposition. And I pray that you never stop. I pray that you continue to work against me. Thank you so much, because without you, I could have never succeeded. Peace and Pan-Africanism.
Dr. Umar, this mission got to be completed. I'm here arguing with these hating ass ninjas defending you. They throwing dirt on your name about the school. They said you scamming. My dear brother, I appreciate your support and I appreciate your defense, but I will be donating zero energy to defending my honor with Negropeans. I appreciate you supporting me, my brother. If they want to call me a scammer, let them call me a scammer. If they want to say I'm robbing the people, let them say I'm robbing the people. If they want to say the school is a scam, let them say the school is a scam, my brother. I will not be donating any of my spiritual energy to defending myself from ninjas, Negropeans, and members of the Coonocracy. I will not give them no energy. I appreciate you supporting me, my brother. I really do. But I will be giving them no energy. Spiritual vampires like to live off the high vibrations of positive people. I'm not giving them none of my ashe. I'm not giving them any of my ashe. I'm not giving them any of my ashe. But what you can do, send me the name and phone number of the girlfriends of the haters. This is how I'm going to get my haters back. This is how I'm going to get my haters back. Send me the names and phone numbers of the haters' women. That's how we want to play. That's how they want. Send me they women. Send me they women. This is how I'm going to get them back. I know how to hit them. I know how to hit them. I'm a King Kong, they queendom. That's what I'm going to do. I'm a King Kong, they queendom. That's what we're going to do. I'm a King Kong, they queendom. That's how we're going to do. Because very few black women like dating men who like to hate on other men. One thing I know about my beautiful African sisters. One thing I know about my beautiful African sisters. One thing I know about my butter almond and my butter pecan. One thing I know about my caramel and my sweet brown sugar. One thing I know about my African lemonade and my cinnamon queens and my fudge queens. They don't like men who hate on other men. So if they spending their time hating on me, I know they women are not pleased. They not emotionally pleased. They not spiritually pleased. And I know they not physically pleased. So send me the queen's information.
As a gun owner, the best decision I've ever made was getting a USCCA membership. I've got their concealed carry map. It is so easy to see where I can conceal carry. Life-saving guides, ebooks, and checklists. Online courses with self-defense and firearm training. And in addition to all of that education and training, I also get self-defense liability insurance. I'm part of the USCCA if I'm ever involved in a self-defense.
Because, you know, when I be out and about, right, you get brothers and sisters who bring up other men's names in the conscious community to Dr. Umar. And they want to see if I'm going to say something negative about one of these other brothers in the conscious community. They might say his name, or they might say his name, or they might say his name, or they might say, and I'm standing there saying to myself, this is funny. You want me to hate on this brother. Even though he's hated on me, I'm not going to hate on him. Even though that one over there steals all my content, I'm not going to hate on him. That one over there regurgitates my talking points, I'm not going to hate over him. That one over there study everything I do, I'm not going to hate on him. I'm not going to hate on another black man. I don't have to do that. See, when you're the most relevant, when you're the most requested, when you're the most influential black school psychologist in history, when you're the #1 Pan-Africanist on the planet Earth, when you're the most requested black scholar in the world, you don't have to hate on nobody. I'm the son of the sun. I'm the center of the Pan-African universe. I'm the center of the black conscious universe. I'm not being arrogant, brothers and sisters. I'm being honest. Leo season is coming up in a few weeks. Where my Leos at one time? Where my lions and lionesses at one time? Where my Leos at one time? We are the center of the universe. We get a tendency to be hated on. I can't help it. I was born under the sun sign of the sun. I am the center of the Pan-African world. I am the center of the black consciousness world. I am the light. I give light to the community. I give a light even to my haters. Leo season. Leo season. Sister Patrice from Puerto Rico. Let's do it, Sister Patrice. I'm locking you in. Puerto Rico, here I come. Where my Puerto Rican Africans at? I want some Puerto Rican food. I want to travel through the whole Puerto Rico. Oh yes, take me to the History Museum. Do we got any slave ports in Puerto Rico? Show me where they enslaved our African ancestors and brought them to Puerto Rico. Is Puerto Rico ready for Dr. Umar? Are my Afro Boricuas ready for the king? Are my Afro Boricuas ready for the queen, for the king? Are y'all ready? Is Puerto Rico ready for King Kong? I will be in Costa Rica August the 16th.
The next time somebody asks you why you're single, sure.
You love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby.
Wakey, you sassy little taco. It's time to think like a motherfucking boss. You're not here to be a walkover or to offer limp handshakes. You're here to seize the moment and lock it the fuck down. If you're ready to make each day your playground and build a mindset that packs a serious punch, then my new book is for you. Comment with the word boss and I'll send you the link. And let's make success knock on your motherfucking door. Let's do this.
Think like a boss.
If your dad is still alive, I would not give up on this opportunity. This book is called Dad, I Want to Hear Your Story.
I've seen it in my lifetime. My mom was murdered during the Trump presidency, and nothing has been done about it. So I've seen what Donald Trump has been responsible for under his presidency.
What? You're blaming Donald Trump for this? Oh my gosh.
How you doing, sir? John, nice to meet you.
Do I start to?
Yeah, I mean, Trump's character, I think that it's generally good. I mean, I don't look to Donald Trump like you will never hear me say the sentence, I just think Donald Trump is the best example of how to be a good husband and someone who's very humble about their means. But I think that what Donald Trump represents as a leader is something that's ultimately good. I think that he does put American interests before himself, and I think that especially when compared to his opponent Kamala Harris, I don't think that she has integrity. I think that she's doing this to benefit herself. I think that most people in Washington, most people in politics do the same. I think that Trump is a rare example of somebody who's willing to literally lose money, have lower net worth, experience bullets, all sorts of things, legal problems, if it means that he can make his country better. And I think that that's something that's ultimately good.
I do agree with that, but I do have I guess let me put it like this.
Sure.
My mom used to wake me up instead of differently than other children. She used to be like, school it's time for school, I guess go ahead and get up. But she would whisper it to me instead of someone saying, get up, Herbie, come on. So I feel like Kamala.
I'm sorry, that sounds like a touching story.
Well, I'm just saying Kamala Harris is more of a motherly figure.
More nurturing Trump.
A motherly figure. Hey, I'm not here to. I'm sure she's a more motherly figure. I think she has. I don't know if she has children, but she's a woman, so she is probably naturally a more motherly figure, if that makes sense. But anyways, I'm just confused on what this topic has to do with a presidential election. Like, they're talking about Trump or Kamala versus Trump's character, and this young man is bringing up the fact that Kamala Harris is a more motherly figure. I don't know how to respond to that. No comment.
Trump is more kicking the... Yeah, I get that. I understand.
But he'll get the job done.
What was wrong with that story?
There was nothing wrong with that story. However, there was nothing wrong with that story. No, but I think it misses the point of this topic, which is the character.
Sure.
Somebody who has the audacity to say that he feels free to grab women by their genital area. He has a wife. He's made sexual comments about his own daughter.
What were those comments?
What were his comments?
Yeah.
That if she wasn't his daughter, he would go ahead and marry her or date her. That is not something you say about your daughter. He said this, he's talked about his daughter with Howard Stern.
Is that American exceptionalism?
I think that we are talking about Donald Trump as a presidential candidate.
As a presidential candidate, he's a convicted felon.
And offhand comments he makes on radio
He's
shows.
a liar.
I don't think the charges are legitimate.
Propaganda about Haitians.
What was the propaganda about the
That
Haitians?
they're eating cats and dogs in Springfield.
Are those the
They're
memes?
not. No. That is something he said in the presidential debate. He said with his whole chest that they're eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio.
There were videos of people eating cats and
There
dogs
has
in
been
Springfield,
no
Ohio.
known report. The authorities have said they're spreading.
There has been reports. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen the reports. Let me know if you guys have seen it as well.
Propaganda.
There were videos of it.
Haitians are now experiencing hate crimes because of something he said. That was an unsupported claim he made, a very dangerous claim he made. How is that somebody you want to say has a good character?
I'm not concerned about comments he's made on radio shows in terms of
It was a presidential debate.
with the stuff he said about his daughter. And then in terms of the presidential debate, things he's saying about what's going on in Springfield, there were videos I saw of people walking with geese, with cats, and they were cooking them outside. Those are real videos.
They were Haitians?
Has
it been reported by Springfield? It has not.
Yes, there were residents all
They
over
have
reporting
said
it.
it is not okay. A resident.
Yes.
Again, they can just say whatever. Just like Trump said in the presidential debate, they could also say that. But there's no facts. There have been no known reports made to Springfield.
I would just say correlation is not causation. Just because something's not reported specifically by Springfield does not mean that it did not happen. In order to conclude that, you would have to assume that Springfield will report all of its information and that Springfield will remain objective in everything they have. That is not always true. Because this young man is saying that he's seen it with his own eyes, and you're saying, well, all citizens can say anything. In the same breath, I could say Springfield can say anything, or Springfield can choose not to say anything. So you can't really use this line of thinking to logically support your argument.
That is
I don't
actually
think that's true. There have
That
been
is
lots
something
of
that
residents that
Springfield
were
has
discussing
said.
it. I don't
Springfield
trust
has said
reporters
it.
and I don't trust police.
You trust Trump?
Yes.
Okay, so again, Trump is a convicted felon. He has.
Why is he a convicted felon?
What do you mean, why is he a convicted felon?
I mean, why? What were the charges?
Tax. I believe it was taxes with his company. He wasn't filing his taxes correctly.
So business improprieties.
Right, exactly.
I don't really
That
care
is-
about that.
But that's the same person you want to run your economy.
Yes,
That
because
has
he,
no
as
and
we
again,
discussed in the
that's,
previous segment, he did a great job running the economy.
And I always get confused when people bring up running the economy because I think this past presidential election is the only election where we can actually compare the two separate economies. For example, Donald Trump ran the economy from 2017 to 2020, and Biden and Harris ran the economy from 2020 to 2024. We can actually say whose economy was better, or who did a better job at running the economy during the times. We don't have to be very hypothetical. We don't have to be very. We can just be very literal when we talk about who ran it better. So the fact that this young woman is completely negating those two economies is very telling.
I mean,
just okay.
Well, let me ask you
Let's
this.
go back to his character, though. Let's go back
Sure.
to his character. Let's
Yeah.
not get off topic. Again, he's a convicted felon. He has multiple accusations, which he has been, I don't know if he's been convicted of, but I know he has multiple accusations of sexual harassment. He's a known
And those have all
rapist.
failed.
They have not all failed. They're
They have-
still going through.
No, they've had to settle
He
in
has-
civil court because there's been no, like with the one recently for like $80-something million she had to pay out. It was found out that she had no evidence. There was nothing there.
Okay, and
So-
then one thing that has happened recently that for me, was just, it says it plays the day how he is.
Mhm.
In a video, he made a statement. This was in Columbia, South Carolina. He said, "You have a black president and you have a white president. Who do you think they want? They want the white president." That is. That is true.
That's not true. And it always boils down to some type of liberal, radical talking point. Now she's just talking about critical race theory. If it would come down to a white president and a black president, they'll want the white president. You do realize we had a black president it was actually right before Donald Trump. We had a black president for 2 terms, and he overwhelmingly won both of his elections. Barack Obama. I don't know how you can conveniently forget this, but what you're trying to do, and I don't want to attack her directly, I don't want to say she's slow or anything along those lines, but what you're trying to do is use morality to support your argument. You're trying to say that Donald Trump won the election, or he's favored it because he's a white man and he ran against a black woman and it's because of racism or sexism, and he's a felon. How could you let someone this corrupt win? It's only because he's a white man. But you fail to realize that people do not agree with Kamala Harris's stances. And when you boil it down to her just being a woman, or her just being someone who's black or of color, you're giving her a way out. You're kind of discrediting her as a politician as well. You're saying that nothing that she does matters. It only boils down to how you look, which life in America has proven to be false. We have had a black president for 2 terms who overwhelmingly won, and he's still heavily involved in the politics. We have had Donald Trump in the office, and we have had him run the economy. We have had Kamala Harris and Biden run the economy. We don't have to be hypothetical. We don't have to make up all these fake talking points. We can just look at what happened while they were in office. Whether or not you voted for Trump or voted for Kamala or you didn't vote at all, we don't have to make stuff up. We can just look at what's happening. But when you have someone like this who just says, forget that, I'm going to just talk about what I want to talk about, I'm going to make whatever I want up, then it becomes dangerous.
He did say that. How does that make you feel? Because that's completely irrelevant to the presidency, but he's bringing up race. And again, my issue with him is he's created such a divide in this country, one like we have never seen.
Mm-hmm.
How is that somebody you can sit here and say you want not only in office, but someone who has a good character? I don't feel like that is somebody who values me, because yes, I am black.
Sure.
And that is a part of my identity. That makes me who I am. You have to consider that. It is not white and black. It's not black and white. It's not. But for somebody to say and actually say that the 2 things that make them different, his difference from Kamala is that he's white, and that's why the people want him, that's a dangerous ideology to spread. And we're going to end up recreating history
Yeah.
if we let that continue, if we let him into office.
I'm not familiar with the comments you're referring to. It sounds to me like it's just something Trump says offhand. But again, I don't know if you've ever been to a Trump rally. It's like the most multiracial experience you'll ever have.
No, it's not.
It
They're
absolutely
all
is.
white.
It
They're all white in the
absolutely is.
background.
No, and you look at
And
too what happened. I mean, Trump was doing initiatives trying to help Black Americans. Even in the 1990s, he was being honored by initiatives to like increase Black participation in business on Wall Street. And Trump has always gotten along very well with people of all backgrounds. It wasn't until, and a lot of people here are old enough to remember how beloved Trump was as a cultural icon
He had
until
housing
he
and
ran
didn't
for
allow,
president.
he denied housing to Black people.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. He had housing.
That's not
and
true.
he denied it to Black people.
That's not true.
It's not true.
Hi, I'm born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. So I think I'm well versed to comment on this, okay? Trump is a racist. He's a narcissist, he's a con, and he's a liar, okay? He had buildings, he didn't allow Black people to go in there.
That's
right?
not true.
Yes, it is
Not
true.
because of his
I
race.
was a New Yorker, yes, he was. 4 boys was wrongly convicted of a rape of
Central
a
Park
Central
Five?
Park jogger.
Yeah.
He put
They
out,
were
he
guilty.
paid $80,000 to have it advertised. I was there, I lived there, okay? The trauma that it caused people in New York, we could, I have a brother the same age. We were scared to let our kids out because he put in an ad to put them to death.
Because they were guilty.
Kids.
You know, they admitted to
They
being
were not guilty.
Yes,
They
were.
got DNA.
No, I'm serious.
They were
Look up the Central
coerced.
Park Five.
They were coerced because back then, the police force was
All y'all niggas is dumb as fuck. So yeah, bitch, if they were coerced, it doesn't matter. That's the coercion happens behind fucking closed doors. The coercion happens in secret. So when an official statement comes out and says that these young boys admitted to raping and harming this lady, that's the only narrative that the public knows. And with that kind of narrative and that information coming out to the public, where these individuals apparently admitted to what they were doing, then Trump said, yeah, kill these motherfuckers, put their ass to death, as anybody would. And then the true story came out and said, oh, they were coerced into giving a guilty statement. Okay, yeah, then you change your opinion on that shit. And you know what? Fucking, with the racial thing, if he owns buildings and don't want Black people to live there, I don't, honestly, man, that shit don't bother me, though. Honestly, that shit don't bother me. That's just like the one baker who had to go to the cake guy who had to go to court because he didn't want to bake a cake for a faggot or for a gay wedding cake or some shit. He's like, I ain't do that shit, man. Fuck wrong with y'all? Oh, you're gonna bake us cake, bitch? I ain't gotta bake you shit. I bake you some faggot ass cake. My business. This is my business. I run my business how I want to run my business. I don't want you here. I don't want you here. Simple as that. I don't give a damn. You got property in a certain area where it's fucking super expensive to live, and you got a certain type of tenants or clients that occupy your business space, and they're used to a certain type of environment. And if you think that diversifying that environment will cause too much confusion to your normal clients for whatever business, then I'm not doing it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I have 2 liquor stores. I have a liquor store in the white side of town, and I have a liquor store in the black side of town. Then I have a liquor store in the middle. Y'all don't want to go shopping with the black people, that's fine. Black people, y'all don't want to go shopping with the white people, that's fine. Y'all doing it to yourselves, but I'm going to capitalize on either way. Trump, I'm from New York. Trump, I'm born and raised in New York. Trump is a racist. Just because you're born and raised in New York. So I feel that gives me the grounds to speak on this. And the Central Park 5, are y'all wrong, man. Y'all, and they're all black women. Emotional as fuck. Damn, I ain't talking about black women like that, but super emotional. very, very little actual information or context. All emotion. It's all emotion, all the fucking time. And right before this election, I had to tell two other women that you've been too emotional. You know that, right? That's the only way you think. Well, he's dissing. You're still not saying anything logical or concrete. That's nothing logical or concrete. That's all emotion. Everything you're saying is emotion. I don't know. I might not even finish listening to this thing because these women just piss me off. Get tired of hearing dumbasses. Once again, man, nobody ain't praising Trump or worshiping Trump as being a supreme perfect being. This motherfucker is a long-time businessman and he's not no dummy, and most of us think he really cares about this fucking country. He just wants what's best for the country. If you live in this country, that means you're gonna benefit. Just like everybody else. He's only gonna give tax cuts to the wealthy. I don't think it works like that, people.
And corrupt.
Thank you, Wendy.
They were coerced. Because they were poor black boys living in projects.
Okay.
Their parents could not afford a lawyer. Only one, Yusuf, mother, got a lawyer who actually was a real estater. She was either Jamaican or African.
Who gives
Got
a
real
fuck about
estate
all
lawyer,
that?
Not even a criminal lawyer, right?
Who gives a fuck about all
And that's
that?
why he's the only one who didn't confess. Okay. I was there. I remember it.
You saw this.
He did. I was living it.
Okay.
I lived in New York.
Okay.
Okay. He is a racist. That he will put an ad out on a paper to convict boys.
What does
young
race
boys.
have to do with it?
So he has. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying it's about race, I mean, if you hear a story about 5 boys doing that to a woman, what does race have to do with it?
But
wouldn't you do that about
You're
anybody?
innocent until you're proven guilty. That's America.
They were.
That's
They should
America.
have been proven guilty.
To be murdered then because he's convicted of
He's not convicted of it. Absolutely not true. He's convicted. That's not true.
He's abused women. He has no respect for women. He likes to have sex with them when he's married. He cheated on all his wives. Matter of fact, I forgot to mention his 2 wives were immigrants. Okay.
So I'm actually fact checking this stuff, and he is not convicted of that. I just looked it up. He has not been criminally convicted of that. I don't know why she just lied. This is my problem with these debates, man. I would just hope, my biggest hope is that both sides would be honest. When they have these talking points, both sides would tell the truth. But every time I hear it, it's always one person who's honest and one person who's just in their feelings or very emotional about a topic, and it makes it hard to follow.
He has no morals. No, he cares nothing about nobody but himself. He's a liar. He had immigrants working for him and don't pay them.
Okay. I have a question then. So you're from New York. You've probably walked by Trump Tower.
My father union helped put the lights fixture in Trump Tower.
Okay. Who
And
gives
my
a
father would
fuck?
say every
Who
day,
cares,
this guy's an
bitch?
asshole.
So why would you think then,
Excuse my language.
if Donald Trump prior to getting involved in politics. He's living at the top of this skyscraper that's got his name on it. He's got, you know, supermodel wife, all this money coming in. Why would he then enter into the realm of politics where every day people are mad at him, they're charging him with things, his net worth is going down? Why would he go through all of that still now to where he's literally has assassination attempts if he didn't care about America? If he's doing it for himself, he would check out
He's
whenever,
doing
right?
it for me. He likes the power. He likes to have power. That's all it is. He likes to be recognized. He likes to have the power. That's all it is.
What power,
That's all
though?
it is
I mean,
with
he
him.
wasn't able to get anything done,
He's
right?
a
So what power does he really
narcissist.
have?
He just likes to. He incited the Capitol getting because he likes the power that he has these people just running to him when he says something. Yes, you know, he likes to have that power.
You know who holds more power? People in the shadows. People whose names aren't out in the public. People whose faces aren't out in the public. Those are the people who hold real power, because they can do shit and get away with it because nobody knows what's going on. Once you step into the public arena and you have to put a name to the face and you have to put actions to a person, you lose great amounts of power. Now you have to play within this certain rule book. Now you're stepping into the political sphere and you have to play by the rules. People who yield real power are apparent real power. We don't know who these individuals are. That's why we just call them they in the deep state. And Trump is definitely not a part of they. Because if he was, we wouldn't have never knew who the fuck he was to start with. He wouldn't have been able to be on TV doing commercials and TV shows and wrestling spots. I hate how black women just hate this dude. And I even got a homie who I always, like, he put me up on some real knowledge, like, young, when I was young, in my 20s. Because he's like 7 years older than me. And he put me up on some deep shit, and I still carry to this day. And it's like, even when it came to this Trump shit, he's like, oh, you crazy voting for Trump. I'm like, bro, you used to be, well, I used to assume you were one of the most logical, level-headed, clear-thinking people that I've ever known. And apparently you're not. If you think that the Democratic administration, the current Democratic Party and the current administration and Kamala would be a better transition than fucking anybody else. And I'm like, yeah, you're not thinking too well. And so I don't know. This whole election really has shown me about a lot of people are just way more emotional and way less. Most people aren't good at critical thinking, and I really hate that I know so many people who are not good at critical thinking. And it's like, wow, you were fucking brainwashed by the propaganda machine. And it's okay to get sucked into it, but after a minute you gotta step back and be like, okay. Why am I thinking this way? Why am I thinking what I'm thinking? Where are these thoughts coming from? That's like the pandemic. Like, right when in the first stages of the pandemic, I was like, oh shit, it's the fucking end of the world. Is this the end of the world? Is this like the Black Plague? And then like it only took me like a couple of weeks, and I'm like, wait a minute. When Fauci switched up on the mask thing, saying, first of all, he said, don't wear a mask, it's not a big deal. And then he said, oh, you gotta wear a mask. And then they started mandating that shit. I'm like, oh man, this shit is this is a controlled scheme. You know what I'm saying? I was able to critically think my way out of that shit. I was like, wait a minute, bro. Whoa, bro. Y'all motherfuckers trying to pull a fast one on us. You almost got me. You had me for a couple weeks today, buddy, because I had like gas, jugs of gas in my basement, and my deep freezer is normally filled anyway, but definitely was getting extra canned goods, and then the toilet tissue crisis happened. Fortunately, I stock up on paper towel and toilet tissue anyway. I just always have like dozens of rolls of that shit. Cause I never want to be without it. So even before like when the pandemic hit, like I always just keep like paper products, so I didn't have to worry about that. I was definitely making sure that my freezer stayed stocked. I had gallons and gallons of water. Made sure I had tons of dry beans and rice and canned goods. And like, y'all niggas is not gonna catch me out here slipping. But most of the time I keep my shit like that anyway. I normally have like just extra food around. Just in case, you never know. It could be a hurricane or a tornado or a flood or anything. It doesn't have to be like some major catastrophe or calamity. It could be just something where I live in the Northeast. We get pretty good snowstorms. It could be one winter where you just like snowed in for 2 days. Nobody can't leave the house or whatever. So, you know, just better have you some food and candles and batteries and flashlights and some canned goods and all that shit. All the time, just normal shit. But yeah, the second week of my second week in the pandemic, I'm like, man, this shit ain't. I don't think this is what they say it is. I was definitely questioning that shit early on. Well, actually, I was one of the first people I know to even mention that shit, because I be on this political shit all the time, and I seen one article come out of China about a flu, and I posted that shit on my fucking Facebook. I posted that shit in January 2020. I posted the article about it, and like I say, the day that I posted it, I ain't hear nobody did. Even our local news and local media wasn't even talking about it. It was an article from China. I posted a Chinese article, and I was like, yo, what, y'all heard about this shit? And ain't nobody heard about it. And then like 2 weeks after that, the whole world started shutting down. And then I remember like in the height of the pandemic, me and somebody were talking about it, and I was telling the same stories like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, bro, I think I was one of the first people to recognize that shit. And I tried to go back and find that Facebook post where I shared that article. Of course it was gone. It's just like, damn. They ain't hesitate to take that shit now. I got some other buddies be like, man, don't be on that social media shit. Man, social media is what you make it, bro. If you look at the shit that I share, it's just stuff like that. You don't have to be on all goofy, dumbass shit. And you don't have to be friends with everybody on that shit either. Like, I love my job, but recently, I did do something. Because I only had like a few co-workers on my social media, like my Facebook and Instagram. But after I had the the one run in with the coworker over the little Trump sticker, I just went ahead and took everybody. If I work with you, like, you don't need to be on my social media, honestly. Painting flowers, painting flowers. Something a little different. Painting flowers, something a little different. Do you know how to paint yeah, don't ask me do I know how to paint anything, bitch. I know how to paint everything. Do you know how to paint a building? Do you know how to paint flowers?
Hey, yes, sir. John. Nice to meet you.
Oh, you're talking about the character.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I believe Donald Trump is an okay character myself.
Mm-hmm.
We all share the same birthdays. And I also believe, sorry for saying it, but we as black people, we get caught up on the wrong candidates.
Yeah.
I think we forget, like, Kamala Harris is the vice president.
Mm-hmm.
So what, if she becomes president, what would change since she already the vice president? And
Yeah.
I do feel like when Trump was in office, I felt like it was a better economy and things for us, you know. And
This is the first person I've heard come on here and just be fair. He's the first one who came on here and just fair. And I'm not saying you have to support Trump to be fair. I'm just saying, if you're talking about who's going to be the best presidential candidate, shouldn't you talk about who did the best job as a presidential elect or a vice presidential elect? That is the best indicator. I don't care what anyone says. That is the literal best indicator of who will be the next best president. Donald Trump was president for 4 years. What did he do when he was in office? Did he do a good job? Did he do a bad job? Did he do an okay job? Kamala Harris has been the vice president for the past 4 years. Did she do a good job? Did she do a bad job? Did she do an okay job? But now we're talking about a ruling in 1973. She talked about the Donald Trump not giving housing to black people, which he hasn't been convicted of. I looked all this stuff up. You can find out information in seconds on a phone. He was not convicted of that. They say he was convicted of RAP. He was not convicted of that. You're just lying. And this is not me, this is not my opinion. You're just literally making up lies to go against this man. Why don't we talk about who did better in office? That will actually affect our lives. Whoever won the election, Donald Trump won at this point. And I think these people are pissed off that he won or something. That's going to really affect our lives. And you're bringing up other things that honestly don't matter that much. But let's get back to it.
And another thing, Kamala Harris also locked up a lot of African Americans
For possession of weed, like just
and I think we forget about that. So
Yeah, they.
It's okay. It's okay.
I appreciate you, man.
Skin go from dull to glowy with this one product. Let me put you on this Glow Bomb from Hero Cosmetics. With a simple twist and glide, my dull, dry skin looks smoother, feels softer, and it instantly gives me that dewy look. Seriously, just look at that glow. Plus, I could take it on the go and reapply it to keep my skin nourished and glowy all day long. Achieving that perfect glowy look has never been easier.
I'm gonna bring race into it. 400 years of slavery. And also just like the history of America, I don't even have to go that far deep, but why is it such a big deal if the first woman and the first black woman runs a country when y'all have fucked it up for so many years, hundreds of years? I don't understand that.
So do you think then that like everything that's happened in American history in terms of politics is all a monolith of white people?
Majority, yes.
And white people all act the same, have the same interests, and we messed it up so badly?
Not the same interests, but like, I will say white men are accustomed to telling and not listening.
I think that's a dangerous route to go down, because if you start saying something like, okay, look at the white people in charge of this country, look how badly they messed it up. Well, you look at non-white people in charge of other countries in the world and nobody wants to go live there and everyone wants to come live here. So again, if you start keeping score, you can get to some pretty scary conclusions, which I would disagree with, but
I think my whole point is that like...
No, you fucked up. You just fucked up. Yeah, bitch.
Your point didn't really make much sense.
You're not running to go live in fucking
sense,
Brazil. You're not running to go live in fucking Mexico. You're not running to go live in goddamn Haiti. But them motherfuckers running to come live in a country that was built and created by who? Okay. I swear, yo, I used to be just as very, very victimatic, and I still can see the victimhood in some places, because I do think America has systemic racism. I really do. But knowing that, motherfuckers stop complaining and do some shit about it. Oh, going back to slavery. Yeah, we were enslaved. Now what? The institutions are set up. Well, organize and build your own institutions, motherfucker. You don't like how that shit run and operate, and you know it's not running in your favor. You know there's pitfalls and traps set up against you. Then think smarter, you dumbass. Once again, we're gonna keep victim blaming. Playing the victim, and never trying to think our way out of the fucking struggle. You just want to complain about the struggle. Oh, they make it so hard for us. Yeah, struggle. Man, look what the aspirations of Dr. King and Malcolm X are fucking dead and gone. Of trying to just fight to build your own shit, have your own stuff, make your own newspaper, build your own school, finance your own banking institutions, and stop fucking complaining. Or if you're not gonna do that, then don't complain. Oh, they treat us this way, they treat us that way. All right, man. Well, build your own fucking system to get out this system. Or either you learn how this system fucking works and figure out a way to operate and maintain within the system. Motherfuckers are just a bunch of crybabies, I swear. And then everybody knows, like, Trump was a cultural icon before he became president. He became president, then he was racist.
I just want one person to come up here and show any type of objectivity promoting Kamala Harris as president. Because what this video is proving to me is that a lot of the people who voted for her have no idea what they're talking about at all. Because I haven't heard one thing that actually proves she'd be a better president. And it's kind of sad because she did have some acts when she was in office. She definitely did. She pushed forward the Affordable Care Act. Under Biden and Kamala, inflation, it did skyrocket. Don't get me wrong. It did skyrocket for the first 2 years, but it did also go down to a low in 2022. They signed that legislation. I think they put forward a Child Care Act too, but I can't prove it right now. But all I'm saying is they did some stuff, and I know this. So I'm surprised that her super heavy advocates do not know this. Anyways.
We want to focus on character, though, there's a little bit of a...
2 minutes.
So could you just tell me for a second the top 3 positive attributes of Donald Trump that you think make him an excellent leader specifically?
Sure. Incredible resilience, charisma, and transparency.
Can I ask you a question about that? Transparency.
Yep.
That's an interesting word to use specifically for someone who isn't even transparent with the person they pick to be their spouse. Do you think that if you pick a spouse and then have to go cheat on them, do you think that you're very good at judging other people's character?
Yeah, I'm not really concerned with like tabloid gossip. I'm concerned about the border being wide open and the economy.
Do you think it's tabloid gossip if there's physical evidence of it?
Absolutely. And one thing I would say, though, just to, I guess, wrap this up, we've heard a lot about Trump's character like we have for the last 10 years, which, again, he was a beloved cultural figure. It was only
beloved by whom?
Everybody.
I'm from Connecticut, and I can tell you that New England hates Donald Trump.
He had the highest...
She was proven wrong. Obviously, Donald Trump is beloved. He won basically at every metric you can win in a presidential election. He's beloved by somebody because people voted for him. And when you brought up him cheating on his wife, if you're referring to a presidential election, that is kind of gossipy. It's very gossipy, and even it's proven historically inaccurate because there were presidents who were proven to cheat on their wives, and they are still very highly regarded as presidents. Not saying it's right. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you should go out there and cheat on your wife and you'll be a great leader. I'm just saying that in terms of a presidency, there are presidents that I'm sure she supports or supported who definitely cheated on their wives. It's not even a shadow of a doubt. They cheated on their wives. JFK had an entire mistress. You probably still supported them as top or great presidents. But anyways, let's continue.
Rated shows, everybody loved Trump. And now what we're seeing is these character assassinations by the media.
Character assassinations?
Absolutely. So I guess I would just ask you this. Okay, if Trump's character is the worst, sure. Why do you trust the character of somebody like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, people who have been career politicians, who have been in charge of this country as it's seen its decline?
Kamala Harris is a prosecutor. I trust a prosecutor to do the job of a prosecutor over a felon to do the job of a felon. Do you think that it is American exceptionalism to have a felon representing our country?
I think Donald Trump is American
domestic
exceptionalism,
and foreign relations.
Yeah.
You think that's something you're proud of?
I'm proud of Donald Trump.
You're
sure.
proud. So you support felons being CEOs and executives. That's what you want to see. That's the America, exceptional America you want to see.
You use the word felon to invoke imagery of scary crime.
No, I'm just asking you.
Tax impropriety.
I'm asking you.
With all of these, like,
you think those are the people that are going to uphold democratic values of honesty, respect,
Yes.
American exceptionalism? You think someone who is actively engaged in lying and fraud
Which
is
he's
going
not.
to do those things?
Which he's not, and he
Even
has,
though
and he does.
he's literally in legal, he's in the legal preparation right now. We just don't know how many counts he's going to be guilty of.
Right, and the reason for that, like with all the other persecution against Donald Trump, isn't because they finally found, excuse me, miss, isn't because they finally found the one person in politics who's corrupt. I think everybody in this room would agree that DC is a swamp, and everybody there is in it for themselves, at least for the most part. What's weird to me is that Donald Trump would get in there saying he wants to drain the swamp, and all of a sudden, we would see an unprecedented level of persecution, be that slander in the media, be that legal persecution, physical persecution against his safety with assassination attempts, all that which none of us have seen in our lifetimes. So
I've
for
seen
that
it
to
in my
make sense,
lifetime. My mom was
for that
murdered
to
during
make
the
sense,
Trump presidency,
for
and
that to
nothing
make
has been
sense,
done about it.
for
So
that-
I've seen what Donald Trump has been responsible for under his presidency.
Because of
What? You're blaming Donald Trump for this? Oh my gosh. I didn't know people were this biased. I had no idea that people were this biased. This is insane. You sound insane right now. You genuinely sound insane. And I kind of feel bad because, you know, I go into these type of videos like wanting to be objective, like who would be a better leader, Kamala or Trump? But all this does, and I'm sure, if I'm wrong, y'all let me know. This just makes y'all look crazy. When people watch this, it makes Trump supporters look even more right. It makes Kamala supporters look foolish because y'all aren't putting out a good image of yourselves. But anyways, if you have any comments or suggestions, comment down below. It's LFR and JoJo. Let me know if you want a part 2 to this. I'll see you guys later. Peace.
We knew that the shaving industry was sort of intentionally broken, it feels like. It almost feels like product is made to not win. You've got your safety razors with a lot of blade exposure, and you've got your cartridge razors that are almost designed to fail. You know, even after you use them, they fill up with hair and they don't unclog really easily. And we're all kind of just these pawns in the game of who can sell somebody the most product that they know is going to fail so that they buy more products. And so myself and my brothers, when we decided that this was something that we wanted to do, we knew we wanted to make Henson, and the idea is that if somebody could just make it properly, you know, maybe you don't have the reoccurring revenue from a user, but
right now, 300,000 miners. We have no idea where they are.
Oh, that is nonsense.
That is not nonsense.
No, it is. They are not lost. They're released to their sponsors who have to go through background checks. You have no idea what you're talking about.
They don't.
You think 300,000 miners are lost in America? Are you crazy?
I'm saying that. Why, hello there. I'm Ben Shapiro, and I'm co-founder of the Daily Wire and host of the Ben Shapiro Show. And today, I'm surrounded by 25 Kamala Harris supporters. My first claim is Kamala Harris's attempt to put DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion at the center of her policies is destructive. How's it going, dude? Where do I get one of those hats?
Oh, my boy made it for me.
Nice.
So, yeah, you know, first of all, we're standing on stolen indigenous Tongva land, right? This is...
Are you moving anytime soon?
No, but the fact of the matter is I'm born and raised California. We're talking about diversity, equity, and vision. We should.
So why don't
we absolutely
you
should.
should do it today, right now.
Great. We should, but that's not my point here. The point is you're saying that diversity, equity, inclusion is destructive.
Yes.
Right. So when we look at this country that is built off the backs of slavery and white supremacy taking the lead, building.
Bro, he already had you fucked up. He already got you fucked up in the beginning. Oh, we're standing on stolen indigenous land. Okay, well leave. You can move right now today. You should just move away. Yeah, we can. Well, yeah, do it. Why aren't you doing it now? Leave today. Pack your shit up and fucking leave. Since you think this is stolen indigenous land, leave, motherfucker. You don't have to be here. Go somewhere. Go somewhere else. Oh, well. I hate people who talk like this.
This is.
Are you moving anytime soon?
No, but the fact of the matter is I'm born and raised California. We're talking about diversity, equity, and vision. We should.
So why don't
we absolutely
you
should.
should do it today, right now.
Great. We should, but that's not my point here. The point is you're saying that diversity, equity, inclusion is destructive.
Yes.
Right. So when we look at this country that is built off the backs of slavery and white supremacy taking the lead, building the roots and foundations of everything that you know and believe today, it's ironic to see a Black and Indian woman who's rising up to the occasion against society, pushing them down. And this isn't just the fact that they're Black and Indian and a woman, it's the fact that
Can you give me an example of how society pushed Kamala Harris down, please?
The demographic of people is what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, but you suggested that Kamala Harris is being pushed down by society.
I'm not suggesting that, no.
I mean, that's...
So my point is saying that...
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Good to meet you.
This is the most sleek and attractive diffuser, and it's from Sentiment. It's portable, rechargeable, and covers up to 1,000 square feet. It uses nanomist technology, diffusing scents in their purest form without heat or water, giving a consistent, clean...
Whoa. Ben.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, how's it going?
Nice to meet you. So my opening question to you would be, why is that a destructive thing? Why is that a bad thing when, for a long time in this country, I feel personally that white men have had an advantage over some communities that have been discriminated against. So why would you say that that is a destructive thing and not, maybe making up for lost time?
Sure. So let me explain what I mean by diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the basic theory of diversity, equity, and inclusion is spelled out by people like Richard Delgado, who's sort of one of the founders of, for example, critical race theory, is that essentially disparities equal discrimination. That if you see any disparity between one group in the United States and another group in the United States, that is the result of some exterior discrimination. It is not the result of individuals within that group acting differently. It's not the result of cultural differences. It's not the result of aggregated differences within individuals within that group. And that to me is a failure of logic. It also is destructive in that it separates group from group, particularly in the United States, on the basis of race, which is not the best way of actually bringing Americans together or forming policy that is the best for all Americans.
Do you think there's room for nuance, perhaps, though? Like, yeah, maybe not everybody, but there certainly has been a large sect of people that has had it harder because of the color of their skin or their sexuality or their gender identity. Could you acknowledge that maybe there's, a middle ground there where it's not all, but there is some people who certainly have had a disadvantage?
I will say that history has consequences, obviously, and that if you are talking about historic marginalization of particular groups, that has consequences. The problem is that when you design policy in order to rectify for cosmic injustices or historic injustices, you actually have to try and measure out whether underperformance, say, economically, is due to those historic injustices. If so, how much? What is the corrective policy that is actually aimed at achieving best opportunity for all? The diversity, equity, inclusion policies that are directed at separating race from race and then benefiting one race, for example, at the expense of another, ignore the fact that there are individuals within those groups, that history does not fall on everybody equivalent, that, frankly, genetics and intelligence don't necessarily fall on an individual level. Right, you and I, look the same. We might have different heights, we might have different qualities. That is just the way that God or nature has bestowed skill sets on everybody. What exactly is the government supposed to correct for? And if you took this entire group and you separated it in half, just draw a line anywhere. It's a circle, right? Anywhere you draw a line, you're going to get disparities between the two groups on either side of the line, without regard to race, without regard to sex, and without regard to, for example, sexual orientation.
But does that mean that hasn't played an effect in that story at all?
I'm not going to. No, you'd be a fool to claim that, that again, past injustices have no effect on what's happened today. Thanks so much. Watching guys gear up to run is really entertaining. That was so nice, everybody. Thank you.
So you believe that certain economic disparities between racial groups are caused as a result of economic, cultural differences?
Sure.
And so what is the backing on this? What would you say contributes to your belief in that?
Okay, so not all cultures, for example, value studying in school the same. You can check this by the amount of hours that kids of particular culture study. So, for example, Korean Americans can study a lot more than, for example, Latino Americans in terms of the number of hours that kids study. And it would be hard to suggest what to attribute that to other than sort of parental guidance and what exactly the priorities are of the parents. This is true between white people. Okay, so when I talk about disparities between groups, you can talk about white Appalachia, and there are very different values with regard to studying than there are for, say, upper-class white Americans who are living in Brooklyn, right? That's not the exact same thing. So cultural differences are not just racial differences. I think that anybody who attempts to sort of clumsily map that on and pretend that that's all the same, that's obviously not true. But cultural differences do explain an enormous amount of group disparities across incomes. To take a perfect example, if you look at single motherhood rates, they're not equivalent across groups. So they're going to have massive differences with regard to outcomes for children. So if you're talking about cultural differences, again, cultural is just a rough way of saying how people act within a group on a large scale. And that is going to amount to some generalization, but that generalization is going to tend to, shall we say, concur. It's going to correlate very highly with outcome.
But culture is acclimated over time. It becomes a thing over time. And so do you not think that these historical disadvantages that certain ethnic groups have been through over time has created this culture in which they're unable to put themselves ahead? You do say that Asian Americans are more likely to study, yes, but we have to take into account that after the Chinese Exclusion Act, Asian Americans were given a certain type of reparations which allowed them into the country. And in order for them, they were given visas, which allowed them to come into the, yes, they were given easier processes into visas, yes, which allowed them into, no, it's a form of reparations, which they were once excluded from coming in. And so giving them an easier opportunity to attain these visas allowed them into the US. And mainly the individuals who were able to attain those were people with higher educations, which is why it may seem that Asian Americans within the country who come in typically with higher incomes as well as higher educational backgrounds, it may come off as that they are more studious than Latino Americans. But what we have to take into account is that Latin America and Hispanic people have faced a lot of tremendous setback due to historical atrocities. It's not their culture per se. What you see within...
Is there any individual agency in here, or is it all historic circumstance?
Everything is based off of history. Everything acclimates. Everything is an accumulation of history.
So to take this in one different example, for example...
The way...
Yeah, that's funny.
On Chewy, save up to 60% and get exclusive deals through Cyber Monday, like their favorite treats, toys, and food. The best presents at the best prices for the best pets. For low prices, for holidays with pets, there's Chewy.
Want to stop hair loss in its tracks? Through Hims.com, you can explore a range of options that work best for you, so you can grow visibly thicker and fuller hair. Get back your robust head of hair in just 3 to 6 months with doctor-trusted ingredients like finasteride, minoxidil, and a blend of supplements that support healthy hair. 3 in 4 Hims customers say they wish they started using hair treatment earlier. Stop hair loss and regrow hair. Get started today at Hims.com.
Whoa. Hey, how's it going? How are you? Good to meet you.
So your basis is saying that culturally, people don't have the same advantages, right?
I'm saying that not every culture sort of initiates the same action within groups.
So in part, you're saying that you're part of each culture. You know what goes on in each culture to say these things.
No, I'm saying that I can analyze the activities of a particular group with reference to their actual behavior.
So if you go into my culture, we're told that we can achieve anything through hard work. We have to work 10 times harder. But you're not part of our culture, so you're explaining something that doesn't have to do with you. But in turn, you're saying that that culture, unfortunately, does not value the same thing that the next culture does.
So revealed preference tends to be a better way of doing social science than subjective perception. So revealed preference is how people act in the world. So for example, if you have one group of people who say, we really, really value our kids studying, and then their kids don't study at all, That would be a revealed preference.
Okay.
Everybody has
So
a
then, when
a
you
reason
have
to
people
study.
who say, in corporate America, you have people who value nepotism versus actual studying hard. What is that called then?
Okay, so the idea that people generally value nepotism over studying hard, I'd like to see the evidence of that, given the fact the vast majority of wealth in this country is not created through nepotism or through inherited wealth.
But Donald Trump was given nepotism, was he not?
I mean, he's one example among a bajillion people who are very, very wealthy in this country. I'm very wealthy now. I certainly wasn't born very wealthy.
But then you can't speak on Donald Trump's experience, can you
that
not?
happens to be the case. Okay, I mean, you can laugh at my particular history, but I grew up in an 1,100 square foot home in Burbank, California, with 4 siblings in 1 bedroom.
In Burbank, hold on. In Burbank, I'm sorry, but in Burbank versus growing up in South Central, being told that you have to excel 10 times harder than the next person, but then you're not part of the culture, to say that you can actually come to these disparities is kind of far-sighted.
The idea that you have to work 10 times harder coming from South Central based on, for example, test scores is obviously not true. We've had affirmative action programs in this country for solidly 40
But now
years.
affirmative action is gone. It's out the door.
Thank
Now
God.
DEI is present. DEI is actually saying that we need to have diversity, equity, and inclusion. So you're actually putting a footing in the door for different races, different genders, different women, different men, everything. So now you're saying that because this program is gone, this one isn't.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Yeah, like a jackrabbit. Thank you guys, I appreciate that.
Hi,
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So, I kind of want to shift the conversation about DEI a little bit away from culture because I don't know if that's necessarily like a helpful conversation to have. And I really want to talk more about representation. So, 1 in 5 Americans currently is Hispanic. This country, like it or not, is not a homogenous country. We are a very diverse country. Do you not think that our legislators should be representative of the overall population?
I don't see a way that you can have a quote-unquote representative legislature with 435 members of Congress in a country of 340 million people, because you can divvy that up however you want. It's not by race, you can do it by sex, you can do it by gender, you can do it by sexual orientation. How exactly do you decide what is quote-unquote the representative group? And also, I don't believe that individuals ought to be represented based on group identity. So, for example, I'm Jewish. Jews are actually overrepresented in Congress. I don't think that we ought to decide exactly how many people in Congress are Jewish based on the Jewish population of the country. I think that's actually a pretty silly way to do representation.
Well, we don't have to do it systematically, but fundamentally, there is an issue with the fact that we are not fully represented. Like, the entire population is not represented.
I mean,
We have
that's not
never
true,
had a
no.
black female president. I still have to pay taxes.
We've never had
The whole
Jewish president,
concept
who
is
cares?
no taxation without. We have had a white male president. We've had like
Well,
45
I mean,
of them.
whether Jews count as white or not has been sort of an object of debate for,
You
for
do.
quite a while. We do. Okay.
You do.
So, I mean, it depends according to whom, and that's a pretty recent development. Okay, so
Basically everyone. It's a religion. Do
Judaism is
you
also
not
a
agree that you were a white man?
I mean, I think that it depends on the context in which you're discussing it.
So
Meaning
what
that-
are you, Ben? Are you not a white guy?
I mean, I'm a man of Jewish ethnicity, which is sometimes grouped with white and sometimes not. I mean, that's the more accurate way to put it. But when
What
we're
else would
talking
you be
about
grouped with?
with Jews, who are which is an
But it's-
ethnicity. I mean,
So
yeah.
you're not white at all.
I mean, again, it depends who's doing the grouping and how. I've seen Jews grouped with white and Jews grouped with not white. Are we just pretending that doesn't exist? That's a reality. However, as far as your generalized point, which is that we are supposed to identify people by group identity, that we don't have a black female president, somehow black females have not been represented. So Barack Obama was in no way representative of black females because he's not a female.
No,
He's
he
black.
was. He was representative,
So
but
he was
that's
half
the point.
representative. How do you do the math on this? And why?
You shouldn't do the math on it completely statistically, but the fact
You shouldn't
is
do the math on it at all. You should treat
clearly
people as individuals.
underrepresented.
You should treat people as individuals.
Well, if you don't even want Kamala Harris to attempt to create DEI initiatives in office, then there isn't even going to be a conversation about it.
I mean, I don't think there ought to be a conversation about why we ought to be represented by race or by sex. I think that we are each individual people with individual ideas, and if that person represents my ideas, I don't care what sex, race, or sexual orientation they are.
I mean, to an extent, yes,
No,
but
entirely.
there is an issue with the lack of empathy in office. We need to be able to empathize and legislate for the people that are living in this country.
I was not
Do you
aware.
not believe that?
I was not aware that empathy is relegated to particular race solidarity.
No, but I mean, it's easier to be empathetic towards people whose experiences you can fundamentally understand based on your identity. Like, do you not believe that people have an inherent bias?
So first of all, I'm
based
not
on
sure. I
identity?
mean, we can start with the empathy itself. I'm not sure that empathy is always the best basis for actual public policy, because when you have group solidarity and empathy based on group solidarity, you're going to attempt to actually benefit the group with whom you have solidarity. So that actually cuts against
But
generalized
that's like a
public
fundamental
policy.
thing that just exists, which is why we need representation in government.
Domino's rewards points with so many different items to choose from, you might even have free Domino's already waiting for you.
Okay, cute. Thank you.
Well, he got it this time. All right, nice. Good to see you. How are you doing?
Doing all right. How are you, Ben?
You know, it's been a day.
Yes, it's a little bit of like an interesting setting being surrounded by 20 people that disagree with you.
I mean, the truth is I grew up in LA and then I went to law school in Cambridge, so,
So
I'm
you're
a little
more
used to it.
than
It's not, yeah. I've been there before.
Anyways, let's talk about DEI. Do you think that Trump should have won 2016? I'll wrap it in. It's conceptually relevant. I'll demonstrate the relevance.
Okay, sounds good. By what measure? Do I think he did win, or do I think he should have won?
Do you think he should have won?
I mean, yes, I'm happy that he won. If the question is, am I happy that he won? I'm happy that he won.
Okay. Well, I'd say that Trump won 2016 because...
And by the way, I did not vote for either candidate in 2016. That's a decision made in retrospect.
Awesome. So I think that Trump won 2016 because of a modality of DEI. Essentially, what I'd say is the Electoral College, right, strives for inclusion of smaller states with lower populations by overrepresenting them in the overall vote. Like, you could correct me if I'm wrong, or the SAN fact checkers can. I'm pretty sure that over the last 25 to 30 years, Republicans have won the presidency given the Electoral College, not given the overall popular vote. So if you're against DEI, if you don't want inclusion on the basis of race, inclusion on the basis of gender, or even what you were saying earlier, we could even say inclusion on the basis of class, why do you want inclusion on the basis of population, rural areas, states,
We should actually use a
etc.,
better
in the
example. Why don't you just
Electoral
ask if I believe in the U.S. Senate?
Right,
The
the U.S.
is a
Senate,
better
this would also apply to the U.S. Senate.
Right, okay, so let's use the U.S. Senate because the U.S. Senate is actually even more unrepresentative of the general population than the Electoral College, which is at least a rough
It'd
approximation.
just be funnier to hear you say that you shouldn't have voted for Trump in 2016, but we could talk about
I
this.
mean, that's a different subject, but I'm very happy that he won, even though I didn't vote for him. And we can talk about Trump later.
Yeah.
We've already done a bit. I'm sure we'll do more. As far as the idea that every elected body has to be elected based on population as opposed to based on the area of geographic distribution or the states that actually pre-existed the federal government. Okay, the way that the Constitution of the United States was created was a contract between sovereign states, which is one of the reasons why, for example, you have a United States Senate as opposed to just a House of Representatives. So is that a form of DEI? That seems like a stretch to me. The kind of DEI that I'm talking about specifically would be separating human beings based on inherent characteristics, like, for example, race, as opposed to suggesting that the United States Senate, which is obviously unrepresentative of the general population,
Well, seemingly my point is
that's a check and balance, right?
Well, seemingly my point is that this is another modality of DEI. I've like no problem with you explaining to me, right, why the Senate or the Electoral College would be given the U.S. Constitution and like some contractual agreement that they had between the sovereign states. That's fine. But what I'd say is that your claim here would just imply that the Constitution upholds DEI within our electoral process.
If your claim is
so, do you think that the Constitution upholds DEI in the sense of including smaller states with less representative populations?
That is a true stretch of the meaning of DEI, but I get your point. I mean, if the idea is that the only thing that is not pure DEI in a democratic context would be sort of popularly represented votes, then I think you can make the case that basically we should get rid of every representative institution. We should go to a pure democracy because...
Well, I'm not making a case for what we should replace it with. I'm making a case that it would uphold DEI. We could talk about, right, what other systems should function in the case of the Electoral College or in the case of the Senate, but that's a completely different conversation than are these systems upholding DEI.
So again, I think that you're definitionally stretching DEI. If DEI is the basic idea that all disparities equal discrimination and must be rectified by government interventionism, which is sort of the definition, then stretching that to mean the Electoral College seems like you're going pretty far afield to defend a very broad concept as specifically badly applied.
Wait, 1 second. I don't think that we need to say that DEI is equivalent to disparities equal discrimination. We could just see that DEI is like a qualm for disparities in general, right? And what we apply here in this certain modality when we're talking about the Electoral College, when we're talking about the Senate, is we're trying to qualm the disparities of the lack of population in rural areas. We're trying to qualm the disparities of smaller states compared to larger states. And seemingly, you haven't really given me a response to this apart from calling it a stretch, but I do appreciate you for
No, I mean, it seems to me like the argument that you're making is that in order for there to be calm and sort of conciliation inside the United States, particular racial groups have to be given particular benefits. Okay, because that was the argument with regard to the states in the United States, right? When the Constitution was formed, the way that you came to an actual agreement in the Constitutional Convention is states were not going to sign on unless they got particular guarantees of the interests of those particular states, right? So if you're claiming that that's DEI, then the response that I would have is right, because that's how you have to come to an agreement. So if you're going to make the parallel argument with regard to DEI in, for example, the racial context, you then have to make the case that the only way that you can have conciliation in the United States is for particular racial groups to be given specific racial benefits, and otherwise the country is going to split apart, which is an argument with which I generally disagree, even if I agreed with the way the Constitution was formed.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't see like your parallel here, right? I think that DEI could exist in multiple modalities. My argument in a nutshell is nothing more than the fact that we see disparities existing in rural areas compared to metropolitan areas. We see disparities existing in the size of the state and its overall population, and you're qualming these, and you're
right, but the DEI,
losing
the DEI response to that would not be
like through like an open representation.
And the DEI,
and I understand that your argument is, but all my single-handed point here is that you would say, in some sense, that this is a reconciliation to introduce more, inclusion in the sense of a state-to-state in their population.
I mean,
so if you make the concession that this is DEI, would you say in the same sense that we shouldn't have?
I don't make the concession that falls within the definition of DEI that I've used, and if your claim is that I'm now in favor of, for example, subsidies to rural areas at the expense of urban areas, I'm not actually.
So do you think that DEI would only apply in the context of race?
No, it could apply in the context of class. It could apply.
Okay, if it could apply in the context of race, class, and identity, why can't it apply in the context of a state's population and their representation in our government?
I mean, if they were to receive special bennies at the expense of other members of the population,
they are. Yes, like Alabama or Arkansas are literally receiving special benefits insofar as a greater level of representation in our Senate and in our electoral processes compared to people in California. I mean, for instance, that's my that's my buddy Parker over there. He lives in California. Right, and I live in Colorado, so I literally have more representation person per person in the sense of Parker's vote compared to my vote, because individualistically speaking, I'm from a state that has more representation, and the same thing could be said for multiple other states across America, especially in the Senate. There's two senators that represent me and everyone else in Colorado, and there's two senators that represent him and millions more people.
How are you getting from point A, which is that California has 2 senators and Colorado has 2 senators, to point B, which is that we should have incredible racial carve-outs on the basis of group identity at the behest of the federal government? That is a very, very large stretch. And to get from point A to point B on the basis of the constitutional structure seems like you're going pretty far afield. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but the rubber band only goes so far.
That's the end of this claim.
That's great.
I appreciate it, man. Hopefully we can talk more.
My next claim is that Kamala Harris's extreme pro-abortion stance is morally indefensible.
At Harbor Freight, we do business differently from the other guys. We design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middleman. Hurry in for Black Friday deals up to 70% off.
What's going on, dude? Hey, good to meet you. Okay, so I just want to clarify the claim because okay, so the claim that I'm making about Kamala Harris, let's first say like what I believe her position to be. Okay, so she has not stated any abortion law that she would not veto. Right, so the Partial Birth Abortion Ban Act, for example, or late-term abortion bans, she would presumably veto that as President of the United States. That's the position that I'm taking in this particular prompt. Okay, so that is the position that I find morally indefensible. Okay, so again, I'm a very, very pro-life person, but I can see at least the sort of nuanced arguments that some people on the left try to make about abortion, even if I disagree with those arguments. The argument that she's making, which is effectively abortion until birth should be in no way regulated, I find that to be morally indefensible.
My understanding right now is that a majority of Democrats would not support abortion through birth. My understanding is the more popular position, I don't think any state lets you go through birth. Maybe I'm off on that, maybe there's a couple.
California and New York, actually.
Okay, understood. But yeah, I think the key claim is basically, I think most Democrats would want abortion within the first few weeks prior to the development of my personal moral starting point of life is that the mind is the seat of consciousness, the brain is is where your self is. If you replace your heart, you have a robo heart, you're chilling. If you replace your brain, you're a different person, you're dead. And I think that when that brain first starts to develop, that's sort of where I see the beginning of life and where the fetus gets their first moral consideration. Would you agree that abortion before that point is tolerable?
No, I don't agree with that, but quick question, just as far as defining the positions.
Yeah.
So would you agree that late-term abortion is indefensible?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I that's not my position. I would
Okay,
not support that.
so you actually agree with me on the
Yeah.
prompt. Okay, so
Understood.
now we get into the broader
Okay.
abortion
Yep.
conversation. That's fine. I
Mhm.
mean,
No worries.
That's totally cool. So, yes, no,
And do you feel that a majority of Democrats support through like the
A
moment
majority-
before birth?
a majority of Democrats have not supported any abortion legislation on the federal level in my entire lifetime, nor do I suppose that they will. So if there were to be a consensus 15-week abortion ban, for example, which is about the status in Europe, I would assume that virtually all Democrats would vote against that 15-week abortion ban.
Mhm.
Well, you know, I may agree with your more moderate position, or at least use that as a starting point.
Mhm.
That is certainly not where the Democratic Party historically has been, nor is it where the Democratic Party is right
And
now.
also understood. And just to understand where you begin your moral consideration for a fetus.
Where I consider it?
Yeah.
At conception.
Mhm.
Right, so I believe in life, that life begins at conception. You now have a human being with potential, not a potential human being. And then the question is exactly what the moral value of that human being is. Once you acknowledge that there is, in fact, a countervailing interest to, for example, a woman's quote-unquote right to choose, once you acknowledge there's an independent interest.
Thank you so much for your time.
You made it. You're good. You can relax.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well, how are you?
Hello. Nice to meet you. Oh wow, you look better in person. Okay, so.
That's very sweet of you. I don't often get that, so thank
okay,
you.
it's fine. How do you define an abortion really quickly?
Abortion would be the forcible termination of an unborn human life.
Yes, but like, why do you hold that definition? Like, would you not just like assume like something like a C-section would be considered an abortion?
No, because the baby is born alive. So
But I'm
how would
looking-
that be abortion?
What does the definition of abortion have to include the death of a fetus?
Because that's literally the definition of abortion.
It literally isn't though. Where are you getting this definition from?
Where are you getting your definition from?
Let's go to like what you like in like Mayo Clinic, like any in like hospital you
A
go to.
C-section, a C-section ends with the birth of the child.
Right, but
I know.
but abortion,
I and all three of my siblings were born
abortion
via
generally.
C-section.
Yeah, I understand this.
I'm here. I'm talking to you.
I know, baby.
That's how it's not important.
I understand this, but like yes, but like no. Well, yes, but like no. But no, you can simply say that abortion is simply the ending of a pregnancy, right? So the ending of a pregnancy
No.
also have the natural
You can't say that.
birth of a fetus. So I don't see that. I don't see why you would say that like it would have to end in the death of a fetus, which is why I'm pro-abortion all 9 months, right? Because say if a woman is not able to pass a fetus in the natural way, we can have these other abortion processes that would say like, okay, like she needs some type of induction that doesn't include the actual natural expulsion of a fetus, but it doesn't always end in the death of a fetus. So I don't see how you could say that Kamala Harris' stance is immoral in this sense.
I just don't understand how you're removing the death of the fetus from the equation about abortion. That's literally the entire moral issue. You and I would not even be arguing if we were talking about C-sections or about natural birth.
But it seems like at its core, though, we disagree on what the inherent definition of
Okay,
abortion
then
is.
you could leave away. We could very easily solve this. Let's just not talk about the word abortion. Let's talk about the forcible termination of a baby.
Okay, so then what do you value in the fetus then?
The life of the fetus.
Okay, so then what is this? You said it's because of conception?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because that is literally the biological definition of when an independent life
Yes,
begins.
but like, why does it have moral value?
It has moral value because that's literally the biological definition of when a human life begins.
Right, but like, why does that have moral value though?
Okay, why does any life have moral value?
I would value sentience.
But why?
Right, because
Based on what?
this is simply what we value, like you and I value. Like, is it okay to like unplug like a brain dead patient, for example?
I mean, the question is whether it's okay to unplug the brain dead patient. Actually, quite a controversial one in sort of religious circles.
Mhm.
But as far as why, I'm just wondering if somebody's in a coma and you know they're going to wake up, do you have the right to unplug them?
Coma's not brain dead though. We know that there's future sentience there. Like it would be like a matter of like a contract of like past, future, like past, present, and future sentience. But like a person in a coma has.
I agree, and guess what? Fetuses also have guaranteed future sentience.
Well, no, because you're only valuing one half of the conjunct. That's
Well,
not right. So it would be past, present, or
now you're
future.
changing the topic. I mean, we started with what's the value of the fetus.
Barbie and Stumble Guys. Barbie is here and the full crew. The Stumble Guys and Barbie limited edition toy line.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, man. Whoa! You know what? You know, just for, honestly, God, just for that, I forfeit. That's like some serious efforting right there. Well done.
I'll take
Really
it.
well done.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, man. Whoa! You know what? You know, just for, honestly, God, just for that, I forfeit. That's like some serious efforting right there. Well done.
I'll take
Really
it.
well done.
Thank you. Yeah, so on the topic of abortion, I think we have a big focus on the moral aspects of abortion, but
You're a big dyke, bitch. You're a big dyke who uses a fake dick. You hate men, but you love dick. And you're a big dyke talking about abortion. I don't even want to hear what the fuck you got to say, really.
I think we should talk about the legal aspects of life, because when a baby is born, two things happen: birth certificate, social security card. When there are fetus, when it's like cells in the body, you don't get the birth certificate, you don't get a social security card because it's not alive, it's not born yet.
She want to be a dude so fucking bad. You want to be a dude and you want to kill babies.
Therefore, when it comes to like the moral repercussions of having an abortion, I feel like that's very different than legally. Because if a cluster of cells in a woman was equivalent to a baby, I should be able to have tax deductions on that kid. I should be able to have child care from the government. I should be able to have child support from the father. But since like the clusters of cells is in fact not a baby, I feel like morally, you can say whatever, but legally, the clusters of cells is not like.
So sort of hiding behind the legal positivist position, I think, to shield against the morality here is a problem, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
So when it comes to, first of all, don't threaten me with a good time. I'm perfectly happy to have people pay paternity for children that are currently in utero. Like that's fine with me. In fact, I think that'd be quite good. I think it would incentivize fathers to stay with the mothers and actually be more responsible. But if we're talking about legal status, there are plenty of people in the United States, for example, who don't have legal status right now, who don't have a social security card, for example, in the United States. Obviously, we can't kill them. They're legal immigrants. We shouldn't murder them. There are lots of people in the United. Legal status does not, in fact, equate to moral status in any sense of the term. That it's true, for example, that children can't vote and don't actually have control over any of their decision making. Right? I have 4 kids of my own, and I control their decision making because they're very small. Okay, that doesn't mean that I get to kill them. So the idea of legal status, thus being the basis of a moral status, is putting the cart before the horse. The truth is that it's because things have a moral status that we give them a legal status, and obviously you can see that state by state, right? For example, even in the state of California, they had something called Lacey's Law for a while. I think it's still applicable, where if somebody killed a pregnant woman, that could be treated as a double homicide in criminal law. Okay, that sort of stuff applies all over the United States. So using the legal as a substitute to sort of evade the moral question ignores the fact that people make law in the states based on what their moral perception of the issue is. The law follows the moral perception, not the other way around.
Yes, I agree, but I think there is a problem with the moral perception, especially when you consider that morality varies all across America. It's not uniform anywhere. And that's a big problem, especially when you see in the South when they're having like 6-week abortion bans, which is detrimental to women's health. Because as we see in Georgia right now, there were 2 women who were pregnant, who went to a hospital, get health care, and they were denied that care because there was confusion surrounding abortion laws. That's why I focus more so on the legality aspect of it, because that's something that's uniform, that's something that could be known.
It isn't uniform though, right? It does vary state to state. As you yourself just acknowledged.
Sure, yeah.
So, when it comes to sort of we can get into the specifics of those particular Georgia cases. One of them particularly has been relatively badly covered. It's about a woman who took basically both doses of the abortion medication. She took it without the supervision of a doctor. She then experienced essentially sepsis, and she went to the hospital late. And then, under no interpretation, by this point, she had twins. Both of the fetuses were unfortunately dead by this point, so there actually was no legal problem with performing a DNC at that time, and the hospital misinterpreted the law. Without getting into more details about that particular case, the real question when it comes to abortion was, and always will be, how we weigh 2 separate considerations. One is the moral value of the life of the fetus, and the second is the woman's right to choose. The problem is that these are sort of mutually exclusive, meaning that I don't have a right to choose about your life, right? About whether I get to kill you or not, or about the children that I have who are already born. And so the right to choose is obviated by the acknowledgement of a moral status on the part of the child, and vice versa. Right? If you're willing to say that the child has no moral status whatever, then there really is no problem with abortion. The big moral problem I have with sort of Kamala Harris' position and the position that I have.
Cat that climbs? With Chewy, save up to 60% and get exclusive deals through Cyber Monday. Toys your cat will love at ground level, delivered fast at prices you love. For low prices, for holidays with pets, there's Chewy.
I got the judges over here.
All right.
Hey, nice to meet you, man.
I'll see you again later, dude. All right. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
Hey,
to meet
Cam. Hey, appreciate you being here and having an open discussion.
Yeah, you bet. It's fun.
Let's say that, just hypothetically,
right? Baby's born. Baby, mama can't feed the baby. She's not breastfeeding. Baby dies. Morally, do you feel like that would be better than if the baby would have just been like aborted before it was born?
I mean, I'm not sure that there's any. I mean, I think that it's significantly worse to purposefully kill a child rather than accidentally or through circumstances kill a child.
Not accidentally, right? She cannot.
She didn't purposefully kill the child.
She can't afford it, right?
I mean,
she can't afford to have the baby, and so you're saying that Kamala Harris is extreme, but your stance is that women are being forced to have children, even if they decide that for whatever reason. I don't care. I don't care.
Why
for
don't you
whatever
care? Why don't
reason.
you care? Because you give me a very
Because it's not
specific
between
example.
me. Because it's not. It is not between me.
Rabbit.
It is between that mom, her health, her relationship with whoever she believes in. It is not.
So
on me.
here's sort of the problem.
Mhm.
You're extrapolating from a very emotionally laden example to everything. And I'm wondering how you're doing that. So you give me a case in which you have a woman who, for whatever reason, literally cannot feed her child. For some reason, adoption's not available. There are no food stamps. There's literally nothing. She's in a desert by herself, and the baby's going to die. Is that abortion equivalent to a woman who decides to, because she doesn't want the baby for economic reasons or because it's going to crimp her lifestyle, like whatever? You said you don't care about the reason at all. That's your words, not mine. So she's 15 weeks pregnant. She wants to kill it. That's the same. Why?
You're asking me why it's the same. I'm asking you why isn't it the same? Why is a baby who
I think it's pretty
can't,
self-evidently the same.
who
Not the same.
can't be born say that if she doesn't want that, if she says that I can't economically afford this child, that's like somebody going and saying I can't economically afford this car, and the car salesperson still taking them on a test drive. Like, what's the point if they've already told you that they are not going to be able to economically afford it unless
So I think
you give them, like you said, okay, what about abortion? Well, there's how many people in foster care that aren't being adopted right now today? All right,
Should we kill them or what?
I'm not saying we should kill them. I'm just saying that should we wait at least
Would it
until
have been better if
all
they were
of
dead?
those people? You tell me.
No, you tell me. You're the one who
If
suggested
those people-
it's a matter of moral apathy, whether those kids were born or not. I don't think so.
So if kids are in foster care and not being treated well, they're being abused. They're not being fed.
That is a
they're being
horrific problem, yes.
they're being locked. The fridge is being locked, and they're told they can't go get it because there are people who are only in it because they're getting a check. You're saying that is morally
superior to killing them? Yes.
To before they're born. So
Yes.
you're saying that torturing a human being who's born like they're a real life
No, I'm
human
not the one in
today.
favor of torture. You're the one in favor of unborn people
If
being
you
killed.
can't, if the only way you survive is food and water, and you rely on someone else to provide that to you, and they're not providing it to you, what would you call that?
I'm confused by.
I know you are, because your
But
argument contradicts itself.
No, it really, really doesn't. I mean, the argument that you're making is that a born child deprived of food and water never should have been born.
No.
I don't see why that follows.
That's not my argument. My argument.
Wow, okay, we're gonna take this chair. Look at that.
Hey, Ben.
Like a bro, my friend. All right.
How's it going?
Let's break open
So, first
beer or
question: can men get pregnant?
Men cannot get pregnant.
Okay, awesome. So,
Definitionally.
definitionally, okay. Do men experience SA? Sexual assault?
Sure.
Got it. What about the existence of trans men?
What about the existence? Do you mean women who believe that they are men? What are we talking about here? Women experiencing gender dysphoria?
So, my other question is: do you benefit from white supremacy in any way, shape, or form?
I'm going to need more specifics on what you mean by what.
Here, let me give it to you then.
Sure, please.
So, I'm a transgender man.
Okay.
I've experienced SA.
Okay.
And abortion rights affect me directly. So, if we're talking about the American dream that you live, why don't I have access to that? Because there's no legislation, in the history of America, that legislates a man's body, so why does mine have to be legislated? I've got a vagina.
I'm not interested in what your genitalia are.
Clearly you are. I mean, it's all over everything you make, buddy. I'm sorry. I hate to say it to you, but...
I think you can read on my face that I radically am not. I think you can read on my face that I radically am not. When we're talking about
No, I
abortion,
don't. I mean, you can present it here, but in most of the content that you have, you attack my community constantly. And you don't even realize guys like me exist, who actually share a lot of similarities to you and everything, because I'm a married man of 20 years. got
I
a wife.
recognize that you exist. I disagree with
Right,
the claim
so
that you
if
are
I
a
was
male.
sexually assaulted, right, and I didn't have access to that abortion care, do you believe that I should have carried that child to term because
What
I
does
was
this have to-
sexually assaulted?
I mean,
No, I just want to make sure that that's what you believe. Because as a transgender man, I have seen your side of the entire political debate, never ever having the conversation of what American freedom is. Because why am I not allowed to live my American freedom as a man? You know, I mean, you get your
as
choice
a man,
as a man to live and free and all that.
you're really moving around terminology very wildly here.
And so are you, because that's the tactics you play in your game. And you've done it the entire time. You jump from one subject to the next. You speak so fast, and I know how you work. So how's it feel to have it in your face?
I mean...
Because I'm sick and tired of the shit that you have put against my community, especially black trans women. Because you constantly disregard all of our needs and then use us politically as a pawn when we're 1% of the population. Why not focus on the economy itself? All of us are struggling, and you want to focus on trans people. You want to focus on a black woman when this is clearly a glass cliff situation. America's falling apart, and let's give it a woman right when it's all falling apart. And we had, what, 50 men run it, and it looks like shit? Look at where we're at. Truly, where do you think that we're heading? I mean, it's so funny to watch white supremacy just fall apart the way that it is, and you ride so hard. Because guess what? In other countries around the world, women are not having children. And why is it? Because of the patriarchy and all the violence that men perpetuate, and all of this idea that abortion is somehow going to solve it all by forcing women to have abortion instead of focusing on the real problems that we're facing in our society. We're just going to completely ignore that, and we're just going to go, you know what? The line item is, let's make women have babies so that we can continue this capitalistic society that we have. Why are we doing that? What? I mean, why? Because you want to push white supremacy and because you want to make your check? It does great for you. Meanwhile, people like me have to live with the consequences of all of your rhetoric that you put on a daily basis. And including my entire community and the intersectionalities of black women, men that experience SA, trans people, everyone that comes in. And I'm so sick of the idea that you can come in with this bravado, that you're this big guy that knows things because you can talk fast, you have statistics. But really, what does it really matter at the end of the day if you are harming the entire American... This guy's been accused of rape. Trump. In, court documents, and you're backing the guy. You have children. How could you do that to your own... Don't you have a daughter? What is wrong with you, dude? I've never seen such a party just completely the American idea of what we believe in as a country is not what you're perpetuating. It's diversity. It's getting you tired, hungry, and poor. The Google phone you have in your pocket is because of all of the diversity we've had.
Some fat.
Pleasure to meet you.
A fat, ugly
Yeah, in my life, and my mom was...
The Google phone you have in your pocket is because of...
Fat, ugly trans bitch. Don't get mad at Ben Shapiro because you're fat, you're ugly, and you chopped your tits off, and you take pills to grow a beard. And you're mad at him because your life. Nobody told you to be fat, ugly, and trans, bitch. That's your decision. And I know fat, ugly trans people were cool, but you're not. You're like a fat, ugly douchebag trans bitch. Fuck out of here. No, I'm not homophobic. I just hate fucking douchebags, yo. Fucking dick. You're a dickhead.
All the diversity we've had.
And then the lady is telling me pause, and you don't fucking pause.
Okay, there's a lot of tension in the room now. Let's stay cordial. Let's stay respectful, please. Please.
Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. So let's say that I'm voted out by my friends here, and I stand up and immediately collapse onto the ground. Paramedics rush in, and through some magical means, they determine that the only person who can save my life is you. You can do that by giving me a transplant. Can you be forced to give me a transplant?
I cannot.
Why?
Because I do not have a parental relationship with you, and thus I do not owe you a duty of care in the same way that I would if, say, you were my son.
Can a
If my
parent be
son-
forced to give a kid a transplant?
Yes, a parent can be forced to give a kid an enormous number of resources, or should be.
Can you be forced to give me blood?
No.
Do you believe that the average person should be able to be forced by the government to do something with their body?
It depends what, because that,
Why
that
can
is
you
the
not be
nature of
forced
law.
to give me? Why can you not be forced to give me an organ?
Because I do not owe you a duty of care sufficient to remove an organ.
Because
from
you cannot be forced to use your body to sustain my own, and that is the crux of
Because
the
I do not owe
abortion
you a
argument.
duty to
Because you cannot be forced to use your body to sustain my own, and that is the crux of the abortion argument. And the problem is, and it's very morally
You're ignoring the
inconsistent.
parental
No,
relationship.
but because there's a point here. There's a very morally inconsistent part to your argument right here.
This is the thing about Kamala Harris voters. They're all weird gay dudes like this. Listen to his voice.
I believe that you should be forced to sustain my body using your own. Then you should also not believe that a woman should be forced to sustain a child that they do not want to carry.
Look at his fucking posture. Look at his fucking hand movements. This is who wanted Kamala to be the president. Fucking weird, weak, soft ass, mentally deficient, emotionally unintelligent people. All of these people are weird as fuck, bro. Skinny faggots, fat trans dykes, fat retarded black chicks, old black women who talk about, oh, well, Trump didn't let black people live in his building. I was there. I'm from New York. Bitch, you don't know shit neither. None of y'all motherfuckers, man. Oh my God, yo. Do I hate black people? I ain't think I hate black people, but I don't hate black people. It just seemed like more black people are ignorant. I hate ignorant. I'll say that. I hate ignorant black people. But some of these motherfuckers are willfully ignorant. And then some of them are they're just fucking victims of the fucking propaganda. But then I hate that shit too. Like, why y'all so susceptible to that shit, man? Why y'all fall for the shit so goddamn easy? Y'all can't see they fucking playing y'all's goddamn game, huh? Y'all just want to anytime y'all see a nigga smile in your face and, oh, I'm gonna do something for your community, bitch, that bitch wasn't gonna do shit for nobody. She wasn't gonna do shit for nobody at all. Other than what the fucking her puppet handlers wanted her to do. You got this fucker, just his voice and his mannerisms are fucking pissing me off, dude. You're not a fucking man, bro. You got man parts and probably some XY chromosome, but nigga, you is not no fucking man. To sit there and talk like that and have these weird ass fucking feminine ass manuals. And I'm an artist, and I was raised by all women. Most of my family is women, and I have a lot of feminine qualities to my personality. I have a lot of feminine qualities to every aspect about me. The way I fucking cook and clean and sew and stitch and garden. I got a lot of feminine shit with me. But I'm not dudes like this. You a fucking flaky ass faggot, bro. I swear to fucking God. You can embrace your feminine side and your masculine side at the same fucking time. I can box a nigga in the face and then turn around and paint some fucking pretty ass flowers because I'm in touch with my feminine side. But I don't have to move around and do fucking mannerisms and poses and talk like this.
It doesn't matter how you get there. Let's say that you crash into me on the way out of here.
Well, no, it's
if you hit
it's
into
not.
me,
It's
yes,
actually
it is.
not.
But it is. If you say let's say that you run into me on the way out of here.
And you can see, I hate Ben Shapiro's voice. He has a very high pitched voice. Ben has a girly voice, but even their voices are almost similar. The tone of their voice, this dude's voice is, Ben's voice is almost high as this dude's voice. But for some reason, Ben still sounds like a fucking man. Even with a high voice, he sounds manly. This motherfucker doesn't sound manly at all. You sound like a little fucking bitch, bro. I don't know why I'm allowing this shit to piss me off. I almost don't even want to finish watching this shit. And I'm not the biggest Shapiro fan. Man, look, I'll listen to Shapiro because he's right most of the time. But hey, I do hate his approach. I hate his fucking snide ass comments sometimes. And I don't agree with a lot of this shit Ben Shapiro says, because I'm not a Jew. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not religious. You know, so we'll differ on topics like that, and even on some political shit. But I'd definitely rather have a conversation with him over any of these motherfuckers in there that he's talking to. They're all so fucking weird, yo. Every fucking Kamala Harris voter is weird as shit. The one girl said, oh, well, why do you think a fetus is alive at conception? Because, bitch, it said, it's life, bitch. Because the pregnancy test tells you it's alive. Because if you take a pregnancy test and it comes up negative, that means there's no life in you. But as soon as you can chemically recognize your body has changed and you're producing a life form, then that's it. It doesn't have to become conscious or have sentience. It's a fucking live already. And it's giving off chemical signals to let you know it's fucking alive, and your body starts changing immediately. Soon as conception happens, your ovulation cycle stops. Or normally it stops. I'm not a woman. I'm not. Okay, now I'm about to get into the realm of speculation because I'm not a fucking woman. Because I've heard some women say, you know, they had a period, you know, for a few months, even while pregnant, which isn't normal, but it does happen. You know what I'm saying? But your body does let you know, like, hey, there's something different now. I think we're pregnant, and then your body starts to change. So don't say, oh, life only begins when you have a heartbeat or when you have functioning brain waves. That's not it. Your body already told you that you're pregnant. You got something living inside of you now. It's there now, and it's alive now. And your body can tell you that it's alive. And I've had 2 abortions. Not me personally. But you know what I mean. 2. 2 of them. And both times, it was the woman's decision. I never even suggested it either time. And the first one, both of them was mistakes. You know, we just getting too comfortable having sex, and hey, you know, yo, me so in there. Thank you. But the first time, the girl was like, she called me. She's like, dude, I think I'm pregnant. I'm like, word? I was like, oh shit. She's like, I'm about to go get an abortion. You gotta go half on me with it. I'm like, whoa. Are you sure you're pregnant? And like, she said, dude, I missed my period. I took a couple of tests. I'm pregnant, and we have to go get this abortion. She's like, I don't want kids now. I don't want kids. And I'm like, great, okay, well, if that's what you want to do, right, okay. So, and then on top of that, she didn't even want me to go with her. And that's why after that, I think she tried to shit me. Like, that's the one. I'm not really sure if she was actually pregnant or if it was my baby. It could have been somebody else's baby, and she just didn't want to pay for the abortion, so she told me it was mine, and she told another dude it was his, and then told both of us that we got to give her half of the money for the abortion, and then she wound up getting all the money for the abortion without coming out her own pocket. I think that's what happened. But she swore up and down, oh, I got her pregnant, blah, 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 blah. But then when she said she didn't want me to come to the clinic with her, I'm like, you're going to be in pain. They're going to put you on the, like, heavy medicine. You're going to need somebody with you. I'll come with you. No, I'm going to get my sister to come with me. I'm going to get my sister to come. I don't want you there. You don't want me there. What the hell? And when she said that, I was like, that's when I got suspicious. And whatever, you know what I'm saying? I don't put myself in a dumbass scenario. I played Boo Boo the Fool. At least she think I did. I was like, bitch, I ain't goddamn, I ain't as dumb as you think I am. I ain't dumb like that. And I told her, since you don't want me to come to the abortion, you don't want me to come to the abortion clinic with you. I don't think I'm gonna give you all the money for the abortion. I was in my 20s. And then in my 30s, there was another one. And same thing, just got too comfortable and she said the exact same thing. She's like, dude, I'm pregnant and we're going to get an abortion. I'm like, are you sure? She's like, yes, I'm fucking sure, dude. She's like, I do. And the second one, she is dead ass. She's like, bro, I am not no fucking mom material. I don't think I ever want kids. I don't think I want kids. I don't think I'll be a good mom. And honestly, I just like living my life, being able to go where I want, when I want, and not having responsibilities. And at that time, like, I was in my 30s and she was still in her 20s, and she was just like, nah, nigga, I'm good on kids right now. And I don't think to this day she doesn't have kids. Like, that's like my supervisor right now. She's a year older than I am. She's 44 and she doesn't have kids. And she'll tell you straight up, she doesn't like kids really. She doesn't like little kids. She thinks they're loud, annoying. Their noses is always running. They always want to aggravate you and want shit. They carry germs. And she's like, I never wanted kids ever. I never saw myself as a mom. And she has goats. She has like 4 goats, and her and her boyfriend just raise goats. And she's like, yeah, I'm good on kids, you know? And so I understand that. So some people just don't want kids. And if it happens, hey, in my situations, it was definitely both of our fault. I have 5 kids. Damn, my eldest is 23. Now, my son just turned 20 this year, so, and I only got the one. And even with him, I told him, I said, yo, I told your mom to have an abortion, bro. Told his ass straight up too. I was 22 years old when I was 22 and she was 20. She was 19 going on 20. I'm like, we not ready for this yet. And I was working at Checkers and she ain't had no job. I'm like, bitch. And the thing is with my baby mom, they're like, she was on birth control. That wasn't, and that's the one time and the first time that I asked for an abortion. Because she was on birth control for a year. And then stopped taking birth control without telling me. She didn't tell me. And to this day, every time I tell this story, I just wonder what was her train of thought back then. Like, bitch, you just wanted to have a baby. You just wanted me to make a baby with you that fucking bad. You just stopped taking your birth control and didn't tell me at all. And then when she's like, oh, I'm pregnant, I'm like, and she told me my first question was, how? How are you pregnant? Oh, I stopped taking my birth control. When? That bitch said 3 months ago. That was her answer. My first question was, how are you pregnant? And her response was, I stopped taking my birth control 3 months ago. Why didn't you tell me that? Why didn't you tell me that? And she didn't have an answer for that. She could not answer that question, why she didn't sit down and talk to me about her not being on birth control anymore. And then I said, well, you need to have an abortion. I'm not having an abortion. No, you need to have an abortion. We're not ready for this. You're too fucking young. We're both too young, and we don't have any money saved. We don't have money. Well, I'm not having an abortion. I'm not having an abortion. Man, look. And then 5 months after my son was born, she's already sleeping around fucking some other dude. And I left her, and she put me on child support. And I paid 18 years of child support. 18 years of child support when I told this bitch to have a fucking abortion. And I said, if we love each other and we stick together, we got plenty of time to have kids in the future. We got plenty of time to have kids. Fucking, I was only 22. I got plenty of time. We ain't gotta have no kid right now. But that bitch did not, I don't know. suck at me. So I get the abortion issue. I definitely do. And in all of my instances, if there was no law for abortion and nobody could have an abortion, then that's my fault. And I would have had more kids. Because, once again, we got comfortable and we didn't take proper precautions and protection. And shit happens, you know? That's how motherfuckers get pregnant. And so it's like, if you don't want kids, do better. Abstinence, contraceptives, birth control. There's a lot of ways not to have kids. You know? And like I say, if I were in situations with women with different mindsets, I would have had 2 more kids already. If those 2 other women did not want to have abortions, I would have had 2 more kids. And then where would I be at? Poor as fuck right now, because I can't afford my damn self right now. Let me run to the bathroom one more time, guys. We're making pretty good pretty good time on this on these flowers. Only got a little bit more to do, and then we're gonna letter it out, and then we'll be done with this for the day. This is not gonna be. It's cute. It's a cute painting, but this is free from one of my coworkers, so this ain't like my art that I be doing. I'm just trying to whip something together real quick with some acrylic paints, make it look nice.
Depression to me. It doesn't matter that is the reason why I'm in that state. You cannot be forced to give me blood. You cannot be forced to give me an organ. You cannot be forced to use your body to sustain my
works. An abortion includes a pre-existing physical connection between the 2 bodies. So a better example would be the so-called dead violinist example or dying violinist example that was put forward by a philosopher. I can't remember her name. The basic idea there is that you wake up in a room and I'm connected to you, right? And you have some sort of health condition. I'm connected to you. And I'm giving you a blood transfusion. And if I remove that, you'll die. Do I have a duty not to remove it? I think there's actually a fairly decent case that I actually do have a duty.
No, you do not. You do not have a duty to be forced to. No, because my moral position. You do not have a duty to sustain someone's body using your own.
It's been tough to get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 5'2".
You made it.
I'm the only one in the room shorter than you. Okay, so honestly, my understanding of Kamala's plan is a return to Roe v. Wade, but in the legislative level. That seems to be the majority opinion by the American people. They were not for the removal, right? Trump is not really for an abortion ban, right?
I mean, he is not.
Okay, yeah, but unfortunately, the way he governs, he puts those 3 folks in the Supreme Court. They do it. His vice presidential pick really wants to do it. He's claiming now that everybody wants it to the states. Nobody wanted it. That was not the demand. I think people are just kind of interested in protecting their freedoms. It's a bigger discussion about freedom. And I think Kamala Harris is going to be the presidential pick to protect the freedoms.
Okay, so again, I think that we have to define what we think Kamala Harris's position is. I think that it goes well beyond simply restoring Roe versus Wade, for example, which is an extremely flawed legal decision, wide variety of legal scholars ranging from right to left. Ruth Bader Ginsburg used to point out that was a very flawed legal decision.
We can't pretend that like this is like a bipartisan thing. Roe v. Wade was a problem. The bipartisan thing.
No, you might like the results. You might like the results of Roe versus Wade. The actual legal decision is a bad legal decision.
I think that.
That's the end of this claim.
I'm glad you finally made it done.
Man, I barely. I slid back too fast, too far. Let me look at this guy.
Like the results. You might have the results of Roe versus Wade. The actual legal decision is a bad legal decision. I think that it goes well beyond simply restoring Roe versus Wade. For example,
Kamala Harris is going to be the.
Why do all of them look like this? Why? Me and him have the same beard and mustache. And we both wear glasses. But why does he look like that and I look like this? Huh? Why is this all Kamala Harris supporters? Are these weird, soft-ass men? I bet his hands are soft. I bet if I shake his hands are just soft like a baby's foot. Just like Play-Doh. I bet this motherfucker never raked grass in his life or fucking oh, he look like he can't even open a jar of pickles, man. Look at this dude. He has to get a jar opener to open his pickles. You better to look at. But it's so weird, like, why is her whole base these group of people? Like, why is this the only people that support her? I just want one, like, strong, straight man to come up and give his logical reasons why he would support Harris. Just or a very attractive, straight female. Not these weird, I can't even put no more words to them. All you motherfuckers are just weird and creepy as shit. And I don't care what you have to say because you're weird and creepy. And you're all like gay and trans and it's like, why doesn't the world want to listen to us? Because you're only 1% of the population and you're making these weird ass arguments about a fetus isn't alive. That's why nobody wants to fucking listen to you. And you guys have been doing this shit for 10 years since Obama opened the gateways and let y'all have all the fucking platforms and all this shit. And then in the past 10 years, you felt super empowered and you want to yell at people and tell them, I am a man, when you got a pussy between your legs. And you just want to yell at them, I am a man. Or you want to say, I am a woman. And you got dick and balls. You got a dick and 2 balls and you going around yelling, I am a woman. I am a woman. And that's all y'all wanted to do. Okay. Y'all had that shit for 10 years, man. Go shut the fuck up and go sit the fuck down somewhere, man. We tired of this shit now. The smallest percentage of the population has the loudest goddamn voice, and they the most whiniest motherfuckers ever. Y'all whine about everything. I want to play in women's sports. Well, you can't, because you got dick and balls, bro. I want to go in the women's bathroom. Well, you can't, because you got dick and bras, bro. Fuck is wrong with y'all? I'm gonna have a baby. No, you're not. You're a fucking man. And you're not gonna have a baby. You know why? Because you don't have a fucking uterus or ovaries. And you don't fucking ovulate. So no, Mr. Man. I did it again. Fuck. Keep sliding back too much. So no, you're not. You're not gonna have a baby and all this other dumbass shit, man. I was on birth control too. Dang. She said, my dog can feel your anxiety. I am a little anxious. But, yeah, my baby mama, she's a weird person, you know. To this day, we do not get along. And it's a shame. Just a weird person. I have never been able to figure her out. And I stopped trying a long time ago. Damn. Coughing with a sore throat is the fucking worst. But that ain't gonna stop me from smoking though. I thought your throat was sore. It is, bitch. It is. But you shouldn't smoke. Fuck that. If I can get the smoke in me, it makes me forget that my throat is sore. But I really want to, I might run to the goddamn shop and get me some gummies. I'm gonna have to eat that shit. 'Cause ow, fuck. It hurts to cough, it hurts to swallow. At least I can talk a little bit better. But now my voice sounds all weird and shit. I wonder if I should do some acrylic paintings for myself. Just like.
Pick to protect the freedoms.
Okay, so again, I think that we have to define what we think Kamala Harris's position is. I think that it goes well beyond simply restoring Roe versus Wade, for example, which is an extremely flawed legal decision. A wide variety of legal scholars, ranging from right to left. Ruth Bader Ginsburg used to point out that that was a very flawed legal decision.
We can't pretend that like this is like a bipartisan thing. Roe v. Wade was a problem. The bipartisan thing.
No, you might like the results. You might like the results of Roe versus Wade.
I don't have much
legal decision is a
listen,
bad legal
listen,
decision.
I think that.
That's the end of this claim.
I'm glad you finally made it though.
Hopefully I can come back.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is an app and website that is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Their team of journalists believe that unbiased news should be the standard and not just the exception. So they report down the middle with facts, delivering news without bias, filter, or spin. Plus, their media mist tool allows you to discover news that's being underreported or not even reported at all by different sides of mainstream media. That's why we are so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. The work they're doing gives us a complete picture of the news straight from our phones and tablets with their app. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel, you're also supporting a group of journalists that are raising the bar on news and focusing on serving you unbiased, straight facts. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is Kamala Harris's border policies will turn America into an unsafe and bankrupt nation.
Your hair can be saved with Hims Prescription Hair Loss Spray.
It contains both finasteride and minoxidil.
It has finasteride to stop the hair loss and minoxidil to help it grow.
You just apply it once a day. Start seeing results in as little as 3 to 6 months. Fill out an online intake form and a licensed provider will review your info. If prescribed, it's shipped right to your door.
My hair is so much thicker and fuller, I couldn't believe my results. Thanks to Hims, I have my confidence back.
I look younger. I feel better. Everyone needs to know about this stuff. I wish I started sooner.
What are you waiting for?
I will let some of my colleagues here in the circle really talk about why they appreciate Kamala Harris's right shift when it comes to border policy, trying to deter the amount of people that are coming.
Once again, he's close. He has a full beard, hairline not looking too bad. He's not even a bad looking guy, but somehow, just even the small movements of his head, it be the mannerisms, man. And then once again, I can sit here and move all goofy and do kind of shit, and somehow I still seem masculine. But this motherfucker, how all these men seem feminine? I don't get it. I don't understand. Like how do all of them seem?
Let some of my colleagues here in the circle really talk about why they appreciate Kamala Harris's right shift when it comes to border policy, trying to deter the amount of people that are coming through the southern border. That's not something I'm particularly passionate about. So I'm more inclined to talk about specifically why you, somebody who reports himself as someone who's uber capitalist, want to remove the labor pool from this country, which always increases to business and economic growth.
Right. So
It's just I don't know. Is my gaydar broke or something? Or all these dudes faggots? Like, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, not faggots like actually like homosexual, but like faggots and just like you just a bitch nigga. You know? You might do have a girlfriend. You can have a girlfriend and you can be a straight heterosexual man and still act like a faggot, nigga. You can still be a bitch, nigga. You can still be a bitch. And all these bitch motherfucking feminine ass, faggot ass motherfuckers, and how shave that fucking beard, bro. You shouldn't even be able to grow a full. I should be able to grow a full beard like that, not you. You're not even masculine enough for a fucking beard like that. Where your granddaddy at? I bet your granddad don't like you. A couple generations ago, you probably come from a strong set of men. Now look at you, a fucking Kamala Harris supporter. I bet your granddad's so damn disappointed. Fucking crazy. You're so feminine, dude. You're so
In removing the labor pool from the country as a general rule. However,
and once again,
I don't believe that it's an
Shapiro's
economic
voice.
benefit to the United States to bring in a low-skill, low-education labor pool that
It's
is
so squeaky.
drawing significantly from public benefit, for example.
His voice is so high pitched, damn, Ben. It's so hard to listen to. But once again, he still sounds like a man. He just sounds like a man with a squeaky ass voice. These other dudes, you sound like you get pegged every once in a while, man. And boy, you sound like somebody pegging you, man. How your voice sound like that, bro? Huh? And I've been saying that about Shapiro. I don't mind listening to him, but it's hard because his voice so fucking squeaky. You sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks, dog. That's what you remind me of. Little mousy ass voice. And put some damn bass in your voice, man. Fuck wrong with you? Why your voice so high pitched? Why you talking like that? Where you from? Burbank. Man, look. Why y'all California niggas talk like that? I can't tell. Goddamn. Y'all got to do better. You know? Y'all got to do better than that. Cause the shit I'm hearing coming out your mouth. Oh, squeaky voice.
And there are very good data to show that there's huge reliance.
And once again, I don't have a deep. My voice isn't. This is the deepest my voice can get, and I'm hoarse. My voice only this deep. If I'm not feeling good. But once again, I don't sound super feminine. When I talk normal, I don't sound super feminine. Why all these men sound so feminine? I'm just asking questions now, because first I wanted to really hear the debates, but now all y'all dudes got me questioning. And then all the women on there too, just like, I don't know, I think it may be just a generational thing, because these young people are fucking retards. And they don't know it. They don't know they're retards because we haven't been allowed to say retard. We can't call people retarded no more. It's not politically correct. And now, because you can't call a person retarded, like all these fucking retards are walking around, they don't know they're fucking retarded. You gotta point that shit out to some of these people, man. Word up. If you don't let a motherfucker know they retarded, then they gonna keep doing the same shit. Walking through life like they all good. Bitch, you not all good. You not. Not at this present moment. You a fucking retard. You acting like a fucking gay ass retarded faggot right now. Stop, bro. Think about what you're doing. Think about what you're saying. Don't be a fucking retard your whole life. I'm sorry. I'll probably lose a couple of followers. I'll probably get banned for this one. I hope not, because this stream, seriously, is just for entertainment purposes only. This is only for entertainment purposes. So please, do not believe nothing I'm saying, because nothing I'm saying is true. None of these guys are faggots or retards. I don't know any of these people personally. So don't ban me again, YouTube. Their tube, not my tube. have to be critical of the young men in this country, bro. And that's what I'm noticing too. All these dudes are like young. They're in their 20s and 30s. Bro, when I was in my 30s, bro, look, man. I still had common sense. Like these dude bros cannot think for themselves right now. Like none of y'all can't think for yourself? It's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Entertainment purposes only. No other reason than entertainment. I'm so happy I'm not in my 20s and 30s no more. But the brainwashing right now, that shit's so crazy. I wonder if I would fall for it. Like if I was a lesser person. Or if I was a younger person, would I fall for this shit too? Right along with all the other young people? I don't know, but a lot of young people not falling for it, so. This is very discouraging, though, to hear all these people talk, like, and that's the thing that we've seen with the other side, like, they don't have, like, real reasons why. All the reasons you're giving me are fallacies and incorrect. But somehow that shit makes perfect sense to them. It's like, you're not realizing how illogical you sound right now. And then you realize these motherfuckers just don't give a fuck any goddamn way. Ow, even yarning hurts. Like, I really literally just paused in the middle of a yarn, didn't even finish it. And my body just stopped doing it because it was hurting. I've never, like, not finished yarning before. My body's like, oh, no, we'll do that later. Damn.
On, say, emergency rooms, educational facilities. Based on the Center for Immigration Studies, there's a net cost to low-wage, low-skill immigration coming into the country.
So you're in favor with emergency rooms just deterring people based on what they look like or what might be perceived as someone with a lack of citizenship?
No, I'm very much in favor of limiting the amount of illegal immigration to zero and then allowing a fair bit of legal immigration.
So you're more interested in decreasing the pool of people and population in this country so there are less emergency room visits? Or are you more in favor of actually documenting these people so we're able to track, like, exactly who is coming through? Like, I'm kind of lacking what you're arguing.
It's not about number. It's about the people who are coming in. I believe that everybody who comes into this country should come in through a legal mechanism, and that the United States ought to be able to select the people who are coming in who are the best, brightest, and most useful to the American population, because that is the prerogative of any nation.
So do you think that the way that we do allow people in through our legalization process, especially with how much egregious obstacles people have to go through, might incentivize people to come through non-legal means?
I mean,
On average, it takes about 10 years for somebody to gain citizenship in this country. And if somebody is fleeing political persecution, I really find it interesting how conservatives always like to talk about the response to certain behaviors instead of what the root cause is. When oftentimes United States foreign policy is what creates the destabilization of countries, which is why people try to come to places where they can't get economic benefit. Your employee, Matt Walsh, was kind of schooled on this with Ryan Grimm, where he talked about specifically Haitian policy, where the government of Haiti has been destabilized over and over again by Western imperial nations, so that those citizens are trying to do something with political persecution.
Is it your contention that anytime there's a destabilized nation across the world, even if the United States had a hand in it, then we then have a moral obligation to take in every citizen of that country who wishes to flee?
No, I think that's a huge straw man. I'm not saying that every single person from a destabilized country needs to take refuge in the United States, but I think it's important to add that context so you can understand why people are coming here.
That's a case for a different foreign policy. policy. That's not a case for an immigration
The
policy.
idea
that
is
allows
people are
mass
coming in
laws.
here to mooch off of our emergency rooms or mooch off of our social services.
No, I don't think
which
that's
is just
true.
not true at
I
all.
mean, I know
that's your big contention.
That's not my contention.
Okay.
My contention
Okay.
is I'm not claiming that the intent of people is to mooch off the system. The result of people is that they may be a net draw on benefits rather than a net contributor to the economy of the United States or to the culture of the United States, because I want people who are coming here who actually have some sort of belief in, say, American-style freedoms. I don't think everybody from all over the world has the same ideology.
So
as
you're
constitutional.
aligning with Nick Fuentes that like a lot of these people just
Yeah,
don't have the exact same culture.
Madud.
These people don't have culture and they can't come here. I know that you're making that case. I know that he's an individual that you guys obviously disagree. He's somebody that's like increases calls for violence against people of certain communities. I'm not saying that you're
Nick
identical,
Fuentes,
but I'm saying on this issue in
he
particular,
literally makes videos trying to stab me. So
Yes,
yeah,
see this
that's not
disdain
quite
in
the
your
same thing.
face though. Like this is the type of disdain I have for the exact ideology that you guys are going to.
I don't understand why there is anything wrong
You
with the
just-
idea that you ought
Do you
to
not think
screen
that people can
for their
assimilate?
viewpoint. Of course, people can assimilate, but you ought to select from a pool of people who are most likely to assimilate. That doesn't mean that everybody has. Do you think everybody on Earth has an equivalent ideology? Try and get into the country. We shouldn't screen for ideology at all.
How would you screen for ideology? Like a basic test to show what people actually value when it comes to attributes?
Sure.
What would that test look like?
I mean, I think that would look very much like a citizenship test.
But this is not determining the ideologies of this person coming in. This is a determination.
I mean, they
of
at
what
least have to
facts or
understand
history
the
that
basic.
people can actually have.
No, but people would actually have to understand the basic
How
ideology.
many
of the United
U.S. born
States.
citizens do you think could pass the citizenship test?
Good to meet you.
Kamala Harris supports the bipartisan border bill that was negotiated by conservative Senator James Langford and supported by Mitch McConnell. Do you not support that bill? And
I do not support that bill.
So what is your solution then?
I mean, my solution is that this actually ought not be done in a comprehensive fashion. So I have a general critique of the way that we deal with immigration in the country. Instead of trying to solve all problems at once, which is very likely to end in nothing, what we ought to first do is we ought to close the border.
But the border is closed right now. Do you agree?
The border is certainly not closed right
What do
now.
you mean? There's a small trickle of people coming over. The numbers are similar to the end of the Trump administration, no?
Well, now because of executive order, they have been reduced significantly, but...
Do you
that
not
was
agree to the same
that
number
should
as the end of the Trump administration?
Right now,
Yes.
it's on a monthly basis, but that's after letting in 6.5 million illegal immigrants.
So do you think Trump was failing then at the end of his administration?
I think that Donald Trump did a better job than Joe Biden. He certainly did not do a perfect job on illegal immigration.
So Joe Biden is matching what Donald Trump is doing right now. So you
After letting, in
applaud Joe Biden?
after letting in 6.5 to 11 million illegal immigrants,
Well,
I don't
those
think
are
he has to
border-
fill in that gap
those are
by
border-
doing it like 4 months of good border policy.
Those are border encounters. We don't know how many of those people were turned away. We don't know how many of those people are still in this country. But those people make up a significant portion of our labor force as well, including in
So-
states like yours, Florida, where they make up like 5%.
So your argument is that it's not happening and it's good that it is.
It's not happening? What do you mean?
That the illegal immigration pool is not very large, and also it's good that it is large.
I'm saying you guys make up numbers all the time. It's like
That argument
20,
is not
30
free. That's
million.
no, that's from the Wall Street Journal. I'm not making up that number.
Well, Donald Trump said he wants to deport 20 million of these guys. What do you think of that?
I mean, I think that if we were going to look at deportations, we obviously have to tranche that out based on criminal record. We ought to tranche it out based on usefulness to the economy. I think we ought to look at each person individually and determine whether they ought to be deported or not.
So that is probably going to lead to a small trickle of people being kicked out of here. So that's not going to accomplish your goal.
Well, I mean, who said that my goal was to mass deport 20 million people all
So
at
you
once?
want 20 million undocumented immigrants to stay in America?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
no, that is not what I'm saying. I fail to see how you got from, I would like to go through one by one in the same way that we do IRS tax forms for literally every American who pays taxes in the United States, and go through illegal immigrants and determine who ought to stay in the country and who not ought to stay in the
So
country.
what army is going to go over these 20 million people, and with what resources? Where are you going to detain them? How are you going to get them out of the country?
I mean, you'll detain them and you'll deport them, increasing the resources of ICE. The biggest problem
Ah,
with regards to-
nice.
Yes.
Similar to the bill that was rejected by you and...
Well, I mean, you're neglecting the part of the bill that allowed a baseline of 5,000 illegal
I've
immigrants
heard this.
border encounters before the executive branch automatically kicked in border enforcement.
So
I've been down
don't
to the
you
border,
agree with
okay?
me?
Like, I went down to the border, and let me tell you what I saw at the
Oh.
border, and then we can go. Okay, so
Saw with your own eyes.
But not just saw with my own eyes, talked to border patrol agents. Okay, the way that the Biden administration was treating the border for the vast majority of their term was to treat a claim of asylum without evidence as evidence that the person ought to be given asylum. So the first priority was for Border Patrol to be activated to go to places where Mexican drug cartels were leaving people at the border en masse, and then to process those people and let them into the country within 72 hours. The goal of this for the Mexican drug cartels was to clear large swaths of the border of Border Patrol agents specifically, so that in those unoccupied areas, fentanyl and drugs could then be passed, human trafficking could then be passed in those unoccupied areas.
So you mentioned these cartels. You agree these cartels are profiting off human trafficking, right?
Of course.
So why don't we open up legal means for these people to come in here? Then they don't have to give the cartels money. They're making more money off human trafficking right now because of our immigration system. It doesn't allow more people. And the Republicans do not have a bill to allow more people to come here legally.
I mean, so your answer to illegal immigration is just magically legalize everyone.
No, it's to open up legal paths so these people don't have to leave their livelihood in these countries and carry a bag and walk through the jungle with their kids.
By the logic that you're using, we could make murder absolutely not a thing by simply pretending that murder is now legal.
What?
Your suggestion is that millions of illegal immigrants ought to just become legal immigrants and then magically this would solve the entire problem.
We have failed these people. We have benefited tremendously off exploiting these people. You and I, we have benefited from these people working hard. They just want to be here and be a part of our country. I can't think of anything more American than that.
I'm not doubting the willingness of people to come to the country. I am doubting the incentive structure that draws people to the country with rich array of social benefits that didn't exist.
What is
for the
that
vast
incentive
majority.
structure?
That incentive structure is things like Medicaid, things like free schooling.
You think someone's going to leave their home in Venezuela to come here and leech off our Medicaid? These people want to work. These people want to live,
Okay,
man.
then if they sign a contract saying they don't receive social benefits, they're more than welcome to stay.
Well, sadly, they would take benefits that they were available to them if they could come out of the shadows, and they would actually pay more taxes and contribute more to society. Let me ask you, if there's
passionate hands, no worries.
If there's an accident, and let's say your wife's in an accident, a car accident, the only person that witnessed it is an undocumented immigrant. They're not coming forward to be a witness, Ben. Doesn't that trouble you?
This is the reason that I should allow millions and millions of illegal immigrants into the country. It's on the
It's
off chance
one
that they
reason.
might be a witness.
It's one reason that these people are being treated as second-class citizens, even though
What
they
is your-
benefit you and I.
Can I ask
not a
what is your
citizen.
standard for whether someone should be allowed into the country?
My standard?
Yes.
What do you mean my standard? Like as far as their
I mean, you're
education or
creating-
their ability?
Yes. You're creating immigration policy. Who should be allowed into the country?
I think we should allow a wide variety of people. This
So
country,
everyone.
not everybody starts out as a doctor, Ben.
So-
Some people start out doing menial tasks.
So everyone. So you have no limits. How about numbers?
No,
Do you have any
there's
number
no-
limit?
there's-
No numerical
no,
limit.
20,000 people die or retire in this country a day. There's only 10,000 births. We need more people.
I agree. That's why we should all have more babies.
So, okay, well, guess what? People aren't going to have them because you're not incentivizing it. Kamala Harris is with her things like $6,000 child tax credit. Meanwhile, you guys are just trying to cause more problems and make it harder for people to raise families.
Okay, as a person with 4 children, I can promise you I have a very, very strong incentive structure in allowing people to have more kids and incentivizing people to have more kids. I wish that government benefits were more effective in doing this. They simply have not been in particular areas of Europe. There's a different argument than the illegal immigration
looks the
argument.
same
We're
way.
talking about
Look at
illegal
his body
immigration.
language and all this
You
shit.
seem to be making an argument there ought to be no baseline standard for who gets in and no baseline cap
I'm
for
not.
how many people get in.
I'm not saying that.
So
we can
can
come
you-
up with a figure. We
so
can
do
come
it.
up with numbers.
So
I'm not a lawmaker. That's what we elect people to go do
I
and
need
work
some-
out those
okay,
figures.
I need
But
something.
Republicans are just fighting everything.
I need some standard.
You need me to come up with a number.
No, okay, a number or a characteristic or some sort of standard for who you would let into the country. Because right now, all I'm hearing is you just want lots of people to come into the country without any standard and any cap on the number.
No, not at all. I want people to come here who want to work, who want to be a part of this country, and we all benefit from that.
Okay,
you
so-
think you're not benefiting
so
from
you-
these
so you-
undocumented people? Who do you think is going to
do you
build the
think-
houses that we need?
So
with
do
our
you
children?
think the people who come into the country should be eligible for all social benefits?
If they're contributing and they're allowed to contribute fully, right now they're not. They're using other people's social security numbers to pay social security tax and Medicare, and they're not able to get those benefits in the long run.
So again, I'm wondering how you're balancing the cost benefit to the American body politic if what you're suggesting is that day one you arrive in the country and now you're eligible for all social benefits.
I'm not saying day one
With
you're
no
eligible to all
education,
social
low wage
benefits.
labor.
Well, we can work all these details out. You're fighting over the
that's
grand-
the core of that's the core of the argument.
Really? You're upset that somebody who comes to this country and works hard and makes your life better and cheaper is going to get Social Security 40 years from now?
No, not Social Security 40 years from now. Medicaid today.
So would
Educational
you rather than
benefits
get
today.
Medicaid and get preventative care than go to the hospital or across
I would prefer
you,
that-
the taxpayer, 10 times more money?
My point, as it has been from the beginning, is that you need screening procedures for immigration.
So
This
you're
is how
saying
it's been-
Border Patrol is failing then to screen these people properly? Is
I mean,
that the
I-
accusation you're making?
I'm making the case that Border Patrol certainly is failing.
How do you know
Because
that? Because you talked to a couple Border Patrol agents? You know,
No, no.
that is so
No, because-
insulting to our Border
No.
Patrols fighting every day on the front lines.
No,
Do you think
because-
they're not screening these
No,
people
because-
and they're being bamboozled by some people's claiming asylum and tricking them?
No, because literally today, the FBI announced that an Afghan national was let in without vetting and tried to plan a terrorist attack. on
One
election
guy!
day. Oh, it's just one. So
One guy. You know how many terrorists were caught by the border under Trump?
There are over
Zero.
three. There are over three.
At least we're catching them.
There are over. There are over three. First of all, it's not true because a huge number of people, we don't know who they are coming across the border between ports of entry. Second of all, you're talking in this country right now at least 300,000 minors. We have no idea where they are.
Oh, that is nonsense.
That is not nonsense.
No, it is. It is ICE has lost track of them because it's voluntary for them to keep in touch with the system. They are not lost. They're released to their sponsors who have to go through background checks. You have no idea what you're talking about.
They don't.
You think 300,000 minors are lost in America? Are you crazy?
I'm saying that. I'm not saying that. The Department of Justice
Next thing
is
you're
saying
going to tell me there's 19,000 murderers, right? Is that the next talking point?
No, that's not the next talking point. But you're going to have to explain to me why it is okay for literally tens of thousands of minors to be checked out to majors, to people who are above majority age, and then for the government to not. When I say lose track, I don't mean minors are
check
walking
out to their sponsor who goes through a background check. Is that what you mean?
They do not go through.
How do you know that?
Because they're not checking in.
How
A
do you
huge
know
number of people.
Oh, it's voluntary. Why is our law allow for it to be voluntary then if it's not working?
The law should not allow for it to be voluntary.
Oh.
And in fact, in some cases, it is not voluntary.
So,
and in fact, human trafficking is going on at scale.
It sounds
Why
like
is
you're
this-
upset
by
that
the
the
way-
problem doesn't exist. What is this problem?
Why are you okay with minors who are being checked out to people of majority age who then don't check in with the government? Is that okay with you?
I'm okay with minors being checked out to their sponsors who go through background checks, who are usually family members, people that know them. You think it's just some random? You think I can go pick up a undocumented immigrant child right now?
No, but I do know that has happened to tens of thousands of kids. in this
Oh,
country.
really? So you think they're just being released to random people?
They're being released to people who claim that they are relatives, and in many cases they are not necessarily relatives.
How
They're
do you
not
know
check-
that?
because they are not checking in for their follow-up appointments.
Oh, because they're not checking in for the voluntary
So you have-
follow-up appointments. So you're assuming the worst. You're assuming they're probably being kidnapped and trafficked.
I'm happy for you that you're assuming the best as to what happens with minor
I'm
children.
always going to assume the best about my fellow Americans. And of course, if these people are their sponsors and their
I'm-
background checks by these agencies, I'm going to assume the best. Unlike you, that's a weird thing to assume all this weird
No,
stuff.
actually, what's kind of weird to me is that you assume that anybody who picks up a kid without proper verification and background check doesn't check in for months at a time.
Proper verification and background check?
What do you know about the parents? What do you know about people who are picking them up?
I've
What do
read,
you know about the cousins? What do you
I've
know about
read
the
that these people go through background checks and they are sponsors,
How solid
usually family members. You don't sound like
Why
you
are
read
you-
anything about this. You just have some fantasy you made up about me being able to go pick up an undocumented child. Why don't you and I go try to get one later? We'll see what happens.
I have a question. Where are you possibly coming up with that since I've actually said the opposite?
You want me to name the article? You go Google it yourself. Maybe you'll learn something.
Which article specifically are you talking about?
Ben, when you get home, go on Google
Why don't you
and type
Google?
in how are undocumented migrants' children released and what is the process? You'll read all about it.
I can read all about it, and one of the things that I've read is that the immigration services in this country have not done proper follow-up.
What, you read it
with hundreds of-
you read it on Gateway Pundit? Or
No, on Wall Street Journal, at the Department of Justice, in all of the legal
tell
claims
me-
by the federal government. Yes, this is in the New York Times. Okay,
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. 300,000 children
Do
are
not
being
have
exploited in America right now.
That is not the claim.
Okay, so
the
what is your
claim
point?
is that the federal government does not know where they are.
Oh,
that is the claim, and
So,
that is
what-
absolutely right. Do you know where they are? Do you think the federal
Do you
government
think
knows
the
where all
federal
of them are?
government should be
I have a
tracking
question.
everybody?
I think that the federal government has a responsibility to release children who come across the border only to people for whom there is follow-up available. Yes, and if I find it very bizarre that you're totally fine with people signing off on handing over children to people who merely claim to be relatives without any follow-up
Merely
whatsoever.
claim. Why do you say merely claim? You don't know what that background check is.
Because usually you should have evidence that that is in fact the case.
How
And
do
the
you
fact
know
that
it's not?
Why is
So
the assumption that it is?
your claim is that people are taking out kids like library books and not providing the proper identification and background.
Your lack of concern about what happens to those kids when proper verification and follow-up is not done
Because
seems
you guys
surprising to me.
create fantasy scenarios where things that aren't happening. Are there cases where some children are going to be
You're saying-
exploited? Of course, there's tons of people in this country.
So what
We're
should
the
we do
third
to stop
largest
that?
country in the
So
world.
what should we do to stop that?
Well, you sound very passionate about this. Maybe you should write your congress member and say we should tighten up these laws and make it mandatory instead of voluntary.
In order to do that, one of the things you might want to do, close the border.
The border is closed, Ben.
No, it is certainly
Yes, it
not.
is. Yes, it is.
It is certainly not
Do you
closed.
think the border was closed under Trump?
No, I don't think it was fully closed under Trump.
Oh, so you say Trump failed at closing the border?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Interesting.
Donald Trump
So
should have
why
done more
would
to
you
close the
want him
border.
back in there? He's going to fail again.
Because he did a better job than Joe Biden, who let in
Why? Joe Biden
6.5
has
million illegal immigrants.
Joe Biden has the exact same border encounters right now as Trump at the end of his administration.
I have a question.
If Trump was on pace to let in 900,000, if that was the case, a year.
I have a question for you. Why is it that after a president allows in, through pure executive order negligence, having walked back the executive orders that created the policies that you're now afraid, I mean, if you want to call it purposeful, call it purposeful. They were on day one, They reneged on Remain in Mexico. They changed the standards by which asylum was claimed.
Mexico's got to play. It takes two to tango. Mexico didn't want anything to do with Remain in Mexico.
Remain in Mexico was the American policy. It was Joe Biden who walked out on Remain in Mexico.
There's also a small number of people. It's like a couple tens of thousands of people.
The unprecedented level of illegal immigration is apparently totally fine with you under Joe Biden.
No, listen, we need more people in this country, Ben. There's no legal means for them to come in that are reasonable. So these people are forced to come in through the southern border because there's no other way.
There are hundreds of thousands of people who come into this country every year legally on visas.
Yes, and that process is difficult. We need a lot more people than hundreds of thousands.
So you're making a case for broadening legal immigration,
yes,
but you are not setting any standard or numbers by which we are supposed to adjudicate whether this is good or bad.
That's not my job. All I know is it's too difficult
So
right
you're not
now.
making an argument at all. You're making an argument that basically we should just legalize everybody who wants to come into the country.
Not at all. I'm fine with a number.
You have not set a number. You have not set a standard. You have suggested you're utterly fine with what happens to minors if they are released to adults without proper evidence.
I have not.
You have not suggested. You have
Nonsense.
suggested that there is no major problem with exploitation of children being trafficked over the border.
I'll go with Trump's number, 1 million a year, because that's what he was on pace to let in by the end of his administration. 75,000 a month equals 900,000.
Good for you, dude.
Tara, to meet you. So I'm just really unclear about what of her policies do you think are bad? Because I'm not sure I heard that yet.
Okay, the revocation. So I think first we have to define what we think her policies are.
Yeah, please
so,
do.
Okay, so there is the policy that was implemented under Joe Biden, and then there's the policy that she seems to have adopted over the course of the last 45 to 60 days when she was actually running for president, where she seems to have adopted many of the prior immigration policies of the Trump administration. So which one do you think is actually her position is sort of the open question about Kamala Harris? I'm assuming that the record of the Biden administration provides a pretty good track record as to what she would do with the border where she made president.
I mean, I think what's really clear that I feel like you've overlooked a lot is that a lot of the things that Joe Biden has done that you don't love are because he first tried to do things the right way through legislation. But Congress won't do it. So I guess my question for you is, what would your plan be for Kamala if not to try to get a law through Congress when Congress won't pass them?
I'm perfectly happy for trying to get a law from Congress, provided I, actually like the law. I mean,
yeah, sure.
But if you're talking about what she could do day one, I mean, she could actually continue to enforce the newfound enthusiasm for border security in the run-up to the election that Joe Biden has now implemented.
Well,
so
setting aside your
rise in asylum,
characterization
and all
of
the
that.
rest of that.
Setting aside your characterization,
I mean, that's
how?
actually what
How? Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
remain in Mexico.
Which is fraught with rape. Remain in Mexico has been found to be really dangerous for people who are stuck there.
Okay, and it is also a fact of the matter that if you're talking about controlling the border, Remain in Mexico is a better way to control the border than simply releasing people into the interior with a come back to court date.
So you feel that would be better than, say, funding border security related agencies to house those people safely?
It is generally not a matter of funding at the border. It really is not.
What is it?
It is a matter of how asylum is actually interpreted. So the way that asylum was interpreted for a long time was that you had to show by a preponderance of the evidence that you actually had a legitimate asylum claim.
It's not that different now.
And
it's not that different. No.
Yeah.
This claim is over. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. It's getting good though. My next claim is the Israel-Hamas war would not have started under Donald Trump. So this process has gotten more conciliatory over the course of time.
Okay, so what evidence do you have to support that claim?
Okay, so the latest reports from the New York Times of internal papers from Yahya Sinwar suggested that he was essentially counting on Iranian interference and help with the October 7th attacks, and that was incentivized by the fact that Iran was attempting to forestall any sort of deal between Israel and the Saudi government for Saudi to join the Abraham Accords. It was very well known at the time, and I happen to know, that the Saudi government was very much ready to join the Abraham Accords if Donald Trump had been reelected. If that had happened, that would have forestalled Hamas action because the incentive to have done what happened on October 7th would largely have been gone at that point. The entire purpose of that attack was to prevent the formation of a broader Sunni-Israeli alliance in the Middle East.
Do you think the incentive of October 7th was simply Iranian plot?
Metal connection?
Oh yeah.
OBD connector? Looks pretty simple to me.
Man, this is just sitting on.
I think that the Iranians were certainly interested in facilitating the Hamas attacks, and without Iranian support, it would have been very difficult.
I want to ask you: do you think that the conditions in Gaza in any way factor into October 7th?
I mean, I think that the conditions in Gaza certainly factor into support for Hamas. As far as the specific attack of October 7th as opposed to rocket attacks, the distinction between, for example, continuous rocket attacks that have been happening since 2006 when Hamas took over the Gaza Strip and the wide-scale terror assault of October 7th is sort of a difference in kind.
Now, since 2005, what has Israel done to the Gaza Strip to formulate or allow kind of the otherization of the Palestinian people who live in the Gaza Strip?
Well, I mean, in 2006, Hamas took over, promptly killed everybody who's associated with the Palestinian Authority, has never held an election since, and has been running the place with an iron fist.
Now, I want to understand now, with an iron fist, is Hamas the one who is putting forth the land, sea, and air blockade in the Gaza Strip?
The land, sea, and air blockade is specifically because Hamas is in control of the Gaza Strip.
Now, I'm confused because if we expect that the October 7th attacks only happened because Iranian influence in the area, I don't see how 17 years of a land, air, sea blockade will happen if that's not a symptom to allowing people basically pressure cook its way into something like that happening.
Okay, the idea that October 7th was specifically as an incident caused by movement between Hamas and Iran and Hezbollah and coordination between those groups for geopolitical reasons is the claim. If the claim that you're making is that October 7th was sort of an inevitability based on the conditions on the ground in the Gaza Strip, that's not exactly how I think foreign policy works.
No, I'm saying foreign policy works in the sense that you can't ignore the overlying cause of an issue. So now when we talk about the Abraham Accords, do you not think that the Palestinian people not involved in the Abraham Accords plays any part into the region remaining unstable, specifically with these two groups of people?
The region got specifically much more stable while Donald Trump was president because of the Abraham Accords.
Again, I don't know how you can go and quantify that when the Palestinian people are not involved. 2023 was the deadliest year for Palestinian children on October 6th, according to a UN report published on October 6th. Now, if we go and keep ignoring the Palestinian problem, then I don't understand how we can continue to act like forging partnerships between Gulf Arab countries is going to promote stability to the region when we're leaving out 2 million people in Gaza and then 2 million people in the
I mean, it was promoting a lot more stability in the region. For the Saudis, for the Bahrainis, for the UAE.
And then yeah, October 7th still, you're telling me October 7th still happened because of geopolitical reasons in that area. If the Palestinians are not addressed in the Abraham Accords, why do you think that there was a need for October 7th to happen?
I mean, the reason October 7th happened was specifically because of the confluence of Palestinian desire to put the issue of Palestinians back on the front pages and an Iranian desire to use that as a wedge issue to destroy the Abraham Accords.
Front pages as opposed to what? As opposed to it being silenced through political plays under Donald Trump to promote these Abraham Accords that, again, don't achieve the root issue of the problem. The Palestinian people cannot be left out of the table when it comes to a resolution or an accord dealing with the conflict.
I mean, okay, so the root issue of which problems?
Of the problem. Do you agree with the legal settlements in the West Bank?
With the illegal settlements? I mean, so it is...
Do you consider settlements illegal?
No.
Under international law, it's considered illegal.
That is not true.
I mean, the UN and most international foreign bodies have decided that those settlements are legal. Now, do you think that that's just the case?
I think the UN is trash.
So that's what I was going to say, is that if the UN is trash,
yes.
If nobody around this area can be brokered into as a third party, if Israel's not allowing third-party investigators to come to the Gaza Strip and determine what's happening there, who can justify it? Who can have the moral authority in the region and say that this is what's happening? That this is a reason of this, so that putting them towards the backside of the conflict is this reason. I need to understand from you, what's your prescription for the area, for the Palestinian people? Are you like Ben Gvir, who says that there's three options. Willful immigration of the Palestinian people, like live under subjugation as a second-class citizen of Israeli rule, or third, die? What's the option?
No, I mean, moderating and then electing a government that is worthy of actually governing its people and not stealing billions of dollars from its people, either the Palestinian Authority, Islamic Jihad, or Hamas, would be an excellent start.
So I need to understand, do you feel like they have the opportunity to do so when they're under the subjugation of 17 years of a blockade by an occupying power? If for 17 years, since the disengagement of Israeli settlements in the Gaza Strip, Israel was able, by the flick of a switch, to turn off the electricity, water supply, and fuel reserves. Right now, we know that in the north of Gaza, up until today, 2 weeks went by where no humanitarian aid was going in. There is no Rafah border anymore. There is no humanitarian going through there. It's been demolished.
Okay.
And then in the other...
I mean, it's not true that humanitarian aid is not going in. Actually, just a couple of days ago,
because since October 1st, there was no aid going to the northern part of Gaza.
Because there are ongoing anti-terror operations in the north of Gaza.
So does that mean that the civilians who are in the northern Gaza are not subject to humanitarian aid because there's a military action by an occupying force?
It means that there's no actual excellent way of distributing that aid. This has been a major problem with the humanitarian aid throughout. The last time they sent 100 trucks, is what I was going to mention, they sent 100 trucks of humanitarian aid in just a couple of days ago.
Before October 7th, 500 trucks were needed to sustain life in Gaza. 100 trucks were supposed to save
at least half of the aid is being stolen by Hamas, and then
again, I need you to understand that almost every international humanitarian rights group says that this humanitarian crisis is man-made. It is man-made.
I agree that it's man-made.
And I know who you think the man is.
Yes.
I'm telling you, there's only.
Is not Hamas? Wait, does Hamas have any agency here at all?
I'm telling you that right now, if
Does
you
the
want
Palestinians have any agency
the
here at all?
Palestinians absolutely have agency, but again, with an occupying force, what does that agency limit to? If a Gaza fisherman can't go 6 miles past the nautical line that Israel has arbitrarily placed, what agency is there?
Why do you think that Israel placed that line?
Again, that's what I'm telling you is that how
Just
do you
for fun or
expect-
what? Do
Again,
you think Israel wants soldiers in the Gaza Strip?
Again, here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
I know
Really
that
pull that down.
high level cabinet members in the Israeli government right now is saying that we're going to resettle in Gaza. That this is the plan. That
That
we're
is the
not going
first
to
position in the Israeli
No,
government.
do you
It is
agree with that
certain-
position? Do you?
No, with the resettlement of the Gaza Strip, no.
Okay, so you want the Gaza Strip to remain Palestinian land?
I mean, I'm perfectly happy for it not to remain Israeli land, but that doesn't mean that it can be governed by the current entities the Palestinians are choosing to govern themselves. The last entity they did, Israel pulled out in 2005. A terrorist group now ruled the region and then promptly used it to build kilometers of terror tunnels that outsize the London subway network.
I want you to understand, Ben, that there is no way for any type of democratic institution or process to happen in the Gaza Strip when there's an occupying force who will go and subvert it. If you have Israeli parliament,
So they don't have agency.
If you have, I mean, it's hard to when there's an occupying force.
And actually, and believe it or not, it actually is not that hard not to vote for terrorists.
It 100%.
It is not.
It's not. It's 100% impossible for you to go and make that distinction when there is no alternative. Right now,
that is not true. There's not an alternative.
No,
There
there is no
was.
alternative to life under no occupation for the Gaza Strip. Again, I'm asking you simply, is that right now, if you have Israeli parliament members, Knesset members, who are saying that we plan on resettling Gaza, that this is not
That is
Israeli
not a
land.
government position.
No, again, these are people who can fracture the government of Israel.
You know what is a government position? The government of Hamas that is currently holding 100 hostages, including babies. This war would be over today.
And the
if
hostages
Hamas
should be
gave up the
released,
hostages.
and no civilians should be involved in the
Should
conflict.
Hamas
So-
surrender?
So I want
Should
to
Hamas
ask you.
surrender?
I think that there should be no civilians involved in the.
Should Hamas surrender?
Surrender to who?
To the Israeli government.
Will the Israeli government stop bombarding civilians if that is? Because
If
right
Hamas
now,
surrenders, yes.
Because right now we saw them march from the north to the south of Gaza, and they said that the whole goal of this war was to what? Was to return the hostages, correct?
I mean, there was a dual goal. One was to destroy Hamas, and the other was to return the
See, that's the
hostages.
thing. When I come to the table to argue with someone, I want to assume that there's good faith, not that there's a dual goal or dual ambitions in the process.
Of course there's a dual
Because
goal.
that's
If
right
there were
now-
no hostages, the singular goal would be the destruction of Hamas.
Okay, now understand this. Netanyahu will continue to project this war because he's facing crime and robbery charges. So there's no, again, I need to understand, Ben, if there's
There
no...
was a full-on unity government in Israel, including his opposition, until a
And
couple of
so
months
his
ago.
unity government will not let him end this war except the ceasefire
Unity
deal because they can
government couldn't
fracture
do
the
it.
government. Yes or no?
No,
Can Ben Gvir, if he decides to call for snap elections, can him and Smotrich not decide that this is what we want to do and Benjamin Netanyahu is immediately supposed to,
I promise
to
you,
run for prime minister?
if there were snap elections today, Netanyahu first of all is leading in the polls. But even if you were not leading in the polls, Benny Gantz, Gadi Eisenkot, Naftali Bennett, people who are actually running the election against Bibi Netanyahu, would be pursuing extremely similar policies in the Gaza Strip simply because Israel cannot allow Hamas to continue to govern the Gaza Strip.
Awesome. So then the hostages are placed second to this. So this isn't about, like, there can't be two dual goals.
Of
when
course
have-
there can.
How?
Why would there not be two
Because
dual
one of
goals?
these goals is completely antithetical to returning to the last one.
What? How?
Because when
Well,
you-
in fact, they are deeply connected. If Hamas does not surrender, how are the hostages getting back?
Again, I'm saying because when every operation that dealt with returning the hostages involved the death of arguably more civilians and more hostages in the area.
Yep. Good nature.
This cleansing balm truly dissolves my eye makeup so easily and is suitable for acne-prone skin like mine so it won't clog pores. This is Dissolve Away by Hero Cosmetics. I'm so glad I found a cleansing balm that's gentle and leaves me.
Hey, Ben, nice to meet you. So just returning to the prompt that the war in Gaza wouldn't have started if Trump were president.
Yes.
The reason that I disagree with that so vehemently is just looking at history. I don't think that the bombing of the Beirut embassy would have happened if Jimmy Carter had won in 1980. I don't think that Nixon is responsible for the Six-Day War. For the Yom Kippur War. I don't think that if Dewey had defeated Truman, that Israel wouldn't be independent. Israel is a sovereign state. They make their own decisions based on their own security issues. We're both Jewish men. I think we can both say that Jews are very independent and that we don't need to be told what the US government wants to be able to make our own decisions. So for all those reasons, again, just looking at the history of the region and how all these other wars developed because of situations on the ground, I just think that it's unfair to say that either political party in the United States is responsible for the war-making policy of the Israeli government, whoever is in charge.
Okay, but we're not discussing the war-making policy, which was a response to October 7th. The claim was really whether October 7th would have been launched by Hamas, knowing that Israel has complete military superiority over Hamas, which Hamas must have known. Why that gets launched on October 7th, why that didn't happen, for example, under Donald Trump or any time in the intervening 17 years from when Hamas took over the Gaza Strip. And the rationale that I'm suggesting is that basically the Biden administration came in, they decided to take an antithetical view to the Saudi government, not just the Israeli government. They came in, they were very unfriendly to Saudi Arabia, for example, delisting the Houthis as a terrorist group. They started to draw closer to the Iranians in an attempt to pursue a revision of the JCPOA. They attempted to draw distance between themselves and the Israeli government. Hamas saw this, Hamas and Iran saw this, and they decided the best way to put pressure on the Abraham Accords more generally and to forestall any prospective peace deal between the Saudis and the Israelis would be to launch the attack right now.
See, and what I would argue is what was much more relevant to the launching of the attack on October 7th was Yahya Sinwar being released by the Israeli government in exchange for the name of the soldier is escaping. Gilad Shalit. Thank you.
That happened 10 years ago. I mean, that was 2000.
I know, and I think you would acknowledge that the sophistication of this plan would have taken years. I don't think it was planned in relation to anything the U.S. government was doing. Again, I point to all of these other attacks and wars that happened over the year that had nothing to do with who was in power in the White House. It had to do with specific situations between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And I just don't think it's helpful for us to pretend that the U.S. is the determining factor in this war. I think you would agree.
Well, the reason it's helpful, I think, is because when it comes to foreign policy, this goes to sort of a root issue about foreign policy that's rather interesting to discuss, and that is the belief that when the United States draws away from American allies, when the United States draws significant distance with American allies, particularly in regions...
Whoa, drawing away from American allies. That's Trump that did that. He's the one that says NATO's a bad idea and us being allies and having an internationalist foreign policy is a bad
To be
thing.
fair, the actual policy of President Trump, which was to actually increase the amount of funding from each NATO nation into NATO...
No. That was Obama.
No,
that was Obama in 2014.
That was...
It was.
They increased the amount of defense
Trump
spending
ran on
under
that
NATO.
issue.
Yes, and that was what. And that's
But Obama was the
result
one where the policy was actually implemented.
Well, no, the policy was also
about the
implemented.
2% goal.
The increase happened.
And
under
on top of
President
that, NATO expanded under Biden. So
NATO expanded under Biden as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It didn't expand under Biden preemptive to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
No, I'm not arguing that. But I'm saying if the question is who has been more dedicated to our system of alliances overseas, it's clearly the Democratic Party.
I mean, that is clearly not true. If you're talking about what has effectually made American allies stronger, the answer would not be the policies of the Biden administration. If we want to talk Ukraine, we can. We can talk about the slow walking of aid to Ukraine throughout the Ukraine war. I'm a big advocate of the idea that the United States actually should have pursued a policy of rushing more aid into Ukraine and then pursuing an off-ramp as soon as possible, sort of Henry Kissinger's suggested policy early on in the war. But if you're talking about...
So then we would agree that it's a mistake for Republican congressional officials or
To cut aid
officials
to
in
Ukraine,
Congress
yes.
to cut aid to
Yes,
Ukraine. Okay.
Yes. When it comes to the Israel-Gaza war, the Israel-Hamas war, which is what this led off with.
Yeah.
Again, my contention is that the timing was driven specifically by a desperate hope by Hamas and Iran to break the burgeoning Saudi-Israeli and Sunni-Israeli alliance that was happening in the Middle East. And the best way they could see to do that was to launch an attack to bring up the issue that had largely been sidelined by the Abraham Accords, because it turns out that a great way to make a deal between countries that disagree on issue A is to make a deal on issues B,
But
C,
that
and D.
presumes that the Sunni American alliance against the Shia Iranian-backed alliance only started under Trump, and that's just clearly not true. We've been aligned with Sunni-led governments for at least the last 50 years.
The realignment of the Middle East
The
under President
alliance with
Obama.
Saudi Arabia goes back to World War II.
I mean, of course, that's true. It's also true that Barack Obama's distancing from Saudi Arabia in favor of, for example, the JCPOA, which Saudi opposed, so did the Israelis, so the Bahrainis, they're all the countries of the Abraham Accords. And then the return to that ideology under Joe Biden exacerbated potential conflict in the Middle East.
I don't agree with that, but if anybody else wants to go, we don't have a lot.
You're not a child, you're a man. So stop wearing so many layers to go outside and get the bearskin tactical.
All right, thank you.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing okay, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you. So, I guess my first lead into this question is, can you tell me what did Trump do to potentially prevent this war from happening? What did Biden not do, or what did he fail at that ultimately caused it to happen?
Okay, sure. So the Trump administration, by drawing closer to Saudi Arabia, by attempting to broker the Abraham Accords and successfully doing so with a multiplicity of countries in the region, weakened Iran. He also weakened Iran by keeping massive sanctions in place, which really prevented them from spreading terror in the same sorts of ways that they did under the Obama administration, or the Biden administration as well. The Trump administration was very clearly and obviously pro-Israel in a way that the Biden administration has not been. They've been a little bit more shaded on the issue.
In what ways?
So the United States, for example, acknowledging under Donald Trump that Jerusalem was the capital of Israel, continuation of military aid to Israel without any attempt to condition or slow walk. Joe Biden, from the very beginning of the war, was basically attempting to slow walk or condition aid based on certain things that were happening in the war. This sort of stuff, and the preview of that sort of stuff before October 7th, distance that was drawn between the Israeli government and the American government leads opponents of Israel to believe that the United States is not going to be in their corner, and that leads
Do you
to
think
great
that the
conflict.
United States has, in any way, shape, or form, not shown that they are not in support of Israel? I mean, one of Kamala Harris's talking points is every time she starts with that, she believes that Israel has the right to defend itself.
I mean, so just this week, the Biden administration put forward an open threat to embargo arms to Israel earlier this year.
Because
there was
of
an actual
why?
embargo against Israel.
Because of why?
Well, I mean, they're claiming that it's because of lack of humanitarian aid in the northern Gaza
Yes.
Strip. That can be their claim. I don't actually. Okay. Anybody who claims that there's a genocide going on in the Gaza Strip does not understand the definition of the word
Don't
genocide.
tell me what's the definition of genocide.
A systematic destruction of every member of a population.
Is Israel's system?
But no.
Are they on their way to completing and fulfilling a genocide?
No, there are two mil-
Potentially, if they kept on going the same
Not-
way that they're doing, could they completely eradicate
Israel has
the Gaza Strip?
Israel has the military capacity to do that, and they have certainly not done that. And the reason I can say
But
they have
they're
not
on
done
their
that is that they, in you know how long it would take them at the current rate to do that, especially given the fact that they are completely targeting terrorists.
Are they completely targeting
Yes,
Are
yes.
children terrorists? Are the children the dead babies?
targeting
the kids?
civilian collateral damage is not the same thing as targeting civilians.
But is that not a byproduct of genocide?
No, that is not. Genocide is where you systematically destroy a population specifically because you wish to kill the civilian population. That is
He's right, that's not very pro-life.
Well, no, it turns out that Hamas is not pro-life when they hide behind children.
And
women.
neither is Israel when they drop bombs and nukes on Palestinian villages.
Okay,
and
yeah, are you
families.
suggesting that Israel is using nuclear weapons?
Is a bomb automatically nuclear?
No,
Y'all tell me.
not even remotely.
So that's what I said, a bomb.
Okay, Israel uses as small munitions as possible to target specific terrorists. Okay, they do this using drone technology. They have to go through 4 layers of legal before any strike is actually approved by the upper layers of the Israeli government. I've seen this actual process in action. I've seen the actual footage at Palmachim Air Force Base in which Israel goes through the process and shows exactly how they have to go through multiple legal steps in order to green light a hit on a terrorist. And they have they've released footage of this, them calling off particular strikes if they believe that the minimal amount of civilian casualty damage cannot be maintained. So the basic idea, again, what you're talking about here is a population of 2 million Palestinians who are living in the Gaza Strip. The total number of war dead at this point, according to best available statistics, is somewhere between 30,000 and 40,000 dead. That is not a genocide. It is a horrible, horrible war with horrible human casualties. That is not a genocide.
To your
Definitionally, it is
definition,
not.
which I will have to disagree with. But that brings me to my next question.
Name a
Do
war
you-
that isn't a genocide by your definition.
One that isn't a genocide?
Yes.
There's plenty of genocides. They've happened.
My point is that you don't seem to be distinguishing between the definition of a war and the definition of a genocide.
Well-
You're saying that if mass casualties happen, it is necessarily a genocide. I'm saying that is not true.
Got you. My next question. Do you believe Israel has the right to the...
If she's some ugly dyke bitch, I'll show you her too.
But that brings me to my next question.
Name a
Do
war
you-
that isn't a genocide by your definition.
One that isn't a genocide?
Yes.
There's plenty of genocides. They've happened.
My point is that you don't seem to be distinguishing between the definition of a war and the definition of a genocide. You're saying that if mass casualties happen, it is necessarily a genocide. I'm saying that is not true.
Got you. My next question. Do you believe Israel has the right to the...
You can tell she does not have a boyfriend. Just looking at her, the way she did, she doesn't have a boyfriend. She's a big dyke. There's nothing wrong with that, but this is Kamala's base. This is her supporting base. They're all just gay. Everybody's just a part of the LGBTQ thing. Like all of you guys, there's no straight people who support Harris. How is this? What kind of world are we living in? Why are you gay? It's like every last one of them, like nobody's normal. None of you guys are normal at all. And then Shapiro got a yarmulke on. I be looking for is normality, man. I just have a normal person with just so we can have a normal conversation. Not all these fucking fuel with hate motherfuckers. Even if I don't agree with a motherfucker, and in this setting, they know like who they're gonna speak with. Oh, Shapiro, blah 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 blah. He's this guy. I'm going there. I'm gonna give it to him. And even if I was in a setting like that, I'm still not going in there full of fucking smoke and gas and like, nah. Really want to talk, bro. That was good, man. Why you think the way you think, bro? And they say, oh, the right are so hateful and hostile. Look how these people act. All of them get mad. Like half of them raise their voice if they don't just outright yell at the pushback that they get. It's like, well, you don't know. Look, yelling at me doesn't make you right. I hope you know that. Like, just because you talk louder, that still doesn't make you right, and that doesn't help you convince me even more that you're right. But all these people, when they get frustrated, they just yell. They start yelling at them. They create straw man arguments and do fucking ad hominem attacks. Do you benefit from white supremacy? Bitch, the fuck kind of question is that? What kind of questions are you asking me right now? What is this white supremacy you speak of? Damn, am I hungry again? What time is it? Oh, it's 4:30? No? Yeah, it's getting about that time. I ate at 11, so that was about 5 hours ago. Have we been in here that long? No. Have we? Yeah. I'm still at work. Well, not actually now. I'm off the clock, but I'm going to get this done. I could count this time too, actually, and just say, yo, I worked till fucking 6 o'clock yesterday. Working on this goddamn painting. So I'm leaving early on Friday. See, that's why I don't like these acrylic brushes. These just so damn soft. Alright, something like that, I guess. I'm gonna need some more. I need clean water now because this water is all pink. It's making my white paint a little bit pink. Alright, let me, this water is dirty. But you know what? I'm gonna just dump it out right here. Then I'll dump that in there, and I just got this bottle of water that I'm actually feeding from. Let me rinse these out a little bit. Alright, got a little bit more clean water. Shit. Some of this paint's still wet. Hey, it is. Hey, check me out. Oh, that's crazy. Cause I was gonna do a certain letter A on here, then I changed my mind about the shape of the letter A. But I got fucking pencil on here. This doesn't look good when you try to erase on this canvas. So maybe I can just paint over some of these spots real quick. Some of these pencil marks. So that they're not so obvious. I hope that doesn't look too bad when it dries. And if it does, hey, so what? It's a free painting. Hey, I need to keep this balled up just like that. I might have to use that paint again. Damn, I just cleaned that water out and now I'm putting that color paint in there. Oh well. It's better than that red than that red paint. Alright, we're gonna do 25. Okay. Pick number 25. Is that too much water in there? Make my paint too thin. Did you use a stencil for that? No. No, I didn't use a stencil. I just freehanded. That's all. That's what somebody asked me when I did the last one. They're like, did you stencil that? You know? Man, that shit crooked as fuck. You can't tell. Crooked, that shit they talk about stencil. If I use a stencil, that should be way neater than this. I just try to get it neat enough. Once again, man, it's a free painting, man. You're not paying me nothing more than my hourly wages for this. I'm appalled. I'm shocked and appalled. But I don't mind doing it. Once again, anybody dedicate 25 years of their life to a nonprofit doing something for the community, I can fuck with you, you know? I fuck with you. You're a good person. Because in 25 years, you had to help at least one person. You had to like really make an impact on somebody's life. I'm gonna come back and go over these green leaves down here a little bit, and I think that might be the last thing. It will be done. Wrap it up. What time is it now? It's 4:30. Can we get done in 30 minutes? I don't know. All right, so now I'm actually really happy that I did finish that underpainting this weekend. Cause like I said, I almost forgot about doing this little project right here. It got quiet as hell in here. I think I need to smoke. Try not to cough.
Well,
We're going to solve the Middle East in 56 seconds. Go for it.
No, definitely not. My question is if this were in the context of the United States, if everything were the same conditions of what you see to be terrorism, what you see to be from the Israel side, but it happened in the United States and the innocent civilians that died were United States citizens, would you see the same thing to be justified?
In what? So let's say that the United States had launched an attack across the Mexican border, specifically targeting civilians, slaughtering 1,200 of them, taking 250 hostage, and then the Mexican government had retaliated by attempting to solely target military targets, and our military men and women were hiding behind civilians. That would be the comparable.
I just noticed. I think I see what I noticed about all the men. All these motherfuckers are scrawny, and I'm slim. I'm really slim. I don't weigh a lot at all either. But if I put on fitted clothes, you can see, like, I'm not scrawny though. I hit the gym, I work out, I got a little bit of strength. Like, all these motherfuckers look soft. Like I say, the one dude just look like your hands. You look like you got super soft ass hands, nigga. Like, everything about every man up there, they look soft as fuck. Like, y'all don't even go to the gym, do you? Do you even jog? What do you do? What do you do? You play frisbee, don't you? You one of those fucking frisbee golf type guys. That's what you do? Cause you all you motherfuckers don't look like you can fucking bench your own, not even bench, nigga. None of y'all look like y'all can do 5 pull-ups. None of y'all. Can you do 5 pull-ups?
Yeah, so U.S. citizens would be killed in hospitals and other things.
I would not blame the Mexican government.
States.
I would not blame the Mexican government for targeting the personnel who were responsible for the kidnappings and murder.
Do you see it to be ethically justified for them to kill innocent Americans at the same degree that they killed innocent Palestinians?
Again, the question of killing civilians is a question about who's hiding behind the civilians. Israel's not going out of its way to kill civilians.
That's not an answer to the question.
Yes, it is, because you're mischaracterizing the actual situation on the ground.
Oh.
Because
I said the same conditions. I said the same conditions.
We didn't solve it. Oh. Yeah, so many friends, let's see. Let's see. I want somebody who didn't get like a full time. Like, oh my gosh. I choose Tyler because he's been sitting behind me the whole time, and I feel bad for the dude. He's really wanted to talk, so let's have a conversation.
On Chewy, save up to 60% and get exclusive deals through Cyber Monday, like their favorite treats, toys, and food. The best presents at the best prices for the best pets. For low prices, for holidays with pets, there's Chewy.
Mike Clemens said Donald Trump did not commit to a peaceful transfer of power. Okay, so yeah, I think it's simple. I think Trump helped facilitate a fake electorate scheme to override the election in 2020, to have Mike Pence not certify the election, and then allowed violence to happen in the Capitol. So Donald Trump gave a speech for an hour and a half where he would say things like, "Fight like hell, they're stealing the country away from us." And then when people got to the Capitol, Donald Trump sat there for 3 hours and watched them. When his aides, his family, and everyone was telling him, put a stop to the violence, call them, tell them to go home. He did not. And I think that is an example of Trump not committing to the peaceful transfer of power. He was allowing the violence to happen when he could have stopped it.
Okay, so as far as allowing the violence to happen when he could have stopped it, no, I'm wondering exactly what he could have done given the fact that the Capitol Police were activated, in fact, pretty quickly in the middle of that debacle. As far as not committing to the peaceful transfer of power, do you mean verbally or action or in action? So I agree with you verbally. He never suggested that I'm going to leave, and then he did. So, yeah. So I'm not sure actually how much we disagree on this matter. I thought that January 6th was terrible. I thought that his behavior between the election of November 2020 and January 6th was bad. We had any disagreement on the extent to which we believe incitement took place as opposed to bad behavior that raised the temperature that I think was really, really negative. As far as not committing to the peaceful transfer of power, he clearly committed to the extent that he left, right? I mean, Joe Biden has been president for the last 3.5 years. For how much of that he's been mentally aware. But you know, I'm just wondering what sort of the where do we disagree?
Yeah, well, I'll quote you, right? Yeah, January 6th was the worst thing to happen since 9/11, right? And I just want to be clear that you agree he verbally did not want to commit to the peaceful transfer of power. He tried to stop it, yet you are still saying that he should be the president of the United States.
Well, I mean, he did
right? That is your claim, though. He should be the president of the United States, and you agree he verbally did not commit to the peaceful transfer of power.
Well, I mean, he did not verbally suggest that there ought to be a violent uprising, revolution, or military.
But he also didn't stop it, right? So there were people inside the Capitol, and he sat for 3 hours. His closest aides.
You should have spoken earlier. I agree.
Yes, and they were telling him, like, Trump, you have to do it.
It's just how they talk, bro. You can just point them out as soon as they start talking, like, oh, you're one of those guys. But look at this. I can hear it in your voice, dude. I don't even gotta look at these motherfuckers, and I can just see what they look like already. And they all look the same. Just very beta, very soft. Even with beards and scruffy hair, you still look soft and unmasculine with a full beard, and just the tone that you speak can just convey like you're a puss. You're a puss. You couldn't punch your way out of a wet paper bag. And I know you're gonna tell me you took karate when you were a kid. And the only reason you took karate as a kid is because your dad looked at you and knew his son was a fucking puss. So he tried to help you out the best way he can and at least teach you how to throw a fucking punch, because you're gonna get beat up a lot, bro. You're gonna get beat up a lot, man. Here, learn how to kick somebody in their balls, because that's all you're gonna be able to do. Because you're a fucking puss. And I don't mind pussy, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you a pussy boy, that's fine. Be you. Don't get out here and be trying to set policies for other pussy boys like you, man. Let the man handle this shit, dog. You don't need your pussy ass policies. Go somewhere and fucking knit. Or whatever you do. Collect your fucking stamps or something. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck y'all do for fun. You might paint.
You have to stop. He was informed at 2:14. So, but he also didn't stop it, right? So there were people inside the Capitol, and he sat for 3 hours. His closest aides.
You should have spoken earlier. I agree.
Yes, and they were telling him, like, Trump, you have to do this. You have to stop. He was informed at 2:14 p.m. that they were outside the Capitol saying, "Hang Mike Pence. Hang Mike Pence." His aides went up to him and said, "They are saying this. You need to stop something." What does he do? At like 2:24 p.m., he says, "Mike Pence is a traitor." Right? That was his tweet. Why do you think he would tweet that when he knew the violence was going on? They were saying, "Hang Mike Pence." Mike Pence had to go into hiding. Why do you think he would tweet that at that moment?
I mean, I disagree with him tweeting with that.
I'm not saying you agree with that.
Why? So the question as to why Donald Trump does anything is a matter of public speculation.
You're a smart guy. I'm asking for your speculation.
I mean, I don't. If your question to me is whether I think that Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence murdered, I think the answer is no.
I'm not asking if he wanted him murdered. I'm saying, do you think he wanted the violence to stop?
Do I think he wanted? Yes.
Really? So his idea to stop the violence was saying Mike Pence is a traitor.
I think that he was in control of the forces that he was in control of, and the Capitol Police weren't in control of Nancy Pelosi.
What was he? He was the president of the United States.
Right, and the military
and instead of saying, "Hey, get up," he said, "No, Mike Pence, you're a traitor." Okay. Why do you think he would say that at that moment?
Okay, I just expressed to you that I can't see into his head because I have a hard time.
But you can make a guess, though, right?
But can I ask you why you think he did that?
Why do I think
you said that he didn't want to be hanged, right?
Yeah.
You said that.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to be hanged. I think that Donald Trump was indifferent to what happened in so far the violence Mike Pence. I think he wanted a lot of chaos. He wanted violence to delay the certification of the vote, which he was successful with, in hopes that there would be confusion and someone else might step up, like another senator, so they could allow to put forward the fake electorates. Because that was the plan. That was in Greensboro's plan to do that, and that was the whole idea. So yes, Donald Trump was okay with the violence because he did not want the certification to happen. And in fact, for the first time in American history, he delayed it. And to me, it's like, Ben, I really like you, but I think there's a lot of attributes that I like about you, especially your American values. That is the antithesis of American values. Allowing that to happen, wanting that to happen, and then, yeah.
Okay, so I think that Donald Trump obviously should have done more. I agree with you. He should have done more on January 6th. I think that He shouldn't have tweeted that about Mike Pence. I disagree with what he was saying about Mike Pence and the entire electoral scheme between November and January. As far as not committing to the peaceful transfer of power, again, what I will say is that the legal transfer of power did in fact take place. He did not, in fact, initiate a militia to storm the capital of the United States. Okay, but
I agree. It happened because of the guardrails of democracy, but Donald Trump did not want it to stand.
Okay.
Do you agree that Donald Trump did not want that election?
Why did you pound it on the table?
So he did not want the peaceful transfer of power then.
I mean, if the election had not been certified, then there still would have been a legal process that took place, right? I mean, the question as to hold on, can I ask the opposite for just a second? So is your contention that Donald Trump actually would have been in favor of, for example, like a military coup?
Yes,
to keep himself in power?
I think Donald Trump absolutely would have, and all evidence points that he was trying to find any way he could stay in power. Okay. He was, and this is.
I think he was trying to find any way to say that he didn't lose. I don't think that he was trying to activate any way that he could stay in power. It's not quite the same thing.
No, him saying that he wasn't trying to lose is different from him sending down fake electorates with fake signatures to fraudulently steal the election.
Okay, in order for there to be an insurrection, for example, you have to activate the military.
I didn't say an insurrection.
Okay, so again,
all I'm saying is all of Donald Trump's behavior has suggested he did not commit to the peaceful. He did not want the peaceful.
If you're asking me to defend his behavior on January 6th, you'll notice that I really haven't.
Yeah,
so
I feel like you're underplaying of how horrible this was.
I mean,
and that's the issue. I think you're right.
Like, why do you have to tap the table when you talk? I feel like you're underplaying how incident this was. And in order for you to really hear me, I think I have to keep pounding on this table when I speak. You're so fucking stupid, and that's annoying as fuck, bro. Stop.
I'm talking about the fake electorate scheme and the idea that and allowing the violence for 3 hours to happen in the Capitol when they were under attack. The senators, the people that we're supposed to protect, to uphold our democracy, he was attacking, and he watched it happen on TV when everyone around him was stopping. And I agree that you think that's bad, but you're still saying, you know what, that guy did that. He let our democracy attack, make him be president.
Well,
that's your position.
Yes, because.
Right, that is your position.
Okay.
Yeah, and just so we're clear what the stakes are. Yeah. This man would want to do it again.
Okay, so let me ask you about that. Can I ask you about that?
Can I quickly say one
Sure,
more
please, go
thing? Yeah. JD Vance has said he would not have certified the election.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You say that he'd want to do it again. Can I ask you how?
I mean, he could do like the exact same scheme with fake electorates, except that this time you had JD Vance be like, yeah, I'm not certifying the election. What do you mean? I mean, all Mike Pence had to do was not.
No.
Yeah,
practically speaking,
yes.
He is currently not in office, correct? He's not the president of the United
want him
States.
to become president. And so I agree. If he's not president, he can't do it.
Correct.
Which is why I don't think anyone's over Donald Trump.
So wait, so I have a question. Do you believe? And this is really the question, because you're talking about he's going to do it again. The only opportunity that he'd have to do it again, presumably, would be if he won and then he were running for, say, a third term.
No, I disagree. I think he can do it for someone else. He might do it for another candidate that he likes, that uphold the MAGA values. MAGA has taken over the Republican Party, much to your chagrin. I agree, it's bad, but he absolutely would do that again to someone who's loyal. And JD Vance has said he would not certify the election. I think that's a real threat. And you've already acknowledged that you can't predict Trump. You can't even know why he'd think anything. How could you say that won't be a threat?
Because I find it highly implausible that Donald Trump is so caring about somebody who's not Donald Trump.
Really? Well, Donald Trump Jr.
You think he's going to do that for Donald Trump Jr.?
I think he'd do it for Donald Trump Jr. I think he would do that for something. I think he would do it for anyone who's loyal to show that they're still upholding the MAGA name, and you will want the Democrats to lose.
You're entitled to your opinion on it. I think that's radical catastrophism. I think that
it already happened once, right? You're saying it's radical catastrophism that almost happened once.
Because the conditions are not the same, and it's not possible for them to be the same. Okay, when it comes to the actual election itself, and you say you want him to be president. Okay, let me be clear about my position throughout this election cycle.
Yeah.
When there were primaries, I was not supportive of President Trump in the primaries. When it comes down to a binary election, everybody now has a choice. Okay, there are only 2 candidates left. I've made pretty clear, I think, over the course of this debate, the myriad reasons why I don't support Kamala Harris. Okay, now Donald Trump is on the other side. So the question is, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to sit it out? Am I supposed to
I think you're not supposed to vote for the person who you said helped do the act that was the worst act in America since 9/11. Yeah, I don't think you should vote for him. Okay, call me crazy. Well, I think that when someone is trying to overthrow the election, you shouldn't vote for him to be president. Okay. Is that like such a crazy idea?
I think that the bottom line is that when you're in an election, you vote for the person you think will be the better president for the country. And what I liked about President Trump was his first term, not his activity between November and January. That's the simple answer. You're not going to get me justifying January 6th. You're not going to catch me pretending that I think his activity on January 6th was good. I also think that it is an act of catastrophism to suggest that Donald Trump is going to facilitate the same exact thing he did on January 6th because the conditions are not the same. In fact, if you want to prevent him from doing the same thing, probably you should vote for him, because then, when he's president again, he's not going to be able to run for a third term.
I think gambling with democracy is dangerous, and that's what you're suggesting we're doing. We
In what
already
way?
have a man who's shown that he would overthrow the election. You're like, you know what? Let's roll the dice again. Let's see if he does it.
No.
You agree it's possible he might do it, right?
No, I don't.
You think it's impossible? He might
For him
not do
to
it.
overthrow the election?
For
I don't think.
for him to do the same electric putt and not certify the election, you think that's impossible for him to do again?
Yes, I do not think that will happen.
There's no possible world where that happens.
I do not think that he is going to have the capacity.
Yeah, I
within-
mean, we already seen him do it once, and ever since it's impossible to do it again. Yeah, I just find
I
it
have a question. How's Chuck Schumer going to facilitate Donald Trump's fake elector scheme?
Sorry?
How would Chuck Schumer, the current Senate Majority Leader, facilitate a fake elector scheme? I'm acting on a practical level. That is not going to happen. So again, you can think whatever you think about Donald Trump's intent. I can think whatever I think about Donald Trump's intent. In order to actually, commit a crime, let's say this is a crime, you'd have to have motive, means, and opportunity. Okay, he doesn't have means or opportunity. So it makes it difficult for me to believe that he would do this.
Yeah, I think he will. I mean, all of it. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I will be back on.
This is the second time we've met too, by the
Really?
way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's been a long day. I thought it was a lot of fun. Other than a couple of minor hiccups, I think everybody was coming at this in good spirit and wanting to have a fun conversation. There were a lot of intelligent people in the circle, and it was fun to hear what they had to say.
I think Ben was significantly more respectful than Charlie Kirk was, and a lot more well-informed than Charlie was.
I'll give him credit for being a nice guy, and he seemed to be having fun, and he seemed to be in good spirits.
With that said, I think there were a couple topics where he was being kind of dishonest. If you speak quick enough and you don't really have someone who's familiar on the topics you're talking about, we can kind of gloss over things that are kind of shaky in terms of argument.
I think that Ben overwhelmingly is probably the best debater that the other side of the aisle has. However, I still think that that what he stands for, what he stands behind, is really detrimental to the state of America and the people in it.
I thought that there were a couple of interesting arguments about abortion.
I didn't get a chance to speak because it was pretty competitive, but Ben's third claim about abortion being morally indefensible was so frustrating for me to hear. We are in a unique chapter of this issue in that we now have legislation that has been passed on the subject that we can look at the effects of what it's doing to our country. These are real instances of mothers who are dying because of this legislation.
And then what about the trans gentleman?
I mean, that wasn't an argument. It was an emotional appeal. Everybody's entitled to their emotions.
To be fair, I didn't really expect to get too many points across because I've seen how Ben has worked. So I really wanted to kind of give him a taste of his own medicine so he can see what it's like.
Somewhat irritating when people decide to take advantage of a time to have a discussion or argument to simply rant for minutes on end. But again, person's entitled to their feelings.
If I can name one person from the circle that I thought did phenomenal, it would be Guy.
I would say Guy was probably the MVP today.
Guy did a really good job on the border, exposing how there's a lot of lies from the Republican side about the bipartisan border bill.
I have never seen a performance like that. I personally learned a lot, and I bet a lot of people at home did too.
There's a fellow who gave some interesting arguments about immigration, although I think he lacked standards with regard to what he would allow in and who he would allow in.
I actually was a bit surprised to hear him say one of those talking points that I mentioned, the 300,000 kids have disappeared. I thought he was a little above that, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Tyler did a really good job as well, especially when he sort of held Ben's feet to the fire on the issue of January 6th.
It is indefensible, and it's anti-democratic and anti-American values. And it's the one weakness I think Ben Shapiro knows he has.
Most of the reason that people are supporting Kamala Harris has almost nothing to do with Kamala Harris and simply to do with animus for Donald Trump on a personal level.
I am proudly voting for Kamala Harris. I think it's a no-brainer to make sure that the guy who has no interest in maintaining our democracy gets back in the White House.
Kamala Harris has a better economic plan, better border plan, pretty much across the board. I think she's a better candidate.
If Donald Trump is elected, the average American will be worse off, and if she's elected, they will be better off. I care about closing those income inequities. Nothing is more American than that.
The question that I would ask for folks is, in the end, one of these people is going to be shaping policy. Do you like the policies that you've had for the last 4 years or not?
This is my favorite tuning plugin for vocals. Here's why. If you're so in love, then why? Reason number one, I can record myself or artists with ultra low latency, which is a complete game changer. We're able to actually hear our tuned vocal as we record. I'm not a great singer, but I'll give you an example. If you're so in love, then why? And then reason number two, I also love how simple it is to use this plugin. I simply just select what key I want and then select how much tuning I want. So if I wanted really fast tuning, which would be good for like that T-Pain sound or like that pop vocal hook sound. If you're so in love, then why? Or I could have a little bit slower tuning, which would make the vocal sound a lot more organic while still keeping you in key and have more of a transparent sound. If you're so in love, then why? And the last reason, although this is an industry standard, it is still at a fraction of the cost compared to other tuning plugins. Be sure to look up and check out Waves Tune Real Time to learn more.
At Harbor Freight, we do business differently from the other guys. We design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middleman. No folks in suits telling us to raise prices for the heck of it. Just quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love. That's how we like to do business anyway. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Hurry in for Black Friday deals up to 70% off.
All right, guys, I think that's about as much as I'm gonna do on this. Been at this shit for like 6 hours. But hey, I wish I could finish all my paintings in 6 hours, you know? All right. We'll leave that right there to dry until tomorrow morning. Grab that thing, take it to work. It don't look too shabby. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of bullshit, but hey, it's free. I don't know what else you want from me. Yeah, sacrifice my whole evening. My own painting. I would have been home a lot earlier too, because I left the office, but like I said, I forgot that I went by my mechanic because I had got new tires put on it, but one of the tires was leaking air. So I had to go by my mechanic before I came home anyway. Okay, and that shit took about 40 minutes for them to take the tire off, check it out, do all that shit, balance, put that bitch back on. Is this not gonna go off? No. Yeah, I could have been home earlier than what I was. And then I did take time to have lunch and all that good shit. So it is what it is. Excuse me. Damn. But we got it done. Oh, my phone was dying. Let me put this back on here now. Oh, wait a minute. Fuck, I'm not done. That one flower had a bunch of fucking yellow shit on there. Yeah. Damn it, man. Where did I know? I'm looking at the one stamen. This right here, this looks all plain, sticking straight up. I'm like, wait, they ain't something not right about that one. I'm missing something, somewhere. Why that shit looks so plain and thin? And yeah, I didn't put fucking the little yellow things on here. I'm just doing a little bit, but okay, man, I'm done for the evening. I ain't trying to do too much more. I'm painting right from the tube. And put a couple lines like this, put little squigglies, a little bit here and there, squiggly here, squiggly there. Alright, that's what I'm gonna do with the red. Don't come out with the yellow. Just do some squiggly yellows on top of that. Bob Ross style day, baby. Too much paint on that. All right, I like it. And whoever don't like it, hey, you can kiss what I twist, and I don't mean my wrist. All right, that's all we're gonna do for today. One painting completed. Though be it very simple, it is a finished painting. And that still ain't all of it. Some of that shit still. I'm so fucking congested right now. Shit. Let me get up out of here. I'm making too much noise and I sound nasty as hell. I apologize about that, guys. I'll be in here tomorrow evening doing the same old shit. But yeah, we did a happy 25th anniversary painting for one of the co-workers who's celebrating 25 years of dedication to the non-profit life. Hope y'all have a good one. I'll catch y'all next time. Peace.